If in your office, you as an intellectual worker were supplied with a computer display that was instantly responsive, how much value could you derive from that? We're going to try our best to show you rather than tell you.
Simply plug the Mac in and switch it on. Information, it's just all the time.
Everything has been leading to this.
Now it's time to get online.
Welcome, you've got mail.
And guess what? Everything you need.
This is going to be more important than it looks.
Please welcome to the stage Figma co-founder and CEO Dylan Field.
Good morning and hello, Config APAC. Thank you so much to everyone joining us, especially those who flew in this morning. I appreciate you all being here so much, and it's so great to see you all. All right, let's get to it. Our journey in Asia started pretty slow. Back when Figma was just a new tool on the block, this is one of our first meetups in India. You'll notice we had an entire 1 like and 1 retweet. But we kept coming back, and y'all were so welcome and so gracious to have us. It's really good to be back in Singapore. This is actually some pictures from a little over 4 years ago, pre-pandemic, one of our first meetups at Grab. Is there anyone from Grab in the audience? Okay, so like half of you, perfect. Anyway, it's great to build long-lasting relationships with teams like Grab and amazing designers like Zoe and Shen over all these years. And I'm looking forward to building those kinds of relationships with many of you here today and getting to know a bunch of you. So I can't wait to say hi afterwards and hope you'll come up and do that with me. Today we have offices in Singapore and Japan. We have 72 Friends of Figma groups across Asia with more than 20,000 Friends of Figma members, which is just incredible to think about, and I feel so lucky to be part of this community with all of you. And I'm so excited to bring our first ever international config here to Singapore today. We have seen just so much leadership here in design and also in digital transformation. Figma's APAC community is the fastest growing in the world. We want to learn from all of you and also bring the community together so that you can learn from each other as well. And as we come together as a community and we reflect on the impact the design has had on tech, on history, on humanity, on the world, so much of that has come from Asia. And we can't wait to see, I can't wait to see the innovations of the next 10 years ahead that all of you will bring. Now, all of this innovation is made possible by people who constantly push on what's possible, who are always asking the question, what if there is a better way? And our community in this room is full of people like that. People who have inspired us with their creativity and who push the limits of what is possible. For example, front developer Shen Yi, based in Shanghai, pushes what's possible with 3D renderings in Figma. He builds the Vector 3D plugin that enables anyone to turn text and vectors into 3D objects with just 1 click. Vijay Verma's playful experimentation with bold and detailed illustrations, plugins, and tutorials have left us in total awe and pushed everyone to see what's possible for Figma with illustration. When I first saw some of Vijay's work, I just could not actually believe it was done in Figma. I just immediately jumped in. I'm like, what did he do? Definitely check it out in the Figma community if you haven't already. Product engineer Li Chin Lin created Curve Text, a plugin which extends the functionality of Figma for the ability to add type on a preset path or a custom curve. And he's been making amazing plugins and tutorials for the Taiwanese community and the world. And product designer Akansha Murda brings new photo editing capabilities to Figma, such as her fractal glass effect plugin. Over the last year, we were inspired by all of you, and we tried our best to keep up, so we released a bunch of new updates. For example, Figma AI, compare changes, redesign, annotations in dev mode. We did a bunch of performance improvements, for example, incremental page loading, and we sped up large file loads on average by 33% and reduced the size of file content on average by 70%. So hopefully you've seen some of those dramatic improvements and you're able to do even more in Figma than before. We added typography support for variables. And of course, multi-edit. It's not just the big things, but also it has to be the small things too, such as page dividers. I think we've had that request since like literally day one. Today I'm excited to share even more updates to support that end-to-end process of product building, getting ideas all the way from your head and in FigJam and brainstorming and ideation, all the way to code and production in dev mode. This year, our launches are centered around 4 themes. First, reducing complexity. Figma has grown much too complex over the years. How do we keep it simple for all of you and for our new users? Second, a better developer experience in Figma and Figma dev mode. Third, introducing AI to Figma design. And fourth, Figma Slides for better storytelling. Now, to introduce our first theme, I want to please welcome Yuhki Yamashita, Figma's Chief Product Officer, to the stage. Hey, Yuhki. All right, Yuhki, we are always talking about simplicity in our product reviews, yes, so I will leave you to it and get off the stage.
All right, thanks.
Good luck.
All right, thanks, everyone. It's good to see you. All right, so it's true, Dylan has always cared a lot about simplicity. And to his credit, this is what Figma looked like 8 years ago, right? And I don't know about you, I wasn't around, but this feels pretty simple and intuitive, right? But over the years, since then, he kept asking me to add more and more things, like auto layout, variants, component props, variables, and more. And these are all powerful features that many of you love, but it's made our product feel more complex, more intimidating. So much so that someone last year actually tweeted this: I want to see Config 2024, where they announce what they are removing rather than features that we're adding. And this definitely made us think. And we totally get where Dan is coming from, because it's something that many of you in the community have told us as well. So we took this to heart and looked at every single aspect of Figma and thought about how we can make it less complicated, more intuitive. And so the first thing that we tackled was the core experience and interface. And we started with a complete redesign of the editor, which we call UI3. So today I want to walk you through some of the key changes, as well as explain some of the thinking behind the improvements that we made. So in order to do that, I'm going to enter a quick demo. All right, so we are now inside Figma Design, and you're seeing UI3. And one of the first things that you'll notice is that there's a very immersive experience, right? And what we're currently in is something called the minimized UI state, right? And it's one of my favorite modes because it puts my work front and center. But when I need to go and edit something and select something, the right UI pops up just in time, right? The properties panel. And if I click on something else, it comes in and out, right? So it's a really easy way for me to keep focused. Now, this isn't the default view. The default view looks something like this, right? With your pages and layers and something that feels more familiar. But one of the things that we thought about is how can we get you into this focused state in the right moments. So for example, maybe if I'm following someone, I see Raji in the file right here, right? There he is. Oh, what's up, Raji? We let the UI recede because chances are you really want to focus on the work itself, right? You want to focus on what your teammate is doing. All right, so we're going to go back over here. Now, one of the reasons we did this was because we had a principle. We had a principle that said that the most important thing is actually your content, your design, not our Chrome or our UI, right? And so, one of the things that we did is we made all of the UI feel like they're floating, like the panels and the toolbars, and that they can push away really easily so you can enter this focus state, that you can get into flow state faster. And that's one of the things that motivated some other changes in this UI as well. So another thing that you'll see is this toolbar that's on the bottom right here. And there are two new capabilities that we've added. The first one is what we're calling actions. So actions is where you'll see all these AI capabilities that we will talk about in a second. But the way I think about it is it's kind of your new command center. Your command center where you can add a lot of AI actions, but you can also search for anything. And you'll see all the commands that are possible within Figma, all within reach from your keyboard, which in many cases is much more efficient and more ergonomic. Now, the other thing that was added here is this switcher or this toggle down here. And you'll notice that right now I'm in design mode. If I click it, I go quickly into dev mode, which is really nice. Or if I go over here to this new tab, you'll see our new product, Figma Slides, which you'll hear about in a second. Right now, I'm in presentation mode and slides mode, but if I go here, I can quickly go into design mode so I can get all the tools that I need that I'm really used to that are powerful in design right within the deck product. And so you'll notice as I go between these different modes, between these different products, we all use the same UI patterns or UI3 patterns because we wanted to make it feel familiar, make it feel seamless as you go between products and different modes. And over the years, we're going to add more and more modes and products, which we're really excited about. All right, so I'm going to go back here. One of the areas that we really focused on as well as we thought about how to simplify the UI was our properties panel. So if I click here, you'll notice we have all these properties on the right. And over the years, as we've added more and more features, this has gotten more complicated. So the first thing we thought about was, OK, how do we make it so that it feels more intuitive, that we have more intuitive groupings? But the most important thing is, depending on what you're doing, how can we make sure that the most important actions are the ones that are surfaced first? So for example, if I select this component over here, you'll notice that at the very top is everything that is important to that component, like the variants and the properties, because chances are those are the things that you care about. And we've let some of the other things be a little bit more hidden and receded. Now, of course, when you're looking at properties like this, oftentimes you get these long property names. And now we can actually resize the properties panel so you can actually view what's in there, which is really nice. All right, so those are some of the usability improvements as part of the core experience. But we also focused on things outside of the interface, things that were hard features that many of you have told us have felt really intimidating. And a good example of that is auto layout. So I don't know about you, but whenever I'm trying to set up auto layout, I feel like I'm always wrestling with it. It feels like a math puzzle that I have to solve, right? And an example of this is this card, right? This card, I want it to be responsive, but it currently isn't. So maybe what I'll do is add auto layout. Now, it looks a little bit wrong. And so I'm going to cycle through a few other ones. Maybe it's a vertical stack, horizontal layout, but none of these are quite right. And the reason for that is it's because it's trying to put it into one singular stack or one auto layout. And the reality is you want something a little bit more complex. But it's a lot of work to try to figure that out. And now we actually have made it so that if you right-click on this card, you'll see this thing called More Layout Options. And if you click Suggest Auto Layout, it quickly makes all these frames. Thank you. You'll notice that all these nested auto layouts are created for you, and of course, it's responsive, which is really nice. Thank you. And so just with one click, without me needing to figure out if I need some combination of horizontal or vertical auto layouts, I can just get it done. And this is a simple example, and it works for something a little bit more sophisticated too. So for example, here's a website design, right? And this is not responsive, right? Everything is absolutely positioned. But again, here too, if I just go to more layout options and click Suggest Layout, then it just works, which is really nice. So, auto layout, easier than ever before. Now I'm going to go into the next math puzzle, which is this one. So let's say we have these cards here, and these cards are already responsive, which is great. And what I'm going to do is drop this into this UI. Now this is looking good, and I want to make sure that this is responsive, but oh wait, right? Everything is not resizing. And one of the things that when I encounter this is I kind of sometimes get confused. Do I have to change the children element, like these cards, and a property on that, or is it the parent that I have to fix? Right? I see a lot of you nodding, right? It's really complicated, and chances are you just try all of them and see what works. And now what you can do is you can select this card, right? And you can just drag it to the very front, and you'll see this actually snap, right? And once it snaps, we understand your intent, and we just make it responsive for you. Yeah. Which is really nice. Thank you. Now, one of the things that I'm going to now do is look at this in prototype view. And traditionally in prototype view, if I just make it bigger, it just does this, which is not particularly useful. But now you have this setting called responsive. And with this, you'll notice that in prototype view too, you can validate your designs. All right, now the last puzzle of auto layout. Oftentimes what I want to do is I have buttons like these, and I want them in the corner of the designs. So what I do is I drag them in here, right? But because it has auto layout, it does this, right? It gets sucked into this auto layout, and I never want it to actually stack like this. So now all I have to do is when I'm dragging it, I hold down Control, and if I just do that and let go, it gets absolutely positioned, which makes it really easy, so you don't have to wrestle with this. So that's another thing that we've made as an improvement to auto layout. All right, so that was on auto layout. The last thing I want to quickly show you is this. So one of the things that if you're like me, you're not trying to start from scratch. You're trying to start from something that's really familiar. And so if you go into the Assets panel now, you'll see 3 libraries that are already there out of the box. The iOS library made by Apple, the Material Design library made by Google, and the Simple Design System, which is really great for websites that we've gone ahead and made. So if you look at the Material Design library, you'll see that we have it really well organized. We've actually improved the browsing experience of libraries too. So for example, now you can go into cards and maybe grab a card that has great auto layout already built into it. Or we also have a lot of example screens that you can use that you can work off of. And so we've gone ahead and done that over here. We've created a very simple app using these design kits, and we were able to make this within a few seconds, which is really great. So this is really fast, and I love that. But one of the things that I really enjoy about this is if I go into this dev mode and select some of these components, let's say this list item, what you'll see is thanks to Code Connect, which is a new feature that we've launched, we also see the reference implementation in code, in this case in Jetpack Compose. So you'll see how it's instantiated in code from here, right? Or if I select this header element in the iOS example, you'll notice that it works in SwiftUI as well. So the hope is with something like this, right, it's really easy to build these apps, these native apps, because the design and code are connected in a way it never has before. So those are some of the improvements that I wanted to show you today. And I just wanted to do a quick note on UI3. So UI3 is a big rethink of our core interface. And as part of that, we want to be careful and thoughtful about the rollout. So in the next few weeks, what we're going to do is roll out very slowly to a small group. We're also going to open it up as a wait list for those of you who are interested in participating. And that way, during this period, we're going to get a lot of feedback from you. We're also going to let people switch back and forth between the new and old UI, just in case the new UI isn't quite working for you. And by the end of it, we're hoping that we've gotten a lot of feedback from you. We've made it so much better so that we can roll it out to everybody. And so the way to do that is this help icon over here. If you're in the old UI, you'll see an ability to sign up for the waitlist for UI3. And if you're in the new UI, you can opt out from here. All right, so that's it for some of the usability improvements I wanted to preview. And I'm going to hand it back to Dylan. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Good job. All right. Thank you, Yuki. To quickly recap, you just saw our new redesigned UI, suggest auto layout, and also UI kits. I want to speak with you about one more thing as well, which is billing and sharing. This is another area that we believe we can simplify quite a lot. In particular, we need to focus on some of these workflows. We build Figma for many different personas: freelancers, small agencies, startups, as well as large enterprises. And we've made it easy for startups and large enterprises to collaborate within Figma. We've always focused on product teams and that ease of collaboration getting someone into a file. But for freelancers and agencies who might be working with many different clients, we have some gaps, such as extra cost when you add collaborators from outside of your team to work with. And today I want to share how we plan to start closing those gaps over the months and 6 months ahead. First thing we're focused on is connecting your workspaces. So the working name for this is Figma Connect. We also have Code Connect, so that name might change. But you can kind of think of it such as similar to Slack Connect. Figma Connect will let you work with external clients in a new shared workspace using just your existing Figma seats. So we hope to launch this in early 2025. Second, we want to solve for the transfer of projects from agency to client. We know there's a lot of ways that we can improve this workflow. So for example, today, if you're an agency and you have a project, you're trying to move it to a client, making it easier to save your work, and making it easier to downgrade collaborators when you make that change, so there's no unexpected billing for the client. And our goal is to ship these improvements in the months ahead. Lastly, we want to bring more clarity and control to billing. So I want to make you aware of 2 changes that we've recently added to make sure that we're all in the loop about that. So first, you can improve the cadence of notifications for editor upgrades, and that way you're never caught by surprise. Second, if you don't want to make it so that you can just quickly add someone to a file, but instead you want the control and the ability to always approve as an admin, you now have the choice to require admin approval for each editor upgrade. You can just go right here, and instead of going from full, you can go to viewer restricted and make it so that you're able to do that for your entire org by default. If you prefer the current frictionless on-ramps, you can just leave it the way it is. But if you'd like to move to a world where you're able to have very precise control, that is an options available for everyone. And one of our top priorities for our team is to continue improving our billing system. So you're going to see a lot more in the months and year ahead on that topic. And we'll continue to communicate with our community about that. All right. So we just talked a lot about how we're evolving Figma for our core users. Now I want to dive into how we're making Figma better for developers. Really excited about all the launches you've seen this year with Dev Mode, and to speak more about some of the improvements that we've been making, as well as the improvements that we just launched at Config. I'd like to welcome Figma Engineering Manager Noga Mann to the stage. Thank you, Noga.
Thank you, Dylan. And hi, everyone. It's so good to be with you here today. At Config 2023, we launched Dev Mode as a way for Figma to better serve developers and help designers and developers stay on the same page. Since then, over 4 million designs have been marked ready for dev. We also launched some improvements to Dev Mode, like annotation tools and a revamped compare changes. These releases and the hundreds of other improvements have all been driven by you, our community. We wouldn't have been where we are today without your feedback. So thank you, and please keep it coming. So what's next? Last week, we introduced some huge updates to Dev Mode to support the realities of an iterative design process. To simplify inspection of large files, making it easier to find what you need, and to bring your code and design closer together. With that, I'm going to jump in so I can show you some of what's new. Now, this file might look familiar to some of you. riffs, ideas, and a lot of work in progress. This might look a bit messy, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, as good design requires a lot of iteration. And speaking of iteration, this file has some designs that were previously marked as ready for dev, but edits were made to them. Previously, it wasn't that clear when edits were done, but now we have a new change status, as you can see here with the yellow indicator. When I'm done making changes, I can add a note with some context, like in this case, I added some spacing. Whoops. And I can remark it as ready for dev. To make it even easier to find what you're looking for, especially when designs are scattered across different pages, we introduced a new Ready for Dev view. You can find it right here on the top left corner of every file that has Ready for Dev content. This view shows me sections and frames that are ready to be worked on in one predictable view, regardless of how the file was set up. By default, it is sorted by recent activity, so I can quickly see what recently changed. For example, I can see the note we just added about the spacing changing. Let's click into that design to have a closer look. This brings us to Focus View. Focus View cuts all the canvas clutters and shows me just what I need for implementation. On the right-hand side, I can see all the previous versions of this design. If I want to, I can choose to inspect an older version or compare changes to see the differences. When I'm done making my changes in code, I can mark the design as completed and let my teammates know of its status and close the loop. We hope these new Ready for Dev flows will help you and your teams better stay aligned throughout this messy process. But this process doesn't end in Figma. Your designs also have to maintain consistency when they go to code and eventually to your customers. And many of you rely on design systems for that. But all the benefits of a design system really go out the window if your developers aren't using that as well. One of the reasons it is difficult for developers today is that what they see in Figma doesn't always map to what they have in code. We can see an example right here. If I inspect this input component, it's not immediately obvious to me that it already has an implementation in our code base. And the last thing we want is for someone to rewrite the same component, wasting time, missing design details, and maybe forgetting about important things like accessibility. This is why we build Code Connect. Code Connect is a way for you to bring your design system into dev mode. Once connected, you will see code from your design system when you inspect a component in Figma. Let's see what that looks like. If we inspect this button right here, since it's been connected, I see the right code surfaced for me in the right-hand panel, which is the right code we actually want to use. Let me open the component playground to have a closer look. Here, I can toggle the different variants and props of this component, and you can see how the code dynamically changes to reflect the design. We believe Code Connect is going to really help teams drive adoption of their design system. A couple of weeks ago, we sat down with the team over at Spotify to hear about their experience with Code Connect. Let's play that video.
When it came out and I did this big Slack post, I was like, forget developing something internally. Let's just go all in on Code Connect. And all the emojis, everybody's like, yes, no brainer, just do it, just do it. And we very quickly, within those 2 days, turned around implementing it for the entire design system. We were able to make an assessment that Code Connect will save engineers time. We were able to see that the ROI made it a no-brainer to continue rolling out Code Connect across the other engineering disciplines.
A huge thanks to the team at Spotify. Hearing about their experience with Code Connect and how quickly they set it up was so exciting. Okay, so that was a lot of new functionality for dev mode. Let's recap. Code Connect is now out of beta with new improvements like surfacing connected code in the component playground, a faster setup process, and support for React, React Native, iOS, and Android. We also launched the new Ready for Dev view, Focus view, and new statuses. And that wraps it up for me and Dev Mode. I'm excited to now invite to the stage my colleague, Jordan Singer, to tell you all about AI for Figma design.
All right. Hi, I'm Jordan, a product designer at Figma, working on AI. As Yuki mentioned earlier, Actions is the new home for our AI features. Our approach to bringing AI into the Figma editor is to address real pain points that get in the way of your flow so that you can focus on your workflow and craft and explore more of the option space. Today, I'll show you features that help you from everything from getting started with the most obvious solution in the most obvious form possible to helping you finding what you're looking for, and a bunch of features that help you stay in the flow. So you can bring in business context, user insights, and creative approaches to your designs that you need to be a differentiator. Let's dive right in to a demo. Great. So getting started can sometimes be the hardest part. And I'm going to jump over to this page here. You can use this feature to unblock yourself at the very beginning and get started with an idea or some inspiration and quickly explore variations. It's just the very start of how we want to put more tools in your hands, and we're excited to show you a new feature called Make Designs with you today. Now, let me get out of dev mode. I've heard that durian is really tasty and popular around here. Now, I haven't tried it yet myself, so I wanted to make an app to help me figure out where I can find it. I'm going to go to the Sparkle menu and choose Make Designs. And here I'm going to enter a prompt for an app to find durian nearby that has a map, so with a map, and restaurant card, so I can see what the top options are. And I'm going to press Make It. Now, this result is going to stream in real time onto the canvas. It's going to understand what components to pull in. So here I see I've got a map. It's starting to place some components for restaurants with cards. It's starting to fill in the images, give some names for different durian restaurants. Great. Now, I've got an awesome starting point that I can use to take and riff on. What's really great about Make Designs is that I can choose from a couple of different themes that come right out of the box. So it defaulted to this yellow one here. I can choose this blue one, and you can kind of see how it affects the entirety of the generation. This dark mode one is kind of cool. But I think in the theme of durian, I'm going to stick with this yellow one. Now, I can also press Make Changes to get a little bit more fine-tuned style in my designs. I'm going to press Make Changes here. I've got even more color options, so red or blue or green. I kind of like this green one. I can switch between dark and light mode automatically. I can tweak properties like radius that apply to the whole entire generation. So as I move this slider, let me zoom in. As I move this slider, notice how the corner radius of different elements update across my entire design. I kind of like this slightly rounded look. I can change things like spacing. So I can go much, much tighter or a little bit looser. I like something that's a little bit in between. And last but not least, I can change the font of the generation. So it came up with this font here by default. And I can cycle through different options, again, that apply across the entirety of the generation. I quite like this one. Great. Now I've got a perfect starting point for my design. And just like that, I've used Make Designs to get some ideas for my durian app. I'll let you know how it tastes later. So that was Figma AI and Make Designs, and we're only just getting started. We're so excited to continue building this with you, the community, for and with you, our community. All right, moving on. So make designs is great when you're starting fresh, but sometimes you're riffing on an existing design. Now, another way to get started is to find what you need across Figma. We know that finding things can be hard in Figma. Let's say I work at Grab. Shout out to Grab in the audience, wherever you are. Awesome, a lot of you. And I want to find the original design for this image of a screenshot of something I took, and I want the real functional layers. Now you notice if I zoom in, this is clearly an image. So, using Figma AI, I have the image on the canvas. I can go to the sparkle menu and choose search for similar. Now this is going to use AI to look across all of my org and team to find designs that are visually similar to the image that I just uploaded. And this one is looking like almost like an identical match, so I'm going to go ahead and insert that. Great. Now I've got the real functional layers, and I can tweak whatever I'd like, just like that. Now, I want to find the next screen in this flow. I'm going to shift back over here and press Shift-I. I'm not quite sure what this screen is called. And again, we said, finding things in Figma can sometimes be hard. But I know how to describe it in words. So I'm going to switch over here to search for other designs and say a pickup map. Figma AI looks across the designs in my org and finds something that's visually similar using a natural language description. And I see I've got this pickup map example here. Again, I can drag that in, and I've got the real functional layers on the canvas that I can tweak however I'd like. So, next, let's say, let me edit this real quick. Let's say that I'm searching for that target icon that helps me zoom into my current location. I don't know quite what the design systems library named it, and another really cool thing is that I can actually use the pencil tool to draw what it looks like on the canvas to find it across my team. Now I'm going to do my best. I'm not very good at the pencil tool, so bear with me. I'm going to do my best imitation of one of those target icons with a little circle and some lines here. And I'm going to group that object. And once again, I'll go back to the sparkle menu and choose search for similar. I'm going to sort by components, and you can see I've found an exact match. I found the exact match for what I was looking for. So I can drop that instance directly on the canvas and insert it wherever I want in my design to get to riffing. Awesome. Another piece of visual search is, let's say I'm using this example where I'm in search of a new admin dashboard, and I'd like to find one to get started with. We all know how much work it is to set up auto layout and tables to create a dashboard, but it turns out we have tons of great assets across our community that can serve as a starting point. So I'm going to go back to Shift-I here, and you'll notice this community tab that lets me search designs across the community. Now, looking for this admin dashboard, I'm just going to type that in. It'll search across all of the files in the community that give me admin dashboard UIs, and I get this great list of results so I can browse. This one is looking kind of cool, and again, I'm just going to drop that in right there. Perfect. And I've got the real functional layers that I can take and adjust my dashboard however I'd like. Awesome. So, our approach to bringing Figma AI into the editor is to help with real pain points that we all face as product builders. We've shown you ways to get started or find what you need at the right time, hoping to keep you in that creative flow. We've also built a handful of ways that AI can allow you to iterate faster and sweat those details that we care about, but perhaps take us a little bit too much time to reasonably pursue. Let's dive in and see some of these efficiency features in action. So, jumping over to this page here, let's imagine I'm a designer working at Trivet, a social recipe sharing app. Now, I'm making some edits to our recipe detail page and adding new ingredients in this list design, as well as some reviews and ratings features. In this case, I have this list of ingredients here, and you can see this main component, and I'm starting to build out this ingredients list. And traditionally, I'd like to fill it out, but that would take me a lot of manual time. And I want to make this mock really realistic, with varying ingredients that match what I'm looking for. So now, with Figma AI, I've got this instance in an auto layout stack, and when I duplicate it just a few times, I get this suggestion from Figma AI to replace content. And it's going to fill it with relevant contextual information in my list. Now, that's just one way to use this feature. We've also built this on-canvas UI. So if you see in my layer structure over here, I've got this auto layout container with the ingredients in it. And you might notice this little drag handle. When I hover, it's this resize with sparkles. All I need to do is click and drag, and it'll fill out my ingredients for me, just like that. Great. So this design is starting to come to life a little bit more. Now, I want this recipe to be about chicken fried rice. So I'll change the title to that. Now, you'll notice this image is a placeholder, and I also want to bring in a realistic looking image to help fill out my mock. So I can select this image component, go back to the sparkle menu, and choose make an image. And I just want to fill it with some chicken fried rice. I'll press make it, and it's going to give me a few different options of chicken fried rice that it's generating with AI. Awesome. So I've got 4 different options to choose from here, and I can see them as I click through in context in my mock. I quite like this one, so that's the one I'm going to go with. The last piece of the screen that's not quite complete is this recipe description. Now, how many times have we had these placeholder like lorem ipsum strings and just had to think or reach out to the internet to find some text that we could copy to make our mock come to life? Well, now with Figma AI, we can also replace text. So I'm going to select that text layer, go to the sparkle menu, and choose rewrite this. Now, all I'm going to say is a description of chicken fried rice, and it'll generate me a real description, just like that. Great. Now there's one last little thing I want to do to this mock I'm working on, which is to remove the background of this image of this chef avatar to really make my design pop. All I need to do is select that image, go back to the sparkle menu, and choose remove background. It's going to work to remove the background and differentiate it from the foreground. And just like that, I've removed the background and my mock is looking even better. So I want to make sure that my design can handle lots of different languages because I know it's going to be available in different countries. And what I can do is translate my design into other languages with AI. I'm going to click on the sparkle menu, with the design selected, and choose translate to. In this case, I want to see what it looks like in Korean, for example. And with AI, it's going to translate in real time. Now, I've spotted a tiny little problem, which is that the text here is getting truncated. And luckily, I'm using a component in this case, so I can adapt my design just like that. Great. Things are looking pretty good. Awesome. We'll come back to that later. So, I don't know about you, but I'm not someone who names my layers. And as you can see on the left-hand side panel, I've got a bunch of really random layer names here. Now, wouldn't it be great if AI could just do this for us? Well, let's take a look. So, with this screen selected, I go back to the Sparkle menu and choose Rename Layers. Now, before I do this, I want you to pay really close attention to the left-hand layer panel. Ready? It's so fun. So our mock-up is looking so much more real now. And I've been making some changes to our recipe details and reviews flow, if I scroll over here. And I want to be able to present this to some of my team to feel it out with an interactive prototype. Now, I could go through the painstaking process of manually dragging some of my layers one by one, but again, what if AI could do that for us? So I've got this flow here, and all I need to do is select the set of screens that I want to have AI do an initial pass on a prototype of, go back to the Sparkle menu, and there's another option to make prototype. Now watch, one by one, as noodles are drawn by AI, connecting different buttons to different screens, and creating my interactive prototype for me. That saved me a lot of time. Now let's check out this prototype. I've got this little preview button here, and I can see my prototype in context of my design and click through and see how it did. So as I click through to different buttons, like add a review, I see it goes to the review screen. I see the back button works. I see it goes to the search screen and other screens. And I've got a basic version of my prototype wired up just by using Figma AI. Now, one last little detail that I wanted to show you was, once again, that amazing responsive viewer. So if I go to preview this screen and choose responsive, I can see my design adapt to auto layout inline, just like that. Great. So that wraps up all of the demos. I'm really excited for you to use all of these new features, and I can't wait to hear your feedback. Okay, Dylan, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jordan. I was clapping behind the stage when we did the name layers. All right. All of the AI features that you just saw are now in beta. So you can opt in very easily, and it'll roll out along with UI3. Now, just transparently, we don't know how many people are going to use this yet, how they will use it, how frequently. And so we don't know the underlying cost of this yet. And so this year, we're just going to absorb the cost of this for 2024, and then we'll start charging in 2025. We'll be very transparent about how we do that once we know what that'll look like. All right, the generative features today that you've seen have all been built with off-the-shelf models. And as you try these features out, you'll see they're a good start, but there's so much more we can do to accelerate you further. So there's a lot of context and nuance around design that today's models, LLMs that you can get off the shelf, just don't have. And to build the most useful AI for design and for designers, we need to develop models that better understand design concepts and patterns and how to apply them in Figma. And I think that the more you use these features, you'll see this. One example is our design generation feature. It's a good start, but what you really want is for it to work with your own design system. And to make that happen, we need to train Figma AI models on the way that design systems are built. We see a world where the rudimentary design generation features that you just saw today can evolve into a way for you to explore the entire option space of possibilities. And we think this can aid designers in the design process. This will be a way for you to rapidly navigate that idea maze that as a designer you face every day. When I think about design, you're trying to sort through all the possible paths that you have. And you're trying to find the one that balances the constraints and the context you have in just the right way. How do we make it so that you're better equipped to do that, especially in an age where you can go from prompt to working software with an off-the-shelf LLM? How do we empower designers to be even better than a model? There's so many ways that we can do that. We have to make the best tools possible. And to get there, we need to start training on Figma data. So we want to share our approach with you in the most transparent way that we can. So literally, here are the settings. These settings rolled out last week, and admins can control them. They are not going to go into effect until August 15th. So if you're on the fence, or you want to better understand things, you're welcome to check out all of our policy pages. We have blog posts on this, and you can look at our terms of service, privacy policy, whatever you want, or you can just uncheck them. That's fine too. Starter and professional plans are opted into content training by default, but they're welcome to opt out. And due to contractual agreements, organization and enterprise plans are opted out by default. Now, regardless of whether you opt in or you opt out, we are committed to protecting your data and respecting your privacy. And we're going to do a lot to make sure that we have a robust redaction pipeline and make sure that nothing that you input into our systems is able to resurface in any way. And you can read more about our approach on our blog, which is on our website. Okay, you just saw Figma AI, and this is just the start. There are so many more opportunities that we can use systems like this to help designer workflows. In addition to AI, we showed you the redesigned Figma editor and new updates to dev mode, including the GA of Code Connect. Our fourth update is our new product, Figma Slides. So everyone, please welcome Mihika Kapoor to the stage. Welcome, Mihika.
Hello, Config APAC. I'm so excited on behalf of the Figma Slides team to be sharing our new product with you and to be unveiling some very special features. So before we get into it, you know, Dylan in SF, people were pretty confused at Config.
Were they?
Yeah, you know, like, is it Figma Slides or is it Flides?
Mihika, we talked about this, and you are the one who's confused. It is definitely Figma Slides. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Good luck with the demo.
Okay, so now that Dylan is gone, we can talk about Flides. Over the years, we've seen many of you use Figma in unexpected ways. In fact, in the last 1 year alone, we saw over 3.5 million slide decks made inside of Figma Design. Show of hands, how many of you made a deck inside of Figma or received a deck inside of Figma? Well, we commend you for presenting without speaker notes for all these years. Now, all too often, your slides inside of Figma look a little something like this. You have prototyping noodles that you've painstakingly wired up, only to realize that the second that you swap two slides with each other, everything is completely out of order. You have speaker notes that are littered across the entire canvas, and perhaps most painful of all, the second you need to collaborate with the rest of your cross-functional team, you're going to be exporting your slides and mocks one by one into another tool. And yet you still build in Figma. Figma Slides combines the visual fidelity of Figma and channels it in a form that it's purpose-built for storytelling. After all, visual communication is the most powerful form of storytelling. So now we're going to slide on into a demo. All right, I'm going to start by demoing 3 new flows that we actually did not demo in SF. Woo! OK, so to everyone who just raised your hand, you may have slides in Figma that look like this. And what we're going to do today is recreate the Keynote file that we're presenting. So let's say it's 1 year ago, and we're building our slides inside of Figma Design instead of Figma Slides. A lot of people have asked me, hey, I have so many slides in Figma. How do I bring them into Figma Slides? And the answer is actually like maybe a little bit too obvious, which is you can select all of the slides, copy, and paste them right in to a new Figma Slides file. And what you see is that each row in your grid inside of Figma will map to a stack inside of Figma Slides. And when you go into the grid view, you'll see that we have preserved the order of your entire deck and give you the ability to easily reorder both rows as well as slides. Alrighty, the next flow. Let's say we haven't really gotten over to the visuals of the process, and we're just in the ideation phase. Well, we actually started out this keynote by hopping into a FigJam file together and jotting down our ideas. And what you'll notice if I go over to my Pages panel inside of FigJam is that we have isolated the Figma Slides flow on its own. And now it's normally pretty tedious to go from your ideas into a deck. And so we've made it easy for you with a brand new AI feature that will be launching in a few months. So if I go ahead and right-click on my page, I have the ability to create Figma Slides outline. And when I go into Figma Slides, I can pick from one of my many org templates, this one's looking pretty great to me, to generate an outline as a starting point for me to get my deck started. So what you can see here is that we have this nice animation, and we have a flow about introducing slides, complete with the key features of slides, such as the editor UI and templates, along with the live demo that we are doing today and a recap that Dylan's going to come out and do next. The third way to get started is directly inside of Figma Slides. So what you'll see here is that we have a template dropdown that allows you to pick from a gallery of templates that have been made by a variety of agencies, as well as our internal Figmates. So if I want to go ahead and add a slide from this user research session, I can do so here. And if I want to swap it into the same style as the rest of my presentation, that is just one click of a button for the colors and the fonts to snap into place. Now, lastly, we're going to walk through the three areas inside of Figma Slides that we were most focused on. First is helping you with your structure. So you already saw how the grid view gives you a bird's eye view into your presentation. And that's not it. We also have an AI feature called Tone Dial that allows you to go professional and expanded with just the touch of a button, and concise and casual equally easily. The second is visuals. We've made it incredibly simple for someone to go ahead, swap their slide background color, and you'll see that the text changed colors with it automatically, so that anyone, regardless of their level of design prowess, is able to hop into the tool and get started. We also give designers the ability to hop into design mode and tackle some of the more complex features. So if I want to pop on an auto layout, that is just the click of a button. If I want to go ahead and edit this vector curve, I can go right ahead. And if I want to toggle into this text and edit the hanging punctuation, that too is just right here. And what I see is when I go back into slides mode, all the edits that I've just made stay with me. Last but not least, we thought a lot about the presentation. Now, while I'm so excited about all the creation features that we built inside of Figma Slides, I am even more excited about how we have rethought the presentation. Now, a lot of times when I'm giving a product review, I sort of feel like I'm speaking to a wall, and most of the time, people stop paying attention. And so, if anyone ever wants to pull in a prototype, not only do they need to deal with mocks and stills and re-recording and re-recording, but you have the ability to directly pull in any prototype and present right on your screen. And I can go ahead in the slide deck and interact with this prototype of Figma Slides in our mobile app. So if I want to click on the Keynote file, pop open the comments, I can do so just like that. Second is we've brought in a variety of polls, alignment scales, and more that allow people to focus and express their excitement. So if I can go ahead and say, I'm excited for Figma Slides, and if I were to disperse this link to others, they would be able to hop in as well. Last but not least, we have our beloved alignment scale, and we can vote on whether or not Slides is, in fact, the superior name for this product. I think it is.
Thank you, thank you. This is an excellent presentation, great demo. Thank you. I'm just gonna, there we go. All right, we cannot wait for all of your feedback on Figma Slides. Figma Slides is now in beta, and we have an amazing gallery of templates created by some incredible designers that you can all use and your team can use too. And of course, your team can also go and create templates of your own. It's free for everyone to use through the beta period in 2024, and in early 2025, Figma Slides will continue to be free on starter plans, and it'll be $3 or $5 a month, depending on your paid plan. To learn more about these new products and features, check out additional talks from Jordan, Mihika, and Noga later today. We also have demos later today in the makerspace, right behind us. And we'll have a lot of great content for you throughout the day. Seriously, the speakers are incredible, and I can't wait for you to hear from them. Before I do move on to that, a few more highlights. We couldn't squeeze everything into today's keynote. So one other highlight is for our desktop app, which we now have a redesigned desktop app tab strip, an updated new tab experience, as well as a new file experience in the file browser. I think you'll like it. And as Mihika hinted, for FigJam, you can now add multiple pages to a FigJam board. This has already totally changed the way that we use FigJam at Figma, and so can't wait for all of you to check it out. All right, we shared a lot with you today, and hopefully you got a feel for not only what we've built, but why we have built it. So as we close, I want to share some parting thoughts with you all. It's been absolutely incredible to witness this exponential trend of software throughout the world. And I believe that exponential trend will only continue over the coming years ahead. For products to stand out, they have to be unique, and they must avoid the obvious solutions. Craft will be the differentiator, your craft. For us at Figma, craft is both seen and felt. And we know that we need to continuously raise our bar to meet yours. This means continuing to expand not only the breadth of our capabilities, but also we need to keep improving the quality of the software that you use every day. So lastly, I want to give a few shout outs. Everything you saw today would not have been possible without the tireless work of our Figmates. Please join me in giving a round of applause to the Figma team. And to the Figma APAC community, I'm so excited to figure out the future of design and development with all of you. I want to thank you for being here with me today, and I hope to meet and learn from many of you more, while I'm here in Singapore. Thank you. Enjoy Config APAC.
morning, Config APAC. How are we doing after this keynote? Are we excited about the new features? It was interesting. I was actually in the main hall just before the keynote talking to a few of you, and several people mentioned that they had not watched nor the live stream nor the replay in San Francisco because they wanted to keep it completely fresh. Show of hands, who did that? Wow, OK. You guys are committed. Amazing. It was so fun to listen backstage to everyone's reactions. I think suggest auto layout, or as we call it internally, auto layout got a lot of love. AI features got a lot of love. Slides, obviously, amazing. And yeah, we're just so excited to gather the community here today to talk about all of these and a bit more. So for those who don't really know me, my name is Alexia. I'm actually a designer advocate here at Figma. I came in from Paris, France, just for this event. I did Paris, San Francisco, and then all the way here, and couldn't be more excited to be with you in Singapore. And I'm going to be your host throughout this morning's talks. We're going to be embarking on a little deep dive first off about our new releases. And then later, we're going to be talking with some speakers that we brought in especially for you throughout APAC. I'm very excited for you guys to meet them. So we're going to start off first off with AI. You just met Jordan earlier. Jordan's going to come back. He's one of the most prolific creators that we have here at Figma. It's been amazing to see all of the AI work coming to life over the past year internally. And I think you'll love this one. He's going to be covering how we at Figma see AI to augment our imagination with automation, generation, and iteration inside design tools. So everyone, please give a warm welcome back to Jordan.
All right, thank you. Long time no see. All right, so here I'm here today to talk about AI for UI. Now, what does AI stand for? I'm sure a word comes to mind for this acronym, but what if it didn't have to mean artificial intelligence? We'll come back to that in just a bit. Hi, I'm Jordan, a product designer at Figma, working on AI. And I've been working on AI for quite some time now. Can you believe that GPT-3 came out, it was 4 years ago, actually, in 2020. And one of my earliest explorations with the technology was imagining if GPT combined with Figma could help you design from a prompt. And I actually started with a plugin. So you could see I wrote this big, long prompt, pulled in some components from a design system, and it spit out something for you on the canvas. Now, this was, again, 4 years ago with GPT-3 in 2020. After that, I started a company called Diagram. I got so deeply fascinated by exploring what AI meant for design that I started a company about 2 years ago. And I wanted to show you a quick little snippet of the original pitch video just to show you the vision and how you can sort of start to see it come to life within Figma.
And I've always kind of been curious in this space around the intersection of design and AI and smart, intelligent design tools, and what the opportunities are and the possibilities are, which I think continue to remain incredibly untapped, especially as it relates to product design. And the opportunity to think about two of my favorite technologies really coming together and thinking through the possibilities and what you can do. I think Figma and OpenAI together form a really incredible opportunity to build really awesome tools. And I wanted to show you some of the experiments I've done over the years.
So that was just a glimpse of a pitch deck that I put together when I was starting that company and thinking about what Figma combined with AI could start to mean. And the reaction from a few years ago when I shared that and also some of my AI meets design experiments looked a little bit like this. People were wondering, what does this mean for my job? Is it too late to switch to pottery? There's no way that AI is going to replace me. And this was the reaction just last week as we showed a few of our community members our new AI features.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, that's actually dope.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's cool.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's amazing.
Yes!
It's cool. That's really cool. Also, just freaky.
Oh, there we go. It's working. Oh my God, this whoopee game changer.
So I think there's actually an important reason for the change in that sentiment from a few years ago to now. Now, we love to use acronyms these days. I mentioned AI earlier. There's laugh out loud, oh my God, be right back, hypertext transfer protocol, JavaScript object notation, API is thrown around a lot. That's actually application programming interface. Did you know that GPT stands for generative pre-trained transformer? So yes, every time we say chat GPT, we're really saying chat generative pre-trained transformer. And UX is user experience, of course, but maybe it should be UE. CTA, of course, is config's totally awesome. Which is true, but also known as call to action. And UI is user interface. And the name for the redesigned Figma is UI3, or user interface 3. And you saw it earlier, and it's really beautiful. Now, what about AI? What does AI stand for? Well, to most, it's artificial intelligence. Unless you're Apple, of course, then it's Apple intelligence. And I asked ChatGPT, what is AI? And it said, it's the development of computer systems that can perform tasks typically requiring human intelligence, like learning, problem solving, and decision making. But what if it didn't have to mean artificial intelligence? What else could it mean? The original founding vision of Figma was to eliminate the gap between imagination and reality. And with Figma AI, we're getting even closer than ever to realizing that vision. And so, what if instead of artificial intelligence for AI, we thought of AI as augmenting our imagination? This really deeply resonated with me ever since James Buckhouse shared this from a talk in a blog post. AI will not mean the death of artists, intellectuals, or anyone else. Instead, it will mean our rebirth, but only if we make it so. Here's how. We must stop thinking of AI as artificial intelligence and instead think of it as augmented imagination. And so, what if we embraced AI not for the technology, but rather for what's possible?
One of the things I've always found is that you've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And I've made this mistake probably more than anybody else in this room. And I've got the scar tissue to prove it. And I know that it's the case. And as we have tried to come up with a strategy and a vision for Apple, it started with what incredible benefits can we give to the customer? Where can we take the customer? Not starting with, let's sit down with the engineers and figure out what awesome technology we have, and then how are we going to market that. And I think that's the right path to take.
Building AI is really challenging. You need to understand what the technology is capable of and not just do the simple thing or the easy thing that you know AI can be good at, and balance that with your intuition for problem solving. Our approach with Figma AI is to address real pain points that impede your workflow and your craft. And there's this other acronym, the last acronym, I promise, which is AGI, or Artificial General Intelligence. And OpenAI states that our mission is to ensure that artificial general intelligence, or AI systems that are generally smarter than humans, benefits all of humanity. Now, the idea of AGI sounds a little bit scary, but what if we were to also reframe AGI in the context of Figma AI and creativity, just like augmenting your imagination? And it ends up turning into this acronym that I think reflects pretty nicely how we think about it and the ways that the features that we've built group themselves. So, AGI for Figma: automation, generation, and iteration. 3 areas that Figma AI is going to serve designers. Now, Dylan has this articulation of design, which I really love, which is design is art applied to problem solving. And basically, design lives at the intersection of applying your creativity and your artistry to solving real problems for real people. And AI inside of Figma lives at this intersection of features spanning automation, generation, and iteration. As you saw earlier today, from wiring up the first version of your prototype, to automatically filling placeholder content, to translating entire designs into different languages, to making an app to see if I should taste durian or not, Figma AI spans many parts of the design process, starting with automation. Automation are the types of things and features that help you stay in your flow state so you can focus on your craft. One of the most tedious parts of Figma that I, as I said earlier, never ever do is name my layers. And with automation, we think we found the perfect use case to apply a real pain point and, frankly, a meme in the design community to AI. So in this case, as you saw again, renaming layers. AI can understand the parts of your design that otherwise would have taken you quite some time to work through a really lengthy layer list and automate that process for you, finding a pain point and solving it through automation. Another one that you saw earlier, a tedious process in Figma, is getting started with wiring up an interactive prototype. And we found this really cool way for AI to understand the different parts across your designs to do an initial first pass of a prototype for you. So you can see, once again, it's drawing noodles one by one, connecting the dots. And again, automating a first pass of something that would have otherwise taken you quite some time. And then there's generation. Generation is core to making design accessible to all and inspiring you with new ideas and directions. Generation is about helping you create from scratch when you're stuck. Again, an example of what you saw today, now in Figma Design with Figma AI, you can get started with just an idea by describing it in words to get a starting point. And so in this case, I'm describing something vaguely similar to what we tried earlier today. And I'll start to get an output on the canvas. It works its way through trying to figure out what different components to pull in to start to formulate a design that I can take and riff on. And gives me an idea for perhaps something I hadn't otherwise thought of. I can pull the components and use them in other areas of my other designs, and it just serves as a great ideation point and starting point. Even in FigJam, it's a lengthy process to draw a diagram by hand or a template, and sometimes you don't even know what it should look like. With Figma AI, you can go from a prompt to a full template to get a starting point to imagine, in this case, an org chart for your team. It gets you quite a long ways away from that process, and otherwise manually would have taken you quite some time. Mihika actually just showed this earlier as well. Another fun example of AI in Figma is the potential for it to work across all of our products. So here I've got a bunch of sticky notes after this brainstorm that I've done, and that's in FigJam, and I'd like to convert it into a slide deck using, I still call it Slides. And AI can understand how to break down that summary from those sticky notes. You can choose a template that you want to convert it into a slide deck with, and it'll convert it into an outline of a deck that's a great starting point to help you get started. It's really cool. Again, something that would have taken you quite some time and a great starting point for you to take and tweak however you'd like. And then there's iteration. This is an area where we still have quite a bit of thinking to do, and we can push much further. But we've got some really interesting things happening here. And iteration is the type of thing that helps you go far and wide, exploring different options until you start to land on the right solution. One of my absolutely personal favorite AI features that we've built is called visual search. You also saw this earlier today. And now you can find anything in Figma if all you have is just a screenshot. And because I can find things even faster, I can get to iterating on this design I've found, or I might even get inspired by things I hadn't even seen before across my team. And I can insert the real functional layers and get to iterating super fast. Another example of iteration is taking a design you're already working on. And in this example, copywriting, it's this really tedious process where, as designers, we're often working with these really duplicative lists and, again, manually having to come up with these text contents one by one would take quite a bit of time. Now Figma can detect repeating content in any existing design and help me iterate by filling in even more realistic copy. So, AGI, not this scary thing called artificial general intelligence, but rather we frame it at Figma as automation, generation, and iteration. 3 areas where we're really helping designers improve their design process. Helping you stay in your flow state, letting you create from scratch, and iterating to go far and wide. And the acronym AI, not artificial intelligence, but rather I propose that you think of AI as augmenting your imagination instead of artificially replacing your intelligence. I know that at Figma, that's how we think about it. When I showed you earlier this reaction to some of the latest AI features, it was for a reason. Our approach with Figma AI is to address real pain points that impede your workflow and your craft, that augment your imagination. And this video is just so fun, I wanted to show it to you one more time.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay, that's actually dope.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's cool.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's amazing.
It's cool. That's really cool. Also, just freaky.
Oh, there we go. It's working. Oh my God, this will be a game changer.
Thank you. I'm waiting on someone, I think. TikTok. Back to Alexia.
I think my cue's a bit like, hello.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Give it up. That was really insightful. I think hearing about AI and all the other acronyms around it and all their potential meanings that we can give to them is really powerful. I think it's especially powerful as designers to get a glimpse at the underbelly of those AI features. I really strongly encourage each and every one of you to educate, read, watch more about AI generally speaking, because there's real power in understanding how it works and leveraging that to have even more impact as designers in our day-to-day workflows. So yeah. Without further ado, let's move on to our next talk. Our next speaker has flown in especially from New York City to come here today. You've seen her earlier. And yes, she will be having the longest flight ever that exists in the world to go back home later on. I checked. She's going to be speaking about, and I don't know how to name it anymore. Is it Figma Slides? Is it Slides? She's going to be talking all about specifically how we at Figma approach hard problems, including strategies for design and development. So please welcome Mihika to the stage.
Thank you, Alexia. Hello, everyone. So today, I'm going to be chatting with you about a story that I'm personally incredibly excited to tell, which is the story behind Figma Slides. And so many of you might know this was actually a bottoms-up project within Figma. It was something that was born out of a Maker Week project, and I'm really excited to share with you the story of how it came to life. So last week, we launched Figma Slides to the world for the first time ever. And ever since that launch, there are two questions that I've gotten over and over again. The first is, how did you get the idea? And the second is, how should I, normally a designer, work with my PM to ship the things that I really believe in? And for this question, I'd like to up-level it a little bit to, how should I, anyone with an idea, work with my company to ship the things that I believe in? So let's start with the first question. How did you get the idea? So before I worked on Figma Slides, I actually joined Figma on FigJam, and I was the second PM on FigJam. And when I joined the company, a lot of people ask Figmates, okay, you work at Figma, like what's it like building Figma inside of Figma? It's kind of, this is a colleague on my team with a tweet on the topic. And the reality is that we use Figma actually pretty similarly to most other companies. But on the other hand, we use FigJam on steroids. Not only do we use it for our brainstorms and retros, but we use it for our Gantt charts, our team kickoffs, our sprint planning, our product reviews, our all hands, our Q&As, and more. And why do we do this? Well, what's really interesting is that in a FigJam file, it's not just the loudest or the most senior person in the room talking. It's everyone. And so when someone's presenting, you kind of have something going on that looks like this. Someone will ask a question. Someone else will answer the question asynchronously on a sticky. A third person might chip in with more information. And folks across the file are going to thumbs up and +1 and heart in order to express their enthusiasm, or in some cases, their dissent. And not only is this one conversation happening, but there are probably 20 such conversations happening across the file. And it's incredibly efficient to be able to have all of these things happening simultaneously. And so I would go and talk to various folks who worked in tech, and I would say, like, okay, you guys should make your presentations in FigJam as well. And I would get something like this, which is, I like that for you. Some people were really excited and would adopt it, but majority would say this. And the reason is that, we kind of learned that when people are presenting, not only does the presentation need to be dynamic, but they also crave a certain level of visual fidelity. And so kind of began the idea of how do we build a tool that has the visual control of Figma and the interactive storytelling mechanisms of FigJam. Not to mention, we had that 3.5 million number that seemed to corroborate this hypothesis. OK, so that's how the idea was born. And the second question is, how should I, anyone with an idea, work with my company to ship the things that I believe in? So the reality is, something that I learned is that words alone are rarely that powerful. Once I had the idea, I actually spent months talking to different people about it and trying to convince them that we should invest in this area. And they were kind of like, maybe, Mihika, like maybe sometime in the future. And it got nowhere. And so what actually happened was on August 25th in 2022, we had a PM offsite where we talked about problems and opportunities we should consider focusing on. And I raised presentations as a problem/opportunity that we should consider focusing on, and worked with a small pod in order to decide on a set of next steps. There were 3 next steps. 1, build something during the next Maker Week, and Maker Week is our internal hackathon. 2nd, determine to what extent this new tool should be a combination or built on top of our existing products, Figma and FigJam, versus being a net new product. And then 3rd is, spin up a pod and hashtag ship it. So let's go to the first. This is a FigJam file where our Maker Week pitch sessions happen. We have the entire company jump into a single file and give all of their ideas. And I threw out a sticky for slides, aka Slides, making a slides product that has the visual fidelity of Figma along with the feedback mechanisms of FigJam. As you can see, this got a lot of love. And so I went around the New York office basically begging people to work with me. And one engineer, Dorothy, said yes, and then subsequently recruited her entire team to help out. And we built a prototype of the product in a single week. And here's actually a video recording of the pitch demo where I pretended that Maker Week presentations were due and I hadn't started. And luckily, I had a new tool, Slides, to help me out. The chat during the demo went wild. And suddenly, the idea was bigger than myself. There's Dylan saying, oh my God. A lot of people saying, ship it. There's a comment a little bit lower, which I love a lot, from Noah. Flied me to the moon. I agree. Let's fly everyone to the moon. And I think that what was really incredible was the momentum of this project had just gotten really big. And so, step 1, build something during the next Maker Week, was complete. Then there is step 2. To what extent is this product its own product versus building on top of Figma? So one thing that's kind of interesting is, so many of you raised your hands for having built files inside of Figma before and built presentations in Figma before. And that could have been a starting point for us. We could have started by launching a tool that effectively took Figma, added speaker notes, made animations easier, and gone with that. But what we actually heard from people is that their biggest pain point with designing presentations inside of Figma was the fact that their collaborators could not join them, and that every single time they had to go and work with the rest of their team, they were going to export. We have people saying that Figma is straight up exclusionary. And so that's how we built faith in the idea that we should actually build a standalone product. Shortly after the Maker Week, we had a meeting with Dylan where I presented this deck on Slides, why and how Figma could build storytelling. We talked about the visual control of Figma and the interactive storytelling mechanisms of FigJam. And we talked about competitors, and specifically asserted that Figma had both collaboration and visual fidelity, and most tools kind of only have one. Dylan's response was that we couldn't build a tool just because we thought we could do better than our competition, but that we actually needed to know if this product was successful, what would the world look like? And so in January of 2023, we kicked off a vision sprint for Figma Slides. And we were on the clock. It was a 1-month vision sprint with me, Ian, our designer, Gus, our researcher, and Alex, our engineer. And what's pretty interesting is when you talk to most people about product development, they tell you that there's like a right way to do things. And the right way normally looks something like this, You start with research, do that for a little bit, then flip to design, do that for a little bit, then pass off to engineering, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time for that. We had a deadline right around when research would have wrapped up. It was pretty tough. And so I think we violated all the laws of product development. And we did research, design, and engineering all at the same time. So what does this look like, actually? This means that design started on day 0, and we started designing not necessarily what we heard, but what we thought people would want. And then those designs would go into research. And then in research, every single day, we would go and we would ask questions. And we would change the questions we asked every single day based on what we heard, which if you are a researcher in the audience, I'm sure that you're cringing. But what this meant was we were able to learn a lot and get signal on so many different things in just the span of a month. And then on the engineering side, we weren't actually building the product because that wasn't the goal of this phase. But what we were doing was for the areas that we were building conviction, we were ensuring that they were technically feasible and de-risking them in that regard. And so on February 13th, 2023, we presented the Slides Vision Sprint to the Figma executive team. And specifically, we debuted a 2-part strategy. The first was a new presentation experience where we wanted to not just build a tool for stories, but a tool for conversations, just as you saw inside of FigJam. And then the second is on the creation side. It was incredibly important to, quote, deliver on the Figma promise and the visual fidelity and the craft that people expect from our platform. And so what I want to do is actually show some of the prototypes that Kian, our phenomenally talented designer, made for this vision deck. So here you can see the early innings of the alignment scale and the pole, which we just saw earlier today. Here we have the ability to easily pull in mocks and prototypes, another demo that many folks have been incredibly excited about. And one fun fact is we are soon going to be giving users the ability to snap on a device frame easily to their images. Third, a command center for the presenter. So this was the first design/prototype of our presentation view, where folks could, for the first time ever on the Figma platform, access their speaker notes. And last but not least, the first prototype of the infamous tone dial. And I got a lot of advice as we pulled together this vision deck. Yuhki, in particular, gave me a piece of advice, which was, you really need to make people feel. Every section of the deck was actually preceded by putting people into a different set of shoes and having them imagine the different starting points that they could have when interacting with the presentation. I got advice from Sho, our VP of product, to use marketing language to really help the audience feel like they were the user. And so we had one slide like this, where you can see each of these 3 pillars is actually talking not to our executive team, but to a user. So imagine that you can engage your users in a 2-way dialogue. Imagine that you can build a source of truth. Imagine that you can build with design that can't be broken. And last but not least, I got feedback from Chris, our CTO, and Yuhki, our CPO, that told me that Dylan might stop paying attention. And so what I did was, you normally have presentations that look like this. And you're like, OK, Mihika, my presentations don't look like a triangle, but let me explain. You normally have all the context setting up front. You're going to talk about all the problems. You're going to talk about all the research. And then at the bottom, you're going to show what you want to ship. Now, in this presentation, we flipped that on its head. We started with almost no context, and we got right into the designs and prototypes as fast as possible. Remember, words aren't that powerful. Mocks, visuals, and prototypes are. And so here you can see this is the deck. And over there, that white section is the context. It's like very small. And over here are all of the pain points, solutions, and user proof points to justify our vision. And so we not only determined to what extent this product was the interop of existing products versus a new product, but we built a vision to back it. Step 3, spin up a pod and hashtag ship it. So Here, I'm going to talk a little bit about how the Figma Slides team came to be. Now, I got a piece of advice when I was in college that I've never forgotten, which was that if you're trying to recruit someone to something, if you need to try really hard, like really, really hard, like bend over backwards to convince that person to join you, maybe you'll feel satisfied if they say yes, but they're probably the wrong person. Every single person on the Figma Slides team was begging their manager to join. And so here we have a message from John, the first engineer on Figma Slides, telling Alice, his manager, that he was interested in jamming on slides. This was January 12th. John did not give up. On February 16th, 3 days after the vision pitch, John followed up again. He asked what the deal with staffing was. Fast forward, March 2nd, he got some news from Alice. He was joining the Slides team. It was incredibly exciting. John spent every single day asking his manager if he could join the Slides team, and he made it on, and went on to be one of our most phenomenal engineers, not only kind of setting the standard from a technical acumen perspective, but he also had this incredible habit of documenting all the work that he was doing, sharing it out in Slack rather than having it buried inside of a GitHub link, and getting everyone around him amped up. So he recently actually shared this weekend the 76 video recordings that he's had of Figma Slides all throughout the course of its development, and here are 4 of the videos. The one in the top right is actually the first ever video recording of Figma Slides. Okay, so something that most people don't know is that coming into this year, Figma Slides was not actually on the docket for config. And a lot of people all over the company were really skeptical that it would be ready. And I found this really hard. In my mind, it was like, of course this thing is going to be ready, and of course this thing is going to be magical. Well, Sho gave me a piece of advice, which was, if the product is ready, there's no world where it wouldn't actually ship. And I would say this piece of advice is really what kept me going. Now, if you are working with your team and trying to generate bottoms-up momentum for a project, it is on you to stoke the flames and make sure that a fire burns bright so that anyone around the company can see it. Maker Week was the first example of this, the Vision Sprint was the second example of this, and now I'm going to tell you about the third example. So in January of last year, we had our sales kickoff, which was the first all hands of the year. And I DM'd Yuhki, and I was pitching him on, it would be really cool if we took the SCO talks, or the sales kickoff talks, and made them inside of Slides. I was promptly overruled by someone on the IT team who told us that it was not feasible due to production requirements. Then Yuhki back-channeled and saved the day. Well, we got the green light to use Figma Slides for this presentation. And let me be honest, it was probably arguably wrong to push the product this early. Let me tell you why. It was not really working at this point. This was around a year, and no, this was earlier this year. This was 6 months ago, and the product had barely shipped. It was very buggy all of a sudden. The video thing was being annoying. Chris decided that he might have to go back to paper and copy-paste for now. And Speaker Notes was meant to ship the next week. But what we wanted to do was generate excitement around the company. And so we wanted to make it such that anyone in the company could hop in and vote on this secret debut of Figma Slides. Yuhki said it would suck if we crashed. It probably would have. But we still thought it would be worth opening up beyond the team. And then Yuhki became OK with the crash. And so at the end of Chris and Yuki's product keynote, the opening keynote of this year, there was a reveal, much like what Dylan did last week at Config, where we basically showed off that the entire presentation, unbeknownst to everyone, was made inside of Figma Slides. And that generated a lot of hype inside of the company. a few weeks later, I posted inside of our cross-functional leads channel. Hi, 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 hi. I have secret confidential news. Please don't tell anyone. Slides will be announced at Config, yay. And so last week, we launched Figma Slides, and step 3 became complete as well. Now, before wrapping up, I have 4 parting thoughts for all of you, for anyone who is looking to ship bottoms-up change or drive a 0 to 1 project inside of your own company. The first is find your people. This is the phenomenal team, or a portion of the phenomenal team behind Figma Slides. And yes, I did make the entire team do a photo shoot in front of a bunch of slides. They're also talented, and I'm very lucky to work with them every day. And something to call out is that different people work well with different folks. So I'm sort of a really weird PM. I don't really write PRDs. And I learned that my engineer, Carl, doesn't even know what a PRD is. Match made in heaven. Look at that. We have this love note that another engineer on our team, Jessica, made for the team on Valentine's Day this year. She talked about what it was like working on slides. So there are a few things that I'm not sure you can see quite clearly, but the entire team took their profile Slack pictures with the same backdrop so that we could all match each other. Here we have kind of an average slides thread, which is 122 replies long. And finally, Noah, a Gen Z engineer on our team, has introduced us to a new vocabulary where everyone now introduces themselves into a chat with, yo! It's really fun. It's on my laptop. Last week, after we launched Slides, we had an awards ceremony for the team. And an engineer on the team, Laura, said something which was really special. I think what's pretty interesting is that if you kind of bring exceptional people together, that attracts more and more exceptional people. And Laura spoke about how she always thought that in order to work with all her idols inside of the company, she would need to hop around and switch teams. And the Figma Slides made it easy for her because they all joined one team together and got to work together. And so I think it's really important to kind of find your people and make sure that it's the people who, you know, like I said, are begging their managers to take that leap because they're really magical. Second, build a brand. We've been talking about this all day. This is the original brainstorm where Slides was born. This happened in the same file as the 3-step Slides plan for going to market. The option that everyone wants, Slides, the awesome suggestion. In January 16, 2023, I added it to my personal dictionary. I was annoyed that it kept getting underlined. At a later date, it got kind of taken over by the company. Our animations sync was called the Flanimation sync. Our layout workstream was called the Flayout workstream. And whenever we joined a Zoom meeting on Friday, I would wish everyone happy Fly Day. Fast forward to last week, where Slides became the word of the day. Woo! Third, be delusional. A lot of people are going to be skeptical, and that doesn't mean that they're, trying to put you down or anything. It's just you need to, if you're pushing something forward, be way more optimistic than everyone around you. And so, at no point in this journey did I ever let myself believe that this project wouldn't be ready in time for config, and that was really important. Not only that, but on November 17, 2023, there is a prediction that Dylan will give the keynote. Dylan will fake end the keynote. Dylan will reveal that the keynote was made inside of Slides. And that came true last week, which was pretty special. And last but not least, don't manifest. This probably sounds really weird. You're probably like, Mihika, isn't this all manifesting? So manifesting is this word that has become very trendy lately. I think manifesting is pretty dumb. And the reason I think so is because manifesting kind of says this thing of, hey, if you say this thing over and over again, and if you wish for something enough, eventually it'll happen. And my take is that that's pretty passive, right? If you want something, don't just wish for it. Don't just say it over and over again. Do all the things you need to do to make that happen. And so I actually took this picture yesterday, right across the room. It was very cool to see Figma Slides, kind of like blow up on Twitter and to see all of the digital assets. This was the first time I had ever seen Figma Slides printed in real life on a wooden board, and that made it incredibly real. And so for anyone who's looking to, make that dream a reality, like, you can do it, and it's not manifesting. Thank you.
Give it up for Mihika once again. While listening to the talk backstage, I was really reminded of that tagline that we have here at Figma about how nothing great is made alone, but with a little maybe but, really realizing how much it does require work and care and fun and whimsy and a slight delusion to really keep that fire going around which those people are going to come and work with you. And I have to say, as a fellow designer myself, it's just really inspiring and refreshing to just see the behind the scene of how really good products are built. And talking about refreshments, clear segue, we're going to have a 10-minute break just now. So go check those legs, go grab a coffee, go just talk to people as well for 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes exactly. We're going to have Noga from Figma talking, and then we're going to jump straight into our APAC speakers. So see you guys.
Had a work computer that didn't have the Figma redesign. So during the day I would go to this computer, and at night I would come back to my freelance computer, and I would find myself really missing the redesign experience. And I started getting really used to using the Command K shortcut. I was like, okay, let's just press Command K and type in what I need and it'll be there. Did feel like a little bit more freedom in the way I was working. And plus, like, I really just liked the UI because the new UI is really fun.
So we get access to this new tool, open it up. Wow, this looks familiar. Everything just makes perfect sense. And then looking at the variety of templates that there are, like, oh, there's a RACI chart, there's a project plan. Feels like a tool that designers built for designers. Using this new way of building presentations means we don't have to export out lots and lots of frames and images and assets and components and things. You can just copy a frame out of a design file and paste it in, and there it is. Looks exactly as it's supposed to look. That was a total game changer for us too. Inserting prototypes into the slide tool, piece of cake. Beautiful.
So with these new AI features, at first I was really worried, maybe it's going to start automating my job. What I found was that they're designed in a way almost where it augments what you do as a designer. The very first project I did without naming layers, just having it name everything at the end is one of the best feelings I've had in a long time. I was free from naming my layers as I move on, and it just made the design process a little bit more fun for me. The rewriting copy feature was really useful. You drag the handlebar down and it'll repopulate that same component, change the icon for you, and change the copy in a way that's relevant. Just kind of felt like magic and such a huge time saver. You can kind of get a glimpse of how it's gonna augment my creativity as a designer.
The biggest misconception that I see developers having with dev mode is that they associate that too much with inspecting the design, which they had before in Figma, but they're missing the biggest benefits of dev mode.
When there is a foundation in place for developers to start, as well as for designers to start, it accelerates deliverables that we are creating. Design is one part, development is another. Like, it's not separated, but it is a workflow. And having a foundation for them both to start, it does accelerate the building of products.
So we have a huge website with documentation about each component, how they look, all the properties. We even have code snippets in there. But developers will have to read all of that. With Code Connect, you just click in that component and then you can translate exactly what you have with all properties, text on it. I think the most exciting part of this connection is the connection with your code, with your design system. And I think that's what Code Connect stands out. That accelerates so much the development, especially when they are using that on VS Code. So HP ran a survey with around 400 people around dev mode, but the majority was developers. And the biggest outcome of the survey was the efficiency that they gain by using it. It was around 70-80% mentioned that they got big gain on efficiency on their daily work. They saved a lot of hours while they're trying to connect the code with the design.
As a new tool, dev mode has been trying to solve this connection between design and development. I think that's one of the biggest mindset changes for dev mode, and how it's really making people think on improving the process and removing this handoff and starting talking about design to development workflow.
Brian, I'm going to show you some cool new things today. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Ooh.
Okay, that's actually dope.
Yes! This will be a game changer.
So, we redesigned. How are you feeling? How does that make you feel about a redesign? Tell us just initial reactions.
It just feels more spacey, like it feels like everything's already out of the way, and that's really nice.
I like the fact that you kind of can see behind the interface, so it doesn't like box you in.
I use a lot of keyboard shortcuts, so a lot of times I'll hide like the whole UI altogether just so I can really get in the zone, focus on like what I'm trying to do without all the noise around.
I think that's going to be like huge, especially for, like you said, for like up-and-coming designers or someone new to like design.
Once you're graduated from that beginner, intermediate, you can streamline it a little more, save some real estate. It definitely feels good. It definitely feels more purposeful. The panel looks so much better.
Now, I want to show you some of the new AI features.
I think that's going to be really cool just for quick brainstorms, honestly. I think my process right now is kind of just going to the web, just like typing in stuff that I'm like generally what I think something could be. But instead of going there to like Google, I can now just do it in Figma.
It's just using a reference. That's usually one of the things that I'm always like doing at work. I'll have like a reference to something, or I'll have like a screenshot of something. I'm like, hey, do we have any designs that look like this? Some people may know, some people may not. I don't even have to go and ask. So small, but like so hence powerful. This is game changing, honestly.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's amazing. Keeps it consistent across different instances. It's always going to name it the same thing.
I mean, amazing. It will satisfy my own personal obsession with naming things and save me lots of time.
What I want to show you is a new product that we've been working on for building presentations and slides.
Before, made presentations in Figma as well, and you have to auto layout it all up, and then you don't really make templates. Even talking about sharing your work and like communicating, so nice to be able to do that. And right here in Figma and pulling images and stuff from files, that's awesome.
Especially like if you think a deck that's going out to like a stakeholder that has like multiple designers working on it at one time, like being able to do that in a deck is actually kind of game changing when you think about it. See a lot of this definitely fitting into my workflow, a lot more than I was expecting. Overall, this is sick.
My name is Joey Banks. I run my own company called Baseline Design, and I'm working as a design system consultant.
There are two AI features in Figma that I'm most excited about. And the first one, maybe to no one's surprise, but it's naming layers and the ability to just design really quick and iterate very fast and then go back and have Figma rename your layers for you. It seems like us going in and naming them manually is kind of a thing of the past, and that's one I'm particularly excited for. The second feature in Figma that I'm really excited for as it relates to AI is the ability to populate your designs with content. I can't even begin to tell you how much time in my career I've spent trying to think up phone numbers or addresses or names. It's actually pretty hard, and so the ability to have AI help with this is amazing, and I'm so happy this feature is here. So I didn't think that the new design would have actually a really big impact on how I design or how I felt about the flow of designing, but after using it for a little bit, it's kind of surprising that it really does. I had never previously chosen to hide the layer panel on the left-hand side, and now when I'm designing, oftentimes I actually do have that panel hidden just to see more of the design or more of the canvas. It's a small thing, but it makes a big difference. But all in all, it feels like a fresh take on this tool that many of us have known for so long, and that's the part I'm most excited about, to see all of the new areas that begin to develop from the new UI that's there.
I don't name my layers. I do not name my layers.
I'm not one of the people that's gonna go through and just name every single layer in my file.
Gun to my head, don't name them.
What we have here is the ability to automatically rename layers.
How would you feel if the robots could do that for us?
Oh, that would be really nice. Click rename layers.
And we can watch the layers going.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that's really neat.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's amazing.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that is beautiful.
How does it know?
Magic.
I'm convinced there's someone sitting behind and just typing really fast.
Anything that AI can do that's like grunt work, please let it do it.
When I opened the alpha, I literally laughed because 5 minutes earlier I was working with the prototyping tool that I had created a slide deck in, and I was like, oh, immediate solution has been given to me.
It's a giant pain in the butt. In terms of challenges, a very laborious, painful process to get things out of Figma into other products. We've got a set of Figma files, they're live. Let's freeze this moment in time, export everything out, bring it into this other tool. And, you know, sometimes those other tools would compress things in a funky way, or maybe not render everything perfectly or do its own thing.
It was more difficult to use, and there was a lot of communication happening outside of the tool in order to get the work done.
Sometimes we're using slide presentations and a bunch of us are collaborating together and just tagging each other. I need this artifact, or I need this, you know, a link to this prototype. Requires a lot of hands on deck to get to that finish line. So we get access to this new tool, open it up. Wow, this looks familiar. I know this interface. Everything just makes perfect sense. And then looking at the templates and the variety of templates that there are, like, oh, there's a RACI chart, there's a project plan. It feels like a tool that designers built for designers.
The biggest advantage of this tool is probably around collaboration and being able to quickly send someone a link and get them to start interacting with me. We can start to divide up the work and keeping it organized.
In inserting prototypes into the slide tool, piece of cake. We can send clients slides instead of sending them a prototype or sending them a design artifact. It's a space that they're more comfortable working in. It's going to be easier for them to add comments as well.
Being able to have a single system onto which I am presenting a lot of these ideas and concepts, they all work together, and therefore I am going to be more effective in getting things done.
I can see a world where we're going to be using this slide tool to be able to tell stories about the work that we're doing, to articulate our design decisions, to make it easier for our clients to digest the work that we're presenting. It's going to make our process so much faster, easier, smoother.
For the first time ever, I felt like the slides were working with me.
Confusing which is one from the other. 'Cause it doesn't mean so much in the end.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we're going to start again. So I'm inviting everyone to come and sit down. Anyone who's still in the hall, please feel free to come back to the stage. Hope everyone had a quick break. Hope everyone is feeling refreshed. Everyone got some water, some tea, maybe some coffee. I'm a bit of more of a tea person myself, I have to say. I really enjoy a good cup of masala chai. I don't know if we have anyone joining in from India today in the audience. Daisy folks? Really enjoy a nice cup of longqing or tie going in as well, if anyone is joining in from China. Anyone flying in from China? Hey! Anyone from Japan? Hey, there you go. Nice cup of gyokuro as well. Really good green tea in Japan. But I make exception for coffee. Never drink coffee unless I travel here in Southeast Asia. There are two types of coffees I really enjoy. First one is Vietnamese style drip coffee. Anyone from Vietnam? Hey, we have one hand over here. And of course, every time I come to Singapore, nothing quite hits like a good cup of kopi peng. Anyone from Singapore? Hey! Yeah, I've had a lot of kopi peng since landing last night. I'm very, very, very buzzy right now. Okay, looks like we've got more people coming back. This is great. So I'm going to get to introducing our next speaker. I teased it just before the break, but we're going to welcome to the stage Noga, who is our engineering manager here at Figma, working on dev mode. She flew in from London to come and join us, and she's going to share some insights about how to optimize developer and designer collaboration workflows with our new features. So, Noga, please come to the stage. Give it up.
Thank you, Alexia. So good to be with you here again. I'm Noga. I'm an engineering manager at Figma, working on dev mode. Really excited to be here with you. One thing we always say at Figma is, when you see something that needs doing, do it. Take initiative, be bold, tackle exciting challenges like Figma's future depends on it. Because it does. Figma's success is built on every single one of us never treating a problem like it's someone else's. We call it running with it. And to be completely honest, I am not much of a runner myself in real life. In fact, I almost failed high school just because how bad I was in running. But despite all that, I do believe this value has a big part in Figma's success. And at Figma, everyone are running with it. Sales, marketing, recruiting, product support. Our best innovations come from individual contributors going outside the scope of their role and solving a problem they see. And I think the talk we just heard from Mihika is a great example of that. Today, I want to focus on product teams, and specifically how design and engineering, running with it together, side by side, is such an important part of how we build products at Figma. We like to think of it not as a relay race, where each person ends their role before handing it over to the next person. We prefer to think of it as more of like a running club, all going out together for a long run and keeping up a constant pace throughout the run. I want to go into some concrete examples of how our team at Figma is running with it on a daily basis, and also call out some of our own favorite Figma features. So throughout the lifecycle of a project, as we're working on a user problem, the level of conviction we have in our solution grows. As we're getting a better understanding of the problem, exploring different solutions, diverging, converging, testing, validating, until we're finally ready to ship. And during that process, the quality of our design artifacts increases, starting from low-fidelity designs up to very detailed specs. The same thing happens to engineering. We're starting with some pretty hacky code, going all the way up to well-tested software. And what we try to do is to make this progress in design and engineering hand in hand. It's not a linear process. Sometimes engineering is ahead, and sometimes it's behind. But in the long run, we try to keep the same pace and not get out of sync. So let's see what that looks like in different phases of the project, starting with early on. Taking big ideas to production is a huge undertaking and is also hard to walk back. We wouldn't want to ship anything to our users if we are not sure that it's the right thing for them and if it's not meeting our quality bar. However, a prototype has far less implications and is often an impactful way to get internal alignment. By shifting our focus from production to prototyping, we can bypass a lot of constraints and our team can make decisions quicker. Figma's prototyping tool makes it easy to build and share no-code interactive prototypes. Prototyping brings product to life and reveals interactions that are sometimes just hard to convey with just still designs. Rapid experiments with prototypes enables our team to generate and validate multiple ideas quickly without requiring additional development cycles. These proof of concepts also help sell ideas upwards more quickly, saving time for the team and for stakeholders. And sometimes we want to prototype in code. Prototyping in code allows us to figure out hard technical details without being blocked by design. In this example here, you see a prototype from Roshan Bala, an engineer on our team. When we were building the annotations feature in dev mode, we had a lot to figure out, and we had to do a lot of iterations. There are so many interactions at play, like zooming, panning, scaling, minimizing, hovering. In this early end-to-end demo from Roshan, we started to see the vision come to life. As you might notice, this is not the final UI we shipped with, but we were able to make all this progress without being blocked by designs and long before specs were finalized. You can see more examples and learn more about how we built the annotations feature in dev mode in this blog post written by Oscar Nilsson, a designer on our team. If you want to try and do more prototyping in code with your team, these are some tips that I found really useful to just make sure that everyone are aligned and everyone's time is being put to good use. The first thing you want to align on is what are we hoping to learn? Are we hoping to test the technical visibility of something? Do we want to test an interaction? Is it something else? And also, what's our confidence level? Or in other words, how likely are we to throw this away at the end of the day? When working on prototypes, generated code is a really great jumping start point. You don't have to start from scratch every time, which is especially valuable when you're trying to build something quick. After building a prototype, we try it ourselves, we share it with our stakeholders, and maybe even share it with users in a research session. The feedback we get is how we know if we're on the right track or if we need to course correct. We try to do that and ask for early feedback in all phases of the project, and here are some examples. When an exciting PR just landed, we want everyone on the team to check it out. Sometimes we just record a quick video, like we've seen Roshan do in the previous example, and share it on Slack. But a really useful internal tool we have at Figma is front-end commit previews that allows us to share in-progress work without even waiting for the code to get deployed. This is also useful as a tool for designers to check in on progress and stay in sync. We have a Slack channel that pings our team whenever a new PR has landed, and designers often go there, open the front-end commit preview to test out things. Catching small UI tweaks when they're fresh from the oven makes them a lot easier to address, and this saves us a lot of visual QA time later in the process. We also have a weekly show and tell session with our team, where designers, developers, and everyone else on the team share their weekly progress. Beyond seeing where the product is at and sharing feedback, this is also a great time for knowledge sharing and building context. While these are just quick demos and not long tech talks or design crits, Quickly hearing about how a feature got implemented or what went into a design decision, rather than just seeing the final results, helps the entire team build context and an understanding of trade-offs. And finally, at Figma, we're lucky to be our own product users, which means dog fooding or testing out our new features before they ship is a big part of our product culture. Using feature flags, and depending on the maturity of the project, we can enable new features for either just our team, our stakeholders, or the entire company. We always encourage everyone to share feedback, the more the better. And the feedback we get internally is always useful, but it's also never enough. We always keep in mind that our usage patterns as Figmates does not represent the entire spectrum of our user base, so we will also always validate our decisions externally. So adopting this way of working of design and development, building conviction together, means that handoff couldn't be further from one and done. Throughout the lifecycle of a project, there are dozens of handoff moments when our team decides that something needs to be built. And even when we agree to build something, we spec it out, we mark it as ready for dev, these designs often changed based on feedback we get, based on an idea an engineer had, or just a decision to cut something out of scope. Even with best intentions and with everyone on the team recognizing that the importance of iterations, it can be so frustrating to spend your day fighting CSS to implement a tricky component, only to find out hours later that the design has changed and all your work has gone to waste. And that's exactly why we built the new dev mode features that we shipped last week. Marking ready for dev has been around for a while. If you're not familiar, it allows designers to quickly label a section or a frame as ready for dev without creating a separate page or file. This is a very lightweight action that helps the team all be in sync on what design we actually want to build. As of last week, we introduced a new home for everything that's ready for dev in a file. This is a useful entry point for developers to land in, find what they're looking for, and see if anything changed. When a designer makes a change to a ready frame, the ready for dev indicator will turn yellow. And when they're done making edits, they can let the rest of the team know by adding contextual notes and marking it ready again. The team all gets a Slack notification letting them know that the design has been updated, and they can go to the file to compare changes and see exactly what changed. The new completed status also allows us to close that loop and keep track of what's been implemented. We also now have a new focused inspection experience that hides everything else on the canvas and lets you see just what you want to build. All these new features allow our team to move fast while staying aligned. Speed and efficiency also come from everyone having the necessary context and being empowered to make decisions. When team members understand the broader picture, they can make informed decisions and trade-offs quickly. One advantage of recent years and transitioning to a more remote and virtual world is that not just the sales or research teams get to meet our users, and we don't have to wait for a once-a-year conference like this one to see our users' faces. Our team regularly joins research sessions and read feedback sent us directly from users, as you can all submit now in this feedback link from our new Ready for Dev view. And having that strong understanding of what's important to our users empowers each and every one of the teammates to make trade-offs independently and move fast without being blocked on a product manager to make any decision. Comments are a useful feature to use for everyone to suggest ideas and give their feedback. Anyone with any seat or any permission level on a file can leave a comment, and everyone else on a file can see it and respond back. Engineers on our team often have ideas for things they'd like to see on a product. Being front-end developers, building a product for front-end developers means we have a lot of opinions. And oftentimes, the easiest way for a developer to suggest idea is just to build it. So here's one example for something that often happens in our team. Here, Martin, an engineer on our team, felt the need to have an alphabetical sorting order in the new Ready for Dev page. Martin just ran with it, implemented the solution, and shared it with the team. After trying it for a while, we decided to keep it, and it's in the product today. There are also times when these ideas get built, but then reverted. But when the cost for building is low, it's a really useful way to get your idea across, as long as it's not a one-way door. A time of year when this goes even further is Maker Week that you also heard from Mihika about. Once a year, Figmates are invited to pause their day-to-day work and join a cross-functional hackathon, which is an opportunity for anyone to decide what they want to work on. Since 2018, Figma hosted 10 Maker Weeks, and 100 of projects came out of these. Many of them ended up shipping externally, like music and FigJam, design system analytics, and most recently, slides. And if you're noticing a pattern here, yes, it's probably wise to keep an eye out for any idea Mihika will be pitching in our upcoming Maker Week in August. So after we prototyped, shared, got feedback, iterated, pivoted, did some dog fooding, ideally, we're feeling good about our solution and we're almost ready to ship. Just almost, because Figma has a very high quality bar. Professional product teams like yours use our tool every day, all day, to make great work. Even small paper cuts that don't seem that bad in isolation, like a menu that opens too slow or a confusing message, can grow into a much bigger frustration when repeated 100 times a day. Here are some ways that our designers and developers collaborate to get our features ready for launch. So at Figma, we don't have dedicated QA people on every team, so developers and designers own the responsibility to make sure that our features are ready to be shipped. One common practice in our team is a bug bash, a time when the entire team gets together to try and break our product. And these bug bashes take different forms depending on the feature we're testing. Sometimes they're very well structured if we want to make sure we're covering all edge cases that have to do with permissions or security. And sometimes they are a lot more free-form if we want to just see how different features interact together and see what could go wrong. Pair programming is also a pretty common practice, but what about design and engineering pairing? We found that a few hours of collaboration between a designer and an engineer can knock down so many small UI details that otherwise might linger at the bottom of the backlog due to low priority. Here's another example from Oscar and Roshan that paired together and worked on this PR ahead of our recent config launch. Annotations and measurements are really useful features to clearly communicate design intent when you want to get to that pixel-perfect level. Designers can add additional context, specs, and measurements to a design, and developers can easily see the designer's notes as they work, ensuring they don't miss any crucial detail. And compare changes is another really useful tool for those times when the details really matter. You can compare changes to an older version in time. You can compare a detached instance to its original component, or you can compare any two frames you want on the canvas. Compare changes allows you to see the diff both visually, side by side, and in code to make sure all changes are captured and no detail is lost. And finally, Code Connect that I mentioned earlier is another important feature to mention when talking about quality and polish. When using Code Connect, DevMode will display real-world code snippets from your design system instead of auto-generated code. Code Connect is especially useful when you have an existing design system and want to drive consistent and accurate use of it. And that's it. These were some examples for how design and development are running with it together, side by side at Figma, from prototyping to polish. Embracing change, adapting quickly, sharing context, and working together are key to our team's success. It's what allows us to stay relevant, listen to our users, and quickly build features that solve their problems without getting paralyzed. And that's why, while personally I'm not much of a runner myself, I truly enjoy running with my team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noga. Amazing. OK. I think this just goes to show how key developer and designer relationships are. And as a designer advocate, working with a lot of teams out there that use Figma, the biggest shift that we do see, positive shift, is when really those designers and those developers start working more tightly together, start communicating efficiently, work in the same space, and just in general become each other's best allies. Do we have any developers here in the room today by any chance? Show of hands. I see one hand over here. 1, 2. Not a whole lot. To be honest, I'm not entirely surprised. I didn't think, I thought it might be like that. But I really, really encourage every single designer in the room today, when you go back to work, talk to your developers, honestly. It makes such a difference. I never had as good a time as a designer as when I was working tightly with my developers. Potentially show them these new features, and you'd be surprised if you haven't talked to them yet at how many pain points they might have in their day-to-day workflow that together you can work to help mitigate. So yeah. Next up, I'm very, very excited. We're going to be moving into our Config APAC speakers. We have Alejandro Urrutia, who's coming in from Sydney, Australia. He is the Experience Design Manager at Commonwealth Bank, and he will talk to us all about how he sets the right infrastructure and foundations to build really great products at scale. Let's welcome Ali to the stage.
Thank you so much. What is quality? I'm going to ask you a favor. Close your eyes and ask yourselves, what is quality? And I'm really impressed. You are better listeners than my kids, so thank you so much for that. Now, with your eyes still closed, try to imagine how, for the people that you work with, the product managers, engineers, designers, people from marketing, try to imagine how they think about quality. And finally, picture what leadership thinks about it. Regarding quality, I'm certain about a few things. One, regardless of the discipline we belong to, we all care about it. In 20+ years of experience working in design in South America, Europe, China, Japan, and now Australia, I haven't crossed paths with a single individual that doesn't care about creating exceptional experiences. Second, even for very well-aligned teams, quality will mean different things. Each discipline will have its own definition of quality. And even among our discipline peers, there's a likelihood for being misaligned in regards to quality. And finally, the larger the team size, the smaller the odds to consistently achieving quality. Now, if your eyes are still closed, please open. I do not want to make 1,200 people sleep when I'm speaking. Hello, everyone. I'm Alejandro Urrutia. I lead experience design at Commonwealth Bank in Australia, Australia's largest bank. And I'm very happy to be here with you because today I'm going to share my views on the conditions for creating quality at scale. I think it's the right time to talk about quality, given the momentum that we are having For the last few months, leaders of design, leaders of business, leaders in general, and the design community has been very active, sharing, caring, and talking about quality and the value that brings back to the business. There's a lot of voices, a lot of great messages, and with a special focus on beauty and craft. So it's very exciting to be talking about this. There's also statements like this, and I'm going to read it out loud. The Chief Design Officer is most responsible for elevating the quality of the customer experience with special attention to craft. No other individual should care more about craft and quality. You don't know me. You do not know, but I have a very good poker face. This is disappointment. I believe this message is unfortunate. First, because it undervalues the care that all other disciplines have around creating exceptional experiences. It was maybe 15 or 20 years ago that the front-end community started to champion accessibility, the one that started to care about creating accessible and inclusive software experiences. So I think this is somehow unfair. And the second point is that even for, it positions the desire to create quality as an exclusionary effort for design. If you work in a cross-functional environment, you know very well that this is not a reflection of reality. So maybe this is a good time to remind us all that what we designers do, it's to plan, it's to create an intention of what an experience could be. And I want to highlight could be, because it's through collaboration with other disciplines that we do strategy, we do research, we do concepting, experiments, we build experiences, and we put the experiences in front of the customer together with other disciplines, never in isolation. So when we define quality for experience, we need to consider every aspect of it rather than a one-dimensional view. Let's take a great dining experience as an example. Let's say a customer goes dining out, well, probably because they're hungry, or because they want to try a special dish or a particular cuisine, or because they want to enjoy the social aspect of going out for dining. Ideally, the restaurant will have everything ready. So from ordering to serving, there will be no delay. And the customer will have a familiar setting, a table, chair, a menu in which they know how to order, cutlery, cups, things that they are familiar and they know how to use. And the experience will be as personalized as possible. The staff of the restaurant will try to adapt to the preferences and taste of the customer. Every aspect of this experience will be catered so the customer can have a delightful dining experience. It's by understanding all what it makes an experience exceptional that we can define the conditions for quality. I have a friend called Armando. He is a fellow design leader, and he once told me designing is 20% designing and 80% setting the conditions for design to happen. And I believe that's also true for quality, especially at scale, when every single attempt to create value by every single one of us, it's an opportunity to be successful if we are intentionally setting those conditions, or to fail when we are not. To seek quality at scale, we need to start setting the expectation for quality to happen, both with leadership, but also with our teams. Like any other strategic goal, it needs to become a shared objective, so we are all sitting behind it, making it happen. Everyone aligned, making quality happen. It is also important that as a business, we understand the constraints that we have, because that's going to give us the extent in which quality can or cannot happen. There's a very nice quote from Ryan Singer, he's a designer, that says, best, it's relative to your constraints. Without a time limit, there's always a better version. And I just realized I lost my poker face. I absolutely love this quote, first because I'm an optimist, and I believe we can always do better, build better quality products, but also because it gives us an awareness of where we are, what are our constraints, and if we know our constraints, we can work around and trying to remove them and make quality happen. It's also important that we understand, as a business, what is our position? Are we going to focus on doing more quantity, or focusing on doing a bit less, but with a higher degree of quality? Focus is going to be on future sprawl or less, but with quality in mind. It's also important the ways in which we design our organization, because the ways in which we shape, we design, we structure our teams and ways of working, it is going to have an impact on the quality of the work we do. To set the expectations for quality to happen is the first step. But if we cannot point where our quality bar is, our teams will not know where we are aiming, right? I would imagine that some of us, or maybe probably most of us, at some point in our careers, we work for a company that, for whatever reason, lacked strategic direction. What happens when a company lacks strategic direction? I'm the only one with a microphone, so you cannot answer. I'm going to answer that. What happens is every single team will take a different path. And when every single team takes a different path, we all land in a different destination. A couple of years ago, I had a manager that used to say, our quality bar is very low. We need to raise our quality bar. But then failed to explain what the bar was. What standards do is to help us move away from the abstract into something concrete, into something tangible that makes it super easy for us to articulate and communicate what we mean when we mean quality. Now, the industry in which we play as a business, the channels in which we service our customers, the segments we target, and the positioning we give our products, our services, and our brand is going to help us define the standards and the degree of the standards that are going to be relevant to us. If you service customers through digital channels, investing in design systems, experience principles, and frameworks is going to help us to enable our teams to be able to potentially deliver quality consistently. One caveat, though, is that having a high-quality design system does not guarantee a quality experience. It only helps us to expedite the potentiality of delivering quality consistently. By investing in specializations, we are making a deliberate choice to focus on craft, on quality, and excellence. It is unfair, on the other hand, to expect that a generalist will do strategy, research, visual communication, marketing and brand design, iconography, pictograms, interaction design, prototyping, what else I have there? Have product sense, business acumen, do front-end development. You're probably getting the point that I'm trying to make, and I need to breathe. It is unfair to expect that a generalist will do all of that in a time-constrained environment and expect quality to happen. It is not only unfair, it is, from a leadership perspective, unrealistic to expect that quality will happen in such conditions. If we shape our teams only with generalists, our experiences will be generic. In managing consulting, there's a saying, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I believe that's also true for the strategy of elevating quality at scale. If we do not create a culture in which our teams are allowed to care about quality, if we do not create a culture in which our teams can collaborate naturally between team members, disciplines, business units, groups, if we do not create a safe environment for our teams to call out whenever we drop the ball of quality, quality will not happen. It is key for us to create a culture of enablement and empowerment so our teams can bring to life high standards, bring their craft, so we can achieve quality at scale. With this, what we are doing is designing the conditions in which our teams are aligned on our expectations based on standards, so we can enable them to execute in autonomy and achieve quality at scale. Another way to think about quality, which is complementary to what I just shared, is that making sure that for every step of the product development lifecycle, we are meeting or exceeding expectations based on the standards that are relevant to us. The logic of the framework is we need quality inputs into our systems, so then we can create quality outputs relevant to those inputs, so we can obtain quality outcomes. Let's bring it back to the dining experience, which I hope you remember, example that I had before. Let's say a restaurant cannot provide high quality ingredients, cannot provide seasonal ingredients. In fact, they can only provide low quality ingredients. It will not matter how well presented a cooked meal is based on those inputs, those low quality ingredients. The customer will likely grade the experience as mid or low quality. Or let's say the restaurant does an amazing job sourcing high quality ingredients, best available ingredients in the market, but either A, our kitchens are in high demand, so we make the decision to rush meals from the kitchen to the table, resulting in undercooked meals. Unless you order ceviche, which is something that I will probably do, an undercooked fish, I guarantee you, it's going to be a low quality experience. Or B, our kitchens can support the demand. We have the best chefs, we have the best service available, but we haven't been clear about what are our standards for quality and what are the conditions for that to happen. As a result, the experience is going to be potentially inconsistent in regards to quality through different interactions and through time. So it's key for us to bring to life at every step of our process, I'm going to repeat this again, high standards so our teams can bring their craft, achieve excellence and quality at scale. So, whether you work at a big bank, at a social media company, a big agency, enterprise tech, or a restaurant, when considering quality, and especially when considering quality at scale, the problem is not how large our teams are. The problem is not how many opinions those large teams bring into every conversation. The problem is often not being intentional in setting the conditions for creating quality at scale. Thank you so much, and enjoy your meals.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Ale. Give it up once again. Okay, so we're going to be heading into our lunch break shortly, but not just yet. We have one more talk to go through before we get there. And this is going to be with Shantanu Kumar, who's a creative director and as well as a video content creator that's coming in from India. Maybe some of you know him. He told me backstage a few of you guys recognized him earlier. To introduce this talk, I would like to say that a thing that is top of mind for us as designers is the speed at which we share our creative work across countries and, most importantly, cultures. And Shantanu is coming here with a very strong point of view to share his thoughts on how we can ensure that design remains unique and expressive to the people that it's serving. So please welcome him to the stage.
All right. Thank you, Alexia. Hi, everyone. How many, can I get a raise of hands if you've ever come across this post on Twitter? Not a lot. But basically, this post talks about the state of how depth of detail and how everything is losing character. And basically, everything is starting to look the same, right? Have you noticed how design has become increasingly repetitive, soulless, and generic? Every website, every logo, every social media post feels like it's built on a template. Maybe we're getting lazier, or maybe the world is moving too fast. But we seem to be focused on just the functionality, on just getting things done. See, there's no denying that form follows function, and function is king. But we've gotten so stuck on optimizing for function that we've forgotten to nurture form. See, fulfilling utility is one thing, but achieving it with beauty is another. Minimalism, for example, was supposed to be all about clarity and purpose. Instead, we've compromised it, and now it just feels manufactured. This mass-produced corruption of minimalism has reduced our creative efforts to just functionality and lacks identity. And it's left us surrounded with objects and places that lack soul, that neither tell a story that nor evoke any emotion. I mean, look at most of the cafes around you, right? They all feel incredibly similar. And I recently read this article by Kyle Cheka, and he highlights the same problem of bland Instagrammable cafes. And after reading this article, I realized that I wasn't alone in this thought. Also, through Twitter, I came across the Culture Critic. Basically, Culture Critic tweets about the state of architecture, and he compares the architecture of the present to the past. And he argues that in a quest for simplicity, we have lost the wealth of expression. And I couldn't agree more. In other words, everything is becoming vanilla. Once I started to notice this pattern of repetitiveness, I just couldn't unsee it. That feeling that once you become conscious of something, you start seeing it more and more, the beta manner phenomena. In automobiles, in rebrandings, in architecture, in just furniture and interior, I noticed this depth of detail in almost everything I consumed. And it really troubled me. I believe that good design cannot be rushed, right? It must flow. And every time we need ideas, Pinterest isn't the only answer. I think that's probably one of the reasons that most of our designs are similar, is that we've all been using the same mood board. right? The same inspiration. Like, how can the output be different if the mood board itself is so similar, right? So we need to look beyond our digital screens. Like, we need to invest more time, and we need to dig deeper for ideas. Today, I want to talk about and share a branding project that completely shifted my perspective as a designer. And I want to share my journey with you about how art and culture inspired me to be a better designer. In 2021, I worked on this branding project, and it made me realize that design is so much more than just solving problems and fulfilling functions. It made me fall in love with the process of creation. Hi, I'm Shantanu Kumar, and I lead a small creative agency called Sketch Design Studios back in India. Lately, I've been traveling a lot. I love to travel. I love food. I love talking to people. And I love learning the history about the places I visit. And besides my design agency, I also have a YouTube channel where I document my travels and creative projects. So post-COVID, after the difficult lockdown, Sikkim was one of the first places I traveled to. How many of you have heard of this place called Sikkim before? If you're from India, just put your hand down. Yeah, literally nobody. So Sikkim is a small but beautiful state in the northeast region of India, and it shares its borders with Nepal, Bhutan, and China. And that's one of the reasons that the culture there is so much more different than what you typically expect to be Indian, right? As a fresh digital nomad, I stayed in an Airbnb there. I enjoyed the gorgeous views of Mount Kanchenjunga. And I worked on my freelance projects. And I remember just one afternoon, I was shooting a YouTube video in one of the cafes there. And the owner came up to me. He was probably intrigued by my cameras. And now, I don't know whether it was the universe eavesdropping or just the law of attraction. I was approached by this guy to work on a brand identity for a new initiative called Sikkim Coffee. It was an easy yes, like Sikkim and coffee, like how could I say no? But it was also the biggest project I had taken up at that time, and it felt like a big responsibility. This project allowed me to channel my passion into something meaningful and impactful. And it was basically like a passion project that I was getting paid for. Before I dive into the details of the design process, let's understand the goals of this project, right? So it wasn't just any other coffee brand. The main vision of this project was to make Sikkim into a coffee state. Sikkim's economy primarily relies on two factors. So that's tourism and public sector. And using coffee, we wanted to add another dimension to the state's economy and create more opportunities within the state. Notably, Sikkim is also India's first organic state, and all farming done in it is organic. And this term, organic Sikkim, is widely recognized across the country. And yeah, we wanted to leverage this reputation of organic Sikkim to build a coffee brand. We also aimed to use Sikkim coffee to represent the culture of the state and help the world learn about the state. Sikkim is still comparatively undiscovered, and there are not a lot of resources available online. So I decided to extend my stay and spend a lot of time talking to the people there, just looking beyond the digital, right? So I explored a lot of monasteries, the traditional elements. I looked closer to the architecture there. I looked at scripts, the language, and basically any means of their expression. And based on my research, I had three key observations or problems that I needed to tackle through my design. First, the state was a blend of cultures, very similar to Singapore in that sense. And it was heavily influenced by Nepalese and Tibetan cultures. It was almost like a double-edged sword in that sense, because at one end I had this vast library of cultures as research material, but to find something at the intersection of it, to find a symbol that every Sikkimese could resonate with was incredibly difficult. And in search of this symbol, I came across 8 lucky signs. At first, it felt like a great idea because it was easy to derive a logo from here. And each of them have really deep meaning. So we could have used that to build the brand upon, right? But the problem was that every other small business in the state was using these. So again, it felt repetitive, and it wasn't unique, and we were back to square one. Lastly, Mount Kanchenjunga, Sikkim being home to this mountain, felt like an obvious choice. But I wasn't really going to make a logo of mountain and 2 coffee beans, and that wasn't really, I'm not that guy. So it was too lazy, it was too obvious, and any brand that grew coffee in the mountains could have used it. It needed to be different. I remember one time I had gone on a trek with some of the locals there towards the borders of Sikkim and Nepal. It's about 3,500 meters, sorry. And the guide was telling me that we would be really lucky if we encountered a red panda. Now, I had no prior knowledge about this animal before. But once I learned that this was the state animal of Sikkim, and it just felt like a perfect fit. Besides being the official state animal, there were a lot of reasons it felt, yeah, I know, it's adorable. It's adorable. If you just go back and look at red panda videos, it's super cute. It was the best part of the research. Yeah, so there were a lot of reasons that it felt right. The Indian variant of red panda, there's a Chinese variant and there's an Indian variant. But the Indian variant of red panda is exclusive to the Himalayan range, and it felt like a perfect symbol for Sikkim coffee. It's an endangered species, so there's less than 10,000 of them remaining. By choosing red panda, we not only found a mascot that embodies the spirit of Sikkim and its culture, but we also aim to raise awareness to the preservation and to the preservation of this important species. Now that I had the mascot, I needed an art style and some direction for the brand. So I delved deeper into the culture, explored monasteries and different forms of art, and I came across this really fascinating art form called thangka. Now, the thangka painting is usually done on a silk canvas, and it's all about attention to detail. Each of them is filled with stories and lessons to be learned from. And it's so precise and intricate that each of them is very unique in its own way. So this essence of attention to detail and storytelling is something that I wanted to capture in the brand's identity. The second form of art I came across was Tibetan calligraphy. Now, this is almost like a lost form of art. It's only, I noticed it in prayer wheels inscribed in the religious establishments there. But not a lot of people practice it now. And there's not a lot of resources. It's not a font that I can download off Google, right? Like similar to the red panda, this was an endangered form of art. So similar to the Japanese language, there are multiple scripts and styles of writing in the Sikkimese culture. Most of my friends know how to speak the traditional languages, but not many of them know how to write it. Visual representation of culture is much more difficult to preserve, and it's often lost earlier than the oral ones. And I wanted the brand to preserve this form of art. So if you look closer at the calligraphy, you would see there's a stamp of the artist that the artist used to mark as their signature. And apart from representing the identity of the signature, stamps are also used to mark the origin of a place. So I found this concept really interesting. And this layout of calligraphy on top and the stamp below it became the foundation for the design. This is a little breakdown of me just trying to explore the red panda. The difficult challenges were that I had to condense all its features and reduce it to a mark that was scalable and yet recognizable. So after doing a lot of iterations, I realized there were 5 patches, 2 on the cheeks, 2 above the eyes, and 1 on the nose that were distinct to this animal. So I retained those, and taking inspiration from the thangka paintings, I tried to incorporate these curves to give it a more traditional look that made the ears and the eyes. Then I moved on to the calligraphy. Now, this was probably the most difficult part because I was completely new to this language. I did not know the script, and obviously there were not a lot of resources available online. So I had to take a reference from a lot of previous calligraphies. And also consult like a few experts that were still practicing it. I won't dive into the details, a lot of technicalities behind it. But if you know calligraphy, and calligraphy is traditionally done with ink, right? And ink flows on paper in a certain way. And to replicate that flow on digital was the most challenging part. But after a lot of repetitions and a lot of trials, I finally got it right. and this became the wordmark for the brand. So this calligraphy spells out the word Sikkim, so that's S, E, K, E, and M. So that's Sikkim. That became the wordmark for the brand. This is a more polished look at the typography. And then this brought together with the red panda design, this became the combination mark for the brand. Since this Sikkim Coffee project, I've enjoyed design so much more. And I actively take up projects that allow me to learn about different cultures. There's multiple solutions to this problem of mass production and repetitive design. And I found that culture was my source of inspiration and my answer to saving design from being repetitive, right? What I basically want to say is that, if we put too much importance on the form and not enough importance on the form of it, then what's stopping us from having a dystopian future that looks like blocks of stainless steel? Like if you Google futuristic cities, like blocks are all stainless steel, right? I don't want to live in that sort of city. Yeah, so it's been about a year since the brand has launched, and it's quickly become one of the most popular coffee shops in the state. And among the youth of Sikkim, people drink it with pride, the coffee from their own state. Yeah, so I started my design agency soon after this project, and the lessons I learned during this project became the core values of Sketch Design Studio. The first lesson was that culture is all about people, and so is design. Like, people are at the center of it. Understanding culture has helped me understand people better, and thus helped me in becoming a better designer. Second, we are stuck in this echo chamber of design being influenced by other designs. If you look at art, art is always inspired by life, right? Art is not inspired by other art. But we are stuck in this echo chamber of design being influenced by other designs, and we need to look at real world for inspiration. The third lesson, and the most important, is that admiration of beauty is one of the most human experiences. Like, all of us admire starry nights and sunsets. Like, who does not like that? So when solving problems, that we must remember that beauty is also a function. I truly believe that design must have a soul that resonates and inspires. Otherwise, AI is already here. And I want to leave you with this quote that I feel articulates my thought very well, and it can act as a compass the next time you're stuck in a creative block. If you want to be a better designer, study the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you guys can believe it. This is Shantanu's first time ever speaking in public on a stage.
Thank you.
Come on. All that to show that it's not actually impossible to do it. Just know that every speaker, whether it's from the Figma team to our actual APAC speaker, they don't just show up and then rock the stage. We're all not naturals at it. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of rehearsal, 10, 20 times, and really anyone can do it. And I just want to let you guys know, do it at least once in your lifetime. As a designer, imposter syndrome is something that I think a lot of us deal with. I dealt with it. And one quote that really helped me when I was going through that is that there's only one of you, which means that the expression that's coming out of you is unique to you. And it's not your job to judge it or to compare it. Your only job is to put it out there and let the world have it, because no one else can do what you can do. And it's the same with design, it's the same with storytelling. So I really encourage you at some point in your career to just get out there, share the stories you have to share, whether that's with maybe a Friends of Figma group that's nearby you, organize something, put together a little event to share the community, just take advantage of the events you have around. So yeah, do it. Okay, we had a very inspiring morning of talks. We're going to head out for some lunch. A few things to know before you head out. Take your belongings with you. Take with them. We're not going to have them stay in the room over the lunch break. We have ushers that will show you exactly where to go to pick up your lunchbox. And our program doesn't actually stop during lunch. We will be having activities. We have a demo stage where we'll be having 2 demos. We have an AI demo at 12:45. We have a dev mode demo at 1 p.m., so you can just eat and enjoy that as you go. We also have a few product booths if you want to stop by and just ask a few questions to the team about the new features. We also have a Figma mall. I saw some people already taking advantage of it. Don't forget to put a sticky on that. And we have our infamous wax store. If you have been dreaming about those socks, this is the best time to get them. No shipping for you. And we will see you back in a little bit less than an hour at 1:35 p.m. on the dot. So 1:35 p.m., okay? See you guys.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Woo! My name is Jessica. I'm a designer advocate here at Figma, and I'm based in Singapore. I hope everyone had a great lunch. That was a heavy bento box, right? And I hope you guys are not falling asleep because of food coma, because I'm really excited for the next session, because you're going to be hearing directly from Dylan and Yuki on a variety of topics across product, design, building a company, and company culture in a fireside chat. Our session will also be moderated by Kyle Wu, who is a senior UX designer at Sixth Sense, and he's also one of our Friends of Figma leaders here in Singapore. So join me to welcome Kyle, Dylan, and Yuki.
Thanks, folks. All right, hi everyone. I hope everyone had a great lunch break. I'm so excited to be here today on stage because we have a very special session with Dylan and Yuki. Definitely need no introduction. So we'll just want to get everyone ready for the rest of the afternoon session. So we'll start off with something very simple.
Thank you for doing this with us.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so...
Hi, everybody.
All right, Yuki, say hi. Yeah. In Asian culture, we always start off with food. So I just wanted to, your warm-up question today, like, what did you all have for breakfast today?
Oh, man. Well, it does not compare to the amazing bento box for lunch. Speaking of which, I do have a bit of a food coma. If I yawn, I apologize. But I had like an Americano.
Okay, that's all?
Well, I had a little bit of fruit as well. So.
Got it.
I had congee with century-old egg, right?
Ooh.
So that's really good, yes. And then some dragon fruit, which is really amazing here.
All right, that was a much better answer.
So my
now I'm hungry again.
All right, so with that, let's jump into it. My first question is for you. I know you already alluded to this briefly during your keynote, but wanted to get your insight on why Asia is the first place that you've decided to host Config internationally, and why now?
Yeah. Well, we, as we thought about the idea of doing this, first of all, I pitched the team on it, and everyone said, "Are you serious? We're going to do config, and everyone's going to be super exhausted, and we're going to go out and do it again?" And I was like, "Yeah." So in terms of why Asia, why now? Asia is one of the fastest growing regions for Figma, and we feel when we look at the innovation that's happening across Asia right now, there's so much for us to learn. Yeah. It's such an opportunity to bring the community together. Absolutely. And so I hope that this is a good start of this today. It's an experiment. We've never done a config after other config, and then seeing what happens. And so we're going to learn from this, just like all of you are seeing how this goes too. So definitely give us your feedback and tell us what we can do better, and then we'll figure out if we do it again. But in the meantime, it just feels so special to us to be here with all of you. So thank you.
Yeah. And I think we can all agree that we are super excited that Config's happening in APAC. I know when the announcement first came out, everyone went crazy. LinkedIn was ablaze. Yeah, so speaking of coming to Asia, Yuki, my next question is for you. I know recently you've not just Singapore, you've also been to Japan, Korea as the chief product officer at Figma. You get a lot of opportunities to meet communities, to meet customers internationally. I wanted to learn what kind of takeaways you have from these meetings, and do they influence product decisions and roadmap?
Yeah, for sure. So, one of the reasons I love going to all these different regions is just understanding from all of you how you use our product, and depending on the markets, it could look very different. So, for example, here specifically in Southeast Asia, one of the things I find is that many companies are building for multiple markets at once. And as part of that, need to design for very different languages or very different cultures, all from the very beginning, which I think it makes the designer's job actually much harder. So that's an example of, well, how can we support it? And a few years ago, talking to some designers out here, thinking about how things like variables or translation features can make that easier. Or if you go to kind of like East Asia, where Japan and Korea and China, they have a lot of considerations around typography that are very unique to them. And so we've been spending time investing in those kinds of features. So that's more about kind of how people are, some very unique needs. But also, it's our opportunity to learn, for example, here in Singapore, there's a lot of amazing companies and even the government that uses Figma in interesting ways, and that's like really exciting and interesting for us to hear about. I think we have some people from the government here, Or, when I was in Japan last year, I spent some time with some third graders who use FigJam in the classroom.
Cool.
And so it's really fun to just see how people are using our product, and it's very much inspiration for us because at the end of the day, 80% of our users are actually outside of the US. And even though many of us are based in the US, we need to build a product for everyone, just like all of you do. And so it's inspiration, and it definitely affects the roadmap.
Cool. Nice, thanks for the answer. I guess we were talking about roadmaps, right? I know we last met last year. I'm not sure if you remember, at the Singapore office opening. So that was May last year. And one thing I remember quite clearly was you talking, someone asked you about AI, and your answer was very pointed. You're like, we want to be very deliberate about how we integrate AI into Figma. And 1 year later, we're here 1 week after Config. We've seen these features released, and we've seen a lot of excitement. Folks were like, hey, I now get to work on the important work. But in the same breath, we also see worry. Folks have been saying, hey, there's a lowering floor and rising ceiling. Make sure I get it correct. And I guess with these opposing threats in mind, what skills do you think designers will need to serve them well in the face of changing tech, whether that's AI or something else we expect in the future?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the things that we really focused on when we were building these AI features is, really first focus on the designer persona and make design more efficient for them. And, when you look at all the work that you do, there's a lot of design that feels like manual labor, right? Even that example of creating placeholder content, right? A lot of us are too lazy to create that content, so create a lot of fake content or gray rectangles, and all those things aren't necessarily strategic work, but they're necessary. Or if I'm designing for iOS, what does it look like in Android or in other, in other responsive states? Like these are things that a machine can figure out, in the hopes that designers can focus on something more strategic. But that does mean, though, that designers are going to be pushed to do more strategic work, or to explore more options than they usually are, because exploring is a little bit easier now to do. And so I think as a result of that, I think people are going to go a little bit one altitude higher, right? And this has actually been happening even without AI, right? With design systems, for example, people don't have to think about all these pixel level things as much because you're using these design systems, these powerful building blocks. So you're moving kind of like higher and higher. It's more abstracted, right? And I think that's it's a wonderful thing, but it does mean that some of your job changes. And I actually think that over time, the PM function and design function will, I think, converge a little bit. Is my
I
take.
disagree. We can debate this one.
We can debate this one. But I've always been one.
It's rare. Usually we agree on most things.
Yeah. Well, I've been on both sides of this, so I feel like the boundaries should be more blurred. But this idea that you're thinking about the user problem more, you're thinking about broad solution spaces more, and so I think that from that perspective, there will be new skill sets that designers will have to learn as they go to these higher altitude considerations. But that doesn't change the fact that core to design is solving problems, right? Thinking about the user and challenging the status quo. I think those are things that it's very difficult to imagine a machine would ever replace.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess since Dylan, you had something to say about the converging PMs and designers. You mentioned this briefly in Config as well, not just this year, but last year. Maybe your thoughts about the same question, how do designers face the future when tech changes so quickly?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, just to go on the disagreement with Yuhki there and to play that out a bit more because it's kind of fun. I mean, look, I think that there's LLMs available today where you can type in a prompt and you get working software, right? So in that world, you are the product manager, I guess, as a prompter, and the LM is the engineer, right? And there is no design. Where's design? You get one-shot solution. Now, is that good software? Probably not. You're not actually exploring the option space. You're not looking at what's possible. Our job at Figma is to make it so that, first of all, you're as efficient as possible so you can be as creative as you can possibly be. And if we're able to accomplish that goal, then the technology that we put out there will make it so that you can actually explore more of the idea maze, more of the possibility space, in order to actually create something that is more unique.
Got it.
That exemplifies your craft more. And I think that will elevate design and make it so that designers assisted by technology will outpace all these different AI technologies that exist outside of the designer context.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to retain our core skills and find a way to augment, like what Jordan said, augment your imagination with whatever tech comes your way.
Yeah, but the world is evolving, so we need to evolve our tools. We need to evolve the way we work with them, and we need to do that quickly.
Yeah.
This is the time.
Correct, because tools in the end are just tools, right? Your core value as a designer is not necessarily knowing how to use Figma, not necessarily knowing how to prompt AI.
Well, it's to have that context in mind, the user context, the problem that you're solving, the temporal context, the societal, cultural context, to be able to understand how it relates to the system, to everything else you do, to be able to understand the intersection of brand and usability, and be able to actually understand the research considerations. I mean, there's so much that goes into being a great designer. There's no world that I see where AI replaces that. But there is a world where AI helps you explore the possibility space more and work at a higher level of abstraction.
Cool. All right, thank you. Very insightful. So let's switch gears a bit. Since we're in Singapore, we are here very cosmopolitan, we are very diverse. A lot of the conversations always revolve around how we foster cohesion. I know Figma is in an expanding spree. We are having more offices, especially in APAC. When it comes to company, how do you envision us maintaining and I guess nurturing company culture as we expand more globally?
Yeah, well, so I think in any expansion of a company, whether it's an office that is domestic or an office that's international, you need to have shared values, first of all. You need to find great leaders. I saw our Singapore leader in the audience right here. He's actually joining us from vacation. Thank you for doing that. Welcome back. You can return tomorrow. But you have to find great leaders. I know Hiro is here somewhere as well, from Japan. And you find great leaders that align with the values that you set out. And then I think that you need to spend time together. Break bread, eat together, and talk. And really make sure that everyone understands what is the company about. And I think that culture, I could wax poetic about culture all day long if you let me. So you have to cut me off at some point. But part of it is making decisions, right? And so you have to show people the history of decisions that have been made at the company, and show up and really give context on why you're making calls the way you're making them. And one way you can do that for us is our all hands, which we call Fig Nation. And so we really tried to make sure that everyone sees that and have a core base of people that one thing we do look for is people that speak English right now. We're starting to relax that constraint over time. But we want to make sure that people are able to understand the Fig Nation content. And that's really the reason why, is that we have that shared language, that shared context.
Right. I guess with that being said, how do you know then that you've been successful? Let's say we expand to several more countries. How would you know that this culture has percolated into all these offices around the world?
Yeah, it's culture and success there. It's hard to determine sometimes. Definitely harder to determine in a short-term way. But I think long-term, you can very easily see it, whether it's working or not. And it's all about making sure that you are spending time with people, that you are seeing where they're coming from, that you're hearing them out and empathizing with their context, because culture expresses differently in different places.
Yes.
And then holding people accountable to sort of the cultural norms that you set as an organization.
Sure. Cool. Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah. I literally could talk about this for like an hour. So
Yeah, I heard.
Trying to be good.
I enjoyed. So if you missed Dylan's podcast with Lenny, I think he talks a bit about culture. I think you should absolutely listen to that from last week. Yeah. So maybe back to Yuhki. Where do you see this is a big question, but where do you see the most significant opportunities for growth for Figma in the next, say, 2 to 3 years?
Yeah. I mean, many of you in the room are here building products, digital products, and when we think about that entire end-to-end journey, there's so much more that we can do to make that more effective, help you build the best products possible. And the way we've always thought about our product roadmap is we think, okay, how do you take an idea, right, in a brainstorm, for example, and translate that into a design, and then how does that turn into code and then and a product in users' hands? And when you think about the end-to-end journey, we're in the, we've started to cover some parts of it, right? Like a few years ago, we brought FigJam into the world, thinking about ideation phase. Last year, we brought dev mode, where we're thinking about how the design translates into code and the developer considerations. But there's so many things in between, and we can probably go even further than dev mode, right, to get a product into users' hands. So that's the problem that we're focused on. And I would say that, I'm sure many of you would agree that there's many, many problems or inefficiencies that still exist in that process, and that's what motivates us to think about, what we can do. And so, we're curious as we come to regions like these, what are some of the unique things that make product development hard here? And that's really kind of going to be years and years of roadmap, I think, especially in a world where the way products are being built also have been changing, especially with things like AI, or especially with things like design and code coming closer together.
Cool. Thanks, Yuhki. So I think as a Friends of Figma community leader, I'll be a bit remiss if I don't ask about building community. But maybe from the audience, as a show of hands, who here is part of your local Friends of Figma group? All right, few hands. Okay, there should be more than this. So if you're not, go to friends.figma.com and look for your city and join that. Yeah.
So much opportunity to expand.
Yeah. So why I'm asking this is because Figma is clearly well loved by the community. You've seen people literally just taking photos with the super graphics outside. I guess beyond product, beyond tooling, why is community important to Figma? And I guess how do you see the community, especially the community here in Asia, helping to play a part in growing Figma in the future?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm always fascinated and I always love community. So there's the personal value part of it. For me, community it's almost like an intrinsic value that we should all hold. I think in the context of design, there's so much knowledge that we all have a chance to share.
Yeah.
And the more that community can form, the more that knowledge can be shared locally, the more that opportunities can be created for people. And so I think of it more as in service of the community rather than the vector through which Figma grows. Right. That said, of course, yes, we also benefit from it too. We learn a lot from the community. The community teaches us things. The community points us to, here's what we want you to do. And that feedback vector is very helpful.
Yeah. I think that also plays into what you were mentioning about coming to APAC.
Yes.
It's a very different context. The folks on the ground will actually know what it's like to navigate the spaces that is like product development, that is, I don't know, the pain points of being a designer here in APAC.
Yes.
More clearly than someone who just like parachuted in, open office. Yeah.
Totally, and of course it goes beyond the tool.
Yeah.
Right? The working culture in different regions is completely different. And that's something that we have to learn from as well. And I think that just as we drive narrative, story, content, make sure that we're creating artifacts that serve the community, we have to understand that local context.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're not able to do our jobs right.
Cool. All right, you heard it from Dylan. Please join in and help out with your local community. All right, I think Dylan, Yuki, thank you for your thoughts. It's really cool to see Figma here in APAC. I think everyone's super excited. So to wrap up, we just have a quick lightning round for the two of you. We have very fast questions. So ready, Yuki, Dylan?
Yeah.
I'm nervous personally, but okay.
All right, first up, the first one's a bit harder, but if you were not working at Figma, what would you be doing?
Wow.
Probably building a design tool.
A different one.
A different one.
I've always wanted to be a brand designer at an agency. Yeah,
Ooh.
just doing
Where's
illustrations
Shantanu?
like
We should talk to
these.
him.
You would be very good at that.
Yeah.
Don't
All right.
us.
Okay, next one. Describe each other in one word.
So the hard part about working with Yuki is that he's kind of perfect.
Ooh.
So that's my word.
That's one word.
Perfect.
Gosh.
Wait, before Yuki, did you want to continue that thought?
That's the hard part about working with Yuki. Have you ever worked with someone who's perfect before? It's hard.
It's not what my performance review says.
And we can always be better.
I would go with intuitive.
Aww.
Yeah, which is that I think, so Dylan's a person who's always reading a lot of comments. Like even just before this, I think you were just scrolling through Twitter, reading everything, all the feedback that we've been getting. And I think that kind of naturally becomes part of your intuition, and then you have this gut feeling about, like, is this gonna be a good decision, or will users like it? And so, yeah, there's a lot of intuition that you exude.
Oh, absolutely. I think what I've heard a lot from Dylan is you really have your hand on the pulse of what's happening in the community and also what's happening in the world at large. Yeah, cool. Next one. Okay, and these will get easier from here. Dark mode or light mode?
Sorry?
Dark mode or light mode?
What time of day is it?
Now?
Probably light mode right now.
So you switched?
I switched.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Right now, I kind of think that for UI3, I like dark mode a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, audience agrees. I also have UI3 in dark mode. All right, next one. Another hard one. Papyrus or Comic Sans?
This is not a fair question.
I mean, if it was like Intel or Helvetica, that's such an easy question, not worth asking.
Yeah. I would go to Comic Sans because I feel like Papyrus, you're trying too hard and it's still not good. And Comic Sans, it's at least, you just don't know. You just
it's vibing.
I was thinking Comic Sans, but because of the history, you know, just really the deep history of Comic Sans.
For the legibility. All right, so we started with food, so we're also going to end with food. So next up, something local. Durian or no durian?
Durian.
Okay, so you have to bring Jordan if he's around, bring him out, and you get your honorary Singaporean badge.
So for me, I lived in Singapore when I was young, from 5 to 8, and my dad loved durian, but the rest of us didn't, and we would always have him eat outside in the balcony by himself. So I'm still no durian, but maybe I should try it again after many years.
After a few years. All right, and then one last one, bubble tea or kopi peng? Okay, wait, for context, for the folks who are not from Singapore, kopi peng is coffee with condensed milk and ice. That's our default coffee drink if you go to a coffee shop.
So I like condensed milk. It is not like me. So therefore, ice bubble tea.
Right.
Okay. Just because otherwise, you won't see me for a while.
Yeah, I think bubble tea too. Sometimes it just substitutes for a meal.
Oh, yeah, it does. Depends on what you put in it. You can put lots of stuff in it. All right, Dylan, Yuki, that's all the time we have for now. Thank you for providing some very interesting insights as to what's happening at Figma. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy your afternoon sessions. Thanks, friends of Figma Singapore.
Yo.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, speakers. Thank you, Dylan, Yuki, and Carl. That was such an insightful discussion. I could tell that everyone really enjoyed the conversation and their banter. Moving on, with the rise of so many new tools, it is natural for us designers to also ask ourselves, what is my role now? In the next session, Meng To from Design Code will share insights on how these new tools have enabled designers to accomplish even more. So please join me to welcome Meng To.
So I actually made this slide in Figma Slides, aka Slides. So I'm Meng, and I'm really excited to be here today. This is actually the biggest stage I've ever been to, and I'm really honored. So I moved to Singapore last year. It's been amazing to see how lively the design community is here. And coming from the freezing winters of Canada, it's wild to see that we have summer all year long. I even get to work on a balcony, which is wild. And my kids are going to school in Singapore, and they started speaking Singlish. So today, we're going to explore the evolution of design tools, how they have transformed our roles, so the before and after, and how they enable us to do so much more today, both in design and in code. We're also going to explore AI, which might make you pause and ask, what is my role as a designer today? Will AI replace me? And you might ask the same as a developer, maybe the 3 developers here, as a UX designer, as a content writer. So let's take a look at the timeline. It all started about 3 decades ago with Photoshop. Most of us were graphic designers, and we work on a resolution of 640 by 480. Part of my identity back then was to create forum signatures, can you believe it? And Winamp skins. Some of those were serious awesome. And I even created mine. In fact, we love to come up with really dark and evil names. And mine was Shadowless. And believe it or not, I created an art community back then, and it grew to 50,000 users. I was quite proud. It doesn't sound like a lot today, to be fair, but it was huge back then. So I taught myself HTML and CSS using GeoCities and Microsoft Front Page. It was using WYSIWYG, which is what you see is what you get. And it created the most horrible code. But as beginners, it was a great way to dabble into code. I don't know if you remember, but we used to do spacer.gif just to create flexible spacing. And then we had 9-slice scaling just to create what we love as designers for rounded corners. And then we used tables. I know this would fuel some nightmares today, right? And then Flash came along. This is where I learned motion tweens, animations, action script, and adding annoying sounds to websites. I was working on a 15-inch monitor in a whopping 1024 by 768 on a Windows machine. So we were inspired by the Matrix and I'm sure some of you can recognize 2 Advanced Studios, one of the biggest inspiration in graphic design back then. While it produced some amazing websites and skins, there were also no standards. It was the wild, wild west. There were no rules, fonts were tiny, and low contrast. I'm sure the accessibility police would not like that. Nothing was reusable. Performance was horrendous. People created some really bad designs. I mean, who still create these buttons like this? And I believe was widely considered the dark age of design. So along with Flash came Fireworks, which was an early version of today's modern tool like Figma. It was vector-based. It was made for the web. You could create pages and states. You could export to HTML and CSS. And it was widely loved by its core users. Eventually, though, Adobe bought Flash and Fireworks. Steve Jobs wrote a famous letter, and we know what happened next. Sorry, Sho, who's the VP of product at Figma, I heard he was part of the Fireworks team. So with the death of Fireworks, it was natural that Sketch would become its replacement. And with the rise of the iPhone, many designers became user interface designers, not just for the web, but also for mobile devices. So Sketch was perfect for the job. It had components, constraints, and a healthy ecosystem of plugins, which gave birth to Craft, Zeppelin for content generation, prototyping, and developer handoff. And a little side story here. I started to write about Sketch when I worked in San Francisco, which was my dream job about a decade ago. And my blogs really took off. But then I got kicked out of the US because of visa issues. That's when I decided to travel for about 2 years. And then I wrote a book about design and code, which I only expected about a few hundreds to sell, to be fair. But eventually, it sold for 12,000 copies, and it gave birth to design code. So I'm really happy about that. Then Figma enters the chat. It changed the game completely. I fell in love with it against my better judgment. I mean, how can you create a tool inside a browser? That's what I thought. Everyone loved native apps. It was more performant. It was more responsive, everything. But Figma changed everything, including what I thought to be a good product. And it was because it was cross-platforms. It had real-time collaboration. It has a free plan with unlimited drafts, which made it virtually free for most designers around the world. Before Figma, right, if you wanted to share your designs, you had to upload it to Dropbox, communicate on Slack, and hope for the best. If you wanted to prototype, you had to install Craft, you needed a developer handoff, you needed to install Zeppelin. But Figma had all of that. Isn't that amazing? 4 major subscriptions in one single tool. And I wrote a blog post about it. Changed my life. I got to meet Dylan after this. And he told me that because of this post, they created a new department for content. and they sponsored a design system course which would receive millions of views and is still popular today. So thank you if you're one of those who took my course. I actually dodged a bullet, because if Figma didn't sponsor this course, I would have gone with InVision. Thank you, Figma. So that brings us to today. You would be hard-pressed not to find a designer who's not using Figma. People are obsessed with Figma. In fact, a little bit too much. This happened during Dylan's keynote, right? And Dylan couldn't stop wanting to close it. So please, don't do this again. So shift number one, designers moved from graphic design to user interface design. Nowadays, designers are wearing multiple hats. They're not just creating static designs, they're also creating responsive layout, animations, and even some aspect of implementation. So before, we did everything in code, writing CSS styles from scratch, media queries, and testing on multiple browsers. At some point, honestly, I skipped Photoshop entirely and designed everything in the decoding tool. We had beautiful tools like Espresso, which allows me to create simple HTML sites and upload it to an FTP server. No complicated setup, and those were the simple days. Compared to today's complex tool set, we have to install so many extensions, libraries, and frameworks that we have to learn and adapt. No wonder that designers are scared of code. I understand why, though, we move in this direction. We want web apps. We want animations that don't refresh every time that we click on a link. But now, with Figma, you can do all of that stuff directly in the design tool. And I think it's far more effective, and you can now create prototypes, interactive components. I think it's much better for productivity versus doing it directly in code. Design systems. We used to create a huge style guide. We had to document everything, color assets, measurements, and tell people in the team how to use them. A lot of meetings were wasted. But with dev mode, you can have variables, you can have that within a live URL, you can invite your developers to inspect. And with Code Connect, you can have a single source of truth where developers and designers can reference the same component. So before, I had to recreate all and every single component from scratch in CSS, do that in React, and then, I don't know about you, but after a while, and if you haven't worked on a project for like 3 months, you come back and you just forget everything, how you organized. So dev mode can export everything to CSS, to SwiftUI and Android, and you can bridge your Figma components with Code Connect. In fact, with amazing plugins like Anima and Locofy, you can export to a multi-page with interactions, HTML tags, React components, and I was able to create all of this just within Figma, everything that you see right here. So shift number 2, designers are becoming increasingly more technical with code at their fingertip. And then there's artificial intelligence. We have ChatGPT that can answer any question that we have. We have GitHub Copilot that can code for us. Perplexity AI can search better than any Google search and without the ads. Midjourney can create images. Claude can create content and assets. In fact, I was able to create some of these icons. Typically, I would have to do quite a bit of research. And if you give it some specs, like the size and the width and all of that stuff, you can have AI help you. And of course, we have Figma AI. Sorry, I have to go a bit fast. I'm already out of time. Can rename our layers. And so the third shift is that we have an assistant now. You are a design lead. You can lead with instructions. Of course, comes with some side effects, hallucination and job worries. Might try to outsmart you, but it's worth it. Now, would you rather be the person who's moving the toilet or the person giving instructions? Of course, I say that with all the respect that I have for craftsmanship. But at the end of the day, we should focus on our personal emotions and craftsmanship and taste that we have honed over the years to be the designer of the future. The question is no longer if we should, or if designers should code or not. I think you can with AI. Your assistant can do 80% of the work, and we all know the last 20% is actually the most significant. So technology is advancing very quickly, and tools are getting more powerful. Being designer or any kind of creative professional has always been about more than just the tools. It's about solving problems, telling stories, and bringing ideas to life. It's about understanding human needs, emotions, and designing solutions that resonate. ChatGPT might have helped me with this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meng. Thank you so much. Well, up next, let's talk about design and creativity. I think you'll like this one. So, we know that creativity is at the forefront of the works that we all do as a designer. And how can we design from our inner soul? Let's welcome Feng Zhu from FZD School to tell us more about it.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me hide this. I'm going to control this with a game controller. Isn't that cool? Because this is what I do. All right, thank you everyone for coming to this event. So my talk might be a little bit different from the previous speakers because I don't come from UX or graphic design. I come from a very different industry. But I do think what I'm going to talk about today is very relevant, especially if you are a young designer trying to break into this industry. The title of my talk, Designing from the Soul, is really, really relevant today, as you'll see. First, a quick introduction. Let me move the mouse out of the way. My presentation is really simple. It's made in Photoshop JPEGs. So. All right, so my name is Feng. I've been working in the industry for 27 years now, in video games as well as motion pictures, films, and I'm also an entrepreneur and educator. So I worked on a lot of stuff that you guys probably seen. From designing on Transformers, Star Wars, Alita, just too many things. And a lot of AAA games that I'm sure a lot of you play, like the Call of Duty franchises, and The Sims, and Unreal, Gears of War, and so forth. I got about 50 games on my resume, mostly AAAs. So yeah, I've been around for a long time. I've been around since the mid-90s, working on all this stuff. So in that time, worked with a lot of good directors, like George Lucas, and James Cameron, Bay, and Luc Besson. And worked with many, many good studios around the world, like film studios like Universal, Warner Bros., and so forth. And our students have went on to work on a bunch of cool stuff as well. So these are probably some of the games that you've all played. Our graduates are out there doing pretty much every AAA that's out there has our graduates in it, like the recent release Baldur's Gate and Cyberpunk and so forth. Oh, I noticed my timer is only 23 minutes, huh? Okay, I gotta hurry this up. Okay, it's not half an hour. All right, that's all right. So today I'm gonna show you guys my industry portfolio and how I got into this industry. But actually, that's not what I'm gonna do. Because I've been doing a lot of these talks in the many years. So from the early 1990s to now, I've attended a lot as both a speaker as well as an audience member. And something I found that doesn't resonate with the audience is showing you guys a portfolio. And I'll explain why. But by the way, I switched this image out on the upper right there. That's Essinger. You guys know him? Because I know there's probably a lot of Apple fans in here. So Essinger, the founder of Frog Design, he did the Snow White design for Apple a long time ago. So he's the CEO there. Anyways, put him there, did a presentation with him a few years ago. Because showing the ending is not very inspiring, okay? However, a lot of young designers these days are chasing the ending without even knowing why. Okay, look at some of these thumbnails I got from YouTube. 20 minutes, Blender Fast Track. By the way, look at the one that says 20 minutes. I know the font's really small. The video is only 16 minutes. So, yeah, I'm not sure how that works. At least the one below is 1 minute, and the video is exactly 1 minute, right? And then there's 50 digital art tips in 10 minutes. This stuff is not good, okay, because it implants something in your mind that you have to rush to get to something. And in that process, you completely forget what you're actually doing, okay? So it becomes focusing purely on the tool rather than the content. And we see this a lot, not just I'm sure in your industry, but in my industry as well, in which the students are coming out with a portfolio that has zero value, and they're not going to get hired by anything. And speaking of AI, the previous speaker mentioned, they will take your job because AI doesn't think that much either. It just regurgitates. So if you're regurgitating, you're going to have no job, right? So a lot of students ask the question of how. How do I draw? How do I paint? How do I use this? How? Everything's a how. But the result is this. It's soulless, valueless, because the question you should ask is not the how, which we'll talk about in a second. So imagine if the movie Titanic, right? I use a lot of movie references since I come from this industry. So imagine this movie only show you the ending for 3 hours. So like someone like me, like a geek, I probably like it, but 99% of your audience will find it really boring. Even if everything is technically correct, it'll be boring. Because what we actually care about is the story, the journey. Okay, we care about the story because of who's involved, what happens to them, all the things they go through. Design is exactly the same. Just because you could use a tool and put some stuff down, it doesn't necessarily mean your stuff is good. Same thing with Titanic. You have to tell the story, and that's what made the ending impactful. Okay? So instead of asking how, we're going to ask the 5 W's. Okay? The why, what, when, where, and who. You got to answer these questions before you do the how. The how is actually pretty easy, actually. Learning tools, especially nowadays, especially with Figma, these tools, they make it easier for you. So now you can spend more time doing the 5 questions down below. So today, I'm going to talk about not why I became a designer, but how, because telling a story is important. I hope to inspire you to think about your own stories, because that's what's going to make you unique. Because so many designers are trying to find out, how do I stand out among the sea of designers? This is how you do it. It's not through the tools, it's not through the process, it's just through who you actually are. So I'll share my story, even though I only got 20 minutes. Okay, let's try to rush this. All right, so what inspired me growing up? I ran this in 30 minutes. I finished in 28 minutes, so I got to compress this. All right, so what inspired me? So I grew up in the 80s, watched a lot of cartoons, and this stuff introduced me to storytelling, which is really vital. Okay, it's very simple to understand stories that even for a 5-year-old, I knew who's bad, who's good, what kind of adventures are going on, and it made a huge impact. In fact, Hollywood is still regurgitating half of these things now, remakes of just Transformers I worked on, right? So, and then I played a lot of video games, so I happened to go through the 8-bit to 16-bit to 32-bit era, which nowadays is probably for younger kids, don't even know what that is. So basically, there's like 8 colors, 16 colors. But to me, that helped me a lot with my imagination, because with the graphics being so limited, my imagination filled in everything else. So my brain was working overtime to fill in the graphics that these games, like the first Zelda game you see there, it's got like 8 colors. But in my mind, it was fully rendered with clouds and everything, because that's how I saw it in my head. Music, of course, so I was really lucky to grow up in this time period in which a lot of new types of music were coming out, such as grunge coming out of Seattle. So Nirvana, of course, and a lot of gangster rap coming out of the East Coast. So a lot of new age music and Beastie Boys and so forth. But for me, I was reading the lyrics. I was trying to write them down because back then, you couldn't even get the lyrics. There's no YouTube, right? So you try to listen to it over and over again, try to write everything down. And as I'm doing that, I'm seeing what the artists are seeing. I'm getting into their world because these guys are singing about their lives. So they're very, very deep meaning in their lyrics, like REM and so forth. Then that also helped my imagination. Of course, books. So these are, by the way, covers the books I've read when I was young. So Lord of the Rings, I read when I was really, really young, and it created all sorts of cool imaginations in my head. Of course, Michael Crichton and Dawn of Prophecy and all these cool fantasy books that I read. All right. So movies is a huge one for me growing up. I watched Star Wars, and back then, you didn't even know how these things were made. I didn't know what behind the scenes were. There's no DVDs, right? There's all VHS tape. So to me, Luke Skywalker was real. Star Wars is real. They exist somewhere out there in the universe. So I really want to be in this world, and the most important thing is knowing the story. What captivates me is the characters and the people they do, the things they carried out, and things like Blade Runner. It's very deep film that I didn't really understand when I watched it when I was 7 years old, but I knew the world was something I'm seeing for the very first time. I've never experienced something like that before, right? Kind of the first cyberpunk that you've seen put on cinema. And of course, lastly, toys. I think toys nowadays, they're not as, I guess, selling well, but they're so vital in developing a child's mind because it lets me continue my own stories. I could finish watching a movie and then go home and continue making my own stories within that IP. I could also mix and match. I could make Ninja Turtles versus Transformers, right? Transformers versus Star Wars. It's up to me. And all that stuff will spark imagination. And at the same time, this is when I was about 10 years old, I started making my parents take me to museums around the US, such as the New York Natural Museum, and going to the library on weekends to get books. Now, some of the stuff I fell in love with, right, are airplanes. I love jets, and right. So I love airplanes, and totally geeking out, finding out everything about them as much as I can. Now, I'm sharing this with you to share my personal story, right? Hopefully, I'm telling you this, you can see what inspires you. This is the stuff that's going to go into your design, as you'll see. Next, my parents had a big backyard, so on summers, I'll go out there and crawl around and look at ants and insects and whatever I could find, because they live in a complete different alien world than us, so I could spend all afternoon just crawling around the backyard with the bugs. Right? Ancient culture is something else I love, especially ancient Egypt, Mayan, and Japan, and so forth, just finding out everything I can about them. And of course, animals with David Attenborough. Back then, Discovery Channel was the thing I watched all the time. And some of you probably noticed a pattern of animals here that will play a big part in my career later. You guys notice the pattern yet? Who they are? Okay, next one. So during that 10 years when I was growing up, my mind was just feeling nothing but just ideas. Those neurons were connecting. Neurons that seemingly don't relate to each other were now connecting. That's how imagination ideas are made. I never thought about the how because I didn't even know they existed, okay? Because back then there was no books you could buy. So even though these are some of the heroes in my industry, for example, Ralph McQuarrie, who sold Star Wars to Fox and so forth, Sid Mead with Blade Runner. But at that age, I didn't know who they were, and I didn't care. I didn't want to be them. But nowadays, so many young designers are trying to emulate other designers by looking at what they did and emulate their style. And that is going to make you already a very repetitive designer because you're not coming up with your own ideas, right? So then when did I want to become a designer? So being an Asian kid growing up in LA, they make me go to a good college, so I had to do it. So I went to Berkeley. Even though it's a good college, I went to Worcester Hall, which is pretty crappy, I think. And the school taught me just how. I hated it. They were not trying to make my imagination grow. It was like how to do a blueprint. I chose architecture, by the way, how to draft, how to do all this kind of stuff. Everything was how. And I knew right away this is not what I wanted to do because the teachers there were not challenging me. So I started sneaking out of school. So I went to watch Lion King that came out that summer. And this movie completely changed me because it was a coming of age of Simba running away from his problems and then trying to face his problems, right? So I thought, hey, this is what I got to do. So, yeah. So I dropped out of college. So those are some of the photos I took before I left school. My wife's in the audience, so that photo is that's old, okay? So anyways, that photo there is, that's not my wife, but it's got a photo of Simba right there. So, yeah. Anyways, I don't know where she's at, so I'll get it from later. So then I went to Art Center. I found out Art Center teaches this stuff, and I knew from the day one I was in the right school because the teachers there teach you how, which is important. But 90% of the time was on the why. They were challenged to think, why you're doing this? What's this for? Why are you putting it this way? What story are you trying to tell? Everything was challenging my imagination. and we skip all the tools, right? Forget about 3D and all that stuff. Get it on paper as fast as you can, because the idea is what sells. This is what makes you all the big bucks, not this. Okay, so the imagination is what sells. And the next day, we'll pitch in front of our classmates, seeing their expressions, seeing how they react to you, because that shows you if your design is successful or not, right? And then sometimes I'll go to the local airport and draw airplanes. That's KSMO, which is near the school. Some of my work, so then I designed what I want to design. And you can see some of the stuff from my childhood coming out, airplanes, animals, right? I started to tell the stories I want to tell. All the things I had as a kid, now I could put it down on paper and show it to you guys. And this is why those companies approach me, because that's what they're building. Those IPs are stories. They need someone to come up with those original ideas. They don't want to regurgitate, especially your AAAs. Nowadays, they're doing a little bit more of that, but back in days, they were trying to do original content, because that's going to make them billions and billions of dollars if they could capture IP that could live for a long time. So they came to me for a lot of this kind of stuff, right? To help them dream up faraway worlds, all the stuff as a young kid I loved, becoming my own explorer. And if you can have this kind of creation in your work, clients will come to you because they see you as someone who's filled with imagination. This stuff is easy. We could all do this, right? AI could start doing some of the stuff, but you can never do this. So then what I want to do in 5 years, back in 1997, that's when I got out of school. Those two icons probably give it away. So I worked pretty hard, and I made myself got into Skywalker, got invited by George Lucas to work on his Skywalker ranch there. So I was one of the youngest designers to join his art team. So this is a very small team of people working on Star Wars. So besides the producer and our intern, there's 7 people. 7 people created everything you see in the film, which is quite amazing. It all came from over here. That these IPs will go out to the entire planet and become toys and posters and all these kind of things. 7 people. Idea came from here. That's how cool this job is, and that's why I do it. So then why did I choose this career? Right? Because it's fun. That's it. That's it. It's fun. Okay? On the upper left corner, I had those posters in my room, and now I'm holding the original pencil sketches, right? So I could get dressed up as a TIE fighter outfit, and those are the original outfits from the movie, not some cosplay stuff, right? Get to practice lightsaber, and then put it in the movie, like in the afternoon. Okay, hey, let's just fight with lightsaber and see if we could do some other stuff with it. And then we draw it down and put it in the movie, and Georgia come and go, that's pretty cool, let's put it in the movie. Awesome industry. And of course, sharing our designs with the world never gets boring, because instead of putting on Facebook, you see your stuff in Times Square. It's pretty cool, So driving down to LA and see on the giant billboards and the buildings and so forth, and other kids my age back in the days would now watch these things and hopefully inspire them to do what we do. This is why I'm in this industry. All right, so who am I today? Same, I'm still the same kid. I'm still fastening with airplanes. Now I fly them. And then a few years ago, I went to the Serengeti and saw the birthplace of Lion King. And of course, all the Egyptian stuff and pretty much all the ancient places I've been to already, because that's what I like. I never changed who I am, right? The 7-year-old me is still today exactly the same. That's what I think makes my work fascinating for directors in these big studios, because they see that you're just filled with ideas, right? I also have a school in Singapore, been running for 15 years, and I want to do this to my students as well, which is forget the how, right? We got to teach you that. That's important. However, I have to pass down that passion for design. And notice this school is a physical school. Even though every other day we get inquiries to do this online, right? I never did it. Passing up probably millions of dollars in revenue, but I don't want it. The reason for that is because I see how important human interaction is in design. You see them in the eyes of other directors or friends and other designers. Because I've been in so many art departments in Los Angeles that so many cool ideas are just born out of just chatting. Right? Having a sandwich, go, hey, wouldn't it be cool if Yoda and the Wookiee are on the same planet? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, let's put it down. And then George will say, go, okay, cool, Yoda and Kashyyyk. So that's how things come around. But if everything was online and digital, I think I'm going to lose a bit of that. So that's why my school has always been a physical school. And also, me as an instructor, teaching the how, like I said, is important. But more importantly, I have to recognize the uniqueness of each student. I try to find out who they are. For example, Marie down in the corner there, she's from France, from a small village. So I go, hey, why don't you put that into your work? What kind of stuff do you saw in France that I cannot see? I wasn't born there, right? So she started leveraging that. We have students come, Norway, and they start doing like Viking stuff, all sorts of cool stuff that has to do with the background. That's my job as an instructor, to leverage their uniqueness, because they're going to come out of school with that kind of portfolio, and it's going to get them a job. Right? So next time you're designing, you could also ask what these 5 Ws, right? What inspires you? When did you want to become a designer? Where do you want to be in 5 years? So important because I was in Paris just in March, and I was asking the same questions to a lot of students, showing me their portfolio. They couldn't answer it. They're just like, I don't know, I just saw this could be kind of cool online. So that's why their portfolio had no value. They don't even know why they're doing it. It's like, if you want to do this and make big bucks, you could. There's a lot of money in this industry. You can make millions in this industry if you want it. But you got to be freaking good at it, okay? So you can also ask the same questions with your designs. What are you designing? When does your story take place? Where does your design located? I know a lot of you probably do UX and UI and so forth. Same things apply here, right? You cannot just become a robot. So these are the same questions I asked in Paris, and yeah, almost 90% of them couldn't answer these simple questions. But if you ask me about my design, I could tell you so much of it, you get bored, because it's all in my head. I could tell you all the stuff I did before I created these designs, okay? So I'm gonna briefly touch on my AI here, because if you don't ask the whys, right, that you do this, then your stuff will start to look the same, right? These are just some of the stuff I found on Pinterest of what AI generates. Because AI regurgitates what's fed. It looks at the same sources so to make another one. It actually doesn't really think like a human. The main difference, and by the way, it stays within its rules. The human brain doesn't work that way. So if you look on the left side, that's how AI kind of is trained. It looks like existing sources and makes another one by bashing it together. The human brain doesn't work that way. Our neurons are far apart, for example, and two ideas could then link, they'll grab each other and start making a new idea. So that was the example on the right. Is the other day, I was in my office, I saw some leaves fluttering in the wind. I thought, that's kind of cool, it's kind of cool little thing. What if I make that into an alien airplane wing or something that works more like a leaf? The AI can never do that because that requires a human mind to make those links. So that's why if you're a good designer, we don't care about this tool. I mean, we could use it. It's kind of useful for generating some ideas and so forth, but it's not taking our jobs. In my industry, nothing's happened in terms of AI. Actually, we have more jobs now because clients are using AI and they find it frustrating because you can't give them what they want. So they'll come to designers to solve the problems. Right? Because AI can only prompt, it can only give you one thing. It cannot actually solve actual design things. It's very form-driven, so it gives you one solution, one form, but design is way more complicated in the form. Like AI cannot design a car right now. It cannot even figure out how the door opens, how the trunk opens, because it's too complex. And right now, it's not being trained on that model in terms of what we do. So I do industrial design, so it's really, really difficult. All right. So before I end this show, I want to talk about this show real quick, another film reference. So this is a very old movie, The Truman Show. Right? Some of you guys maybe seen it. It came out in the 90s, but I think it's so relevant to today's industry. So let me briefly summarize this movie. So Mr. Truman here was born in a very idyllic oceanfront city, little town, I guess. Has a perfect job, perfect friends. Everything seems perfect, except one morning he finds a stage light in the middle of the street, and this takes him on a journey of what's going on in his world. Well, from the audience point of view, us sitting in the movie theater, Truman is actually a star of his own reality show, except he doesn't know it, right? He was a orphan. They put him into the soundstage in Hollywood. The entire world controlled by producers and executives using the popularity of the show to sell products, as you can see below. And to keep Truman from running away from this imaginary world or this fake world, they use fear. So you can see the poster in the back says, "Don't fly," right? Plane will crash. And when Truman was very young, they staged an accidental drowning of his father, so that way he'll be scared of the ocean. So therefore, Truman will never leave. But of course, one of the actors on the show, because everyone else is a paid actor in this entire world, so one of the paid actors tells Truman, hey, this world is actually not real. This is all fake. You need to leave this space. So Truman eventually finds the courage to sail the little boat onto the ocean, fighting all his fears, tears, and all his fears. He had to get away. And eventually crashes to the end of the soundstage, makes a hole in the wall there. And he finds the staircase, walks up to the very top. And at this point, the creator of the show goes on the loudspeaker. It's almost like God's voice coming down, saying, hey, Truman, you don't want to leave. The world out there is not good. We have everything you want in here. Everything's safe. Everything's perfect. But Mr. Truman thinks about it for a second, takes a bow, and he leaves. Why do I use that? Because you could leave too, right? You got to experience your own stories. Sometimes it's so dangerous when you're creating in an echo chamber, in a bubble, and we're seeing that in a lot of our designer students, because everything they see is just whatever's on the screen, so they can only regurgitate. So those type of students, their complaint about AI replacing them is 100% true. AI will definitely take that job, because they're not doing anything different. In fact, AI does it much better, and it's cheaper. So if you're not adding anything to it, you're going to be replaced. So to do something new, you have to look beyond your surroundings, okay? Explore the world, see really extraordinary stuff in the very ordinary things. And you got to break those rules. So that's why AI and design, they don't go well together. Design inherently is about breaking rules. It's about coming up with something that doesn't exist yet. So how can a machine come up with those ideas if it doesn't yet exist. So here's an image I found on Wikipedia of the Plato's allegory of the cave, which I think is so relevant to today. So you can see a bunch of people being chained in the cave, and they're watching 2D projecting images onto a wall, and that's the entire world they see. Very similar to today when you're looking at everything on a 2D screen as well, right? What you got to do is you got to go out there and look at things. I know this sounds cliche, go out there and look at the real world, but it is so important. Because nowadays, you look at all the big movies and stuff on television, like Dune and all these big budget films, they're still designed by friends of mine. Back in the 90s, we're still in the industry doing these big movies, right? Not too many younger generation getting in, because these directors can't work with generation or younger designers who have no imagination. We could sit down with you in 5 minutes and figure out that you have no thought. You're just regurgitating or mentioning, oh, the Netflix show I saw last week, or whatever game I played last year. That's not new ideas, you're just regurgitating. Versus you have someone with a lot of world experience, you could sit down and go, hey, I saw this thing, this thing, this thing. And they knew right away that you're filled with ideas, right? So it's your journey, right? It's your memories and your life experience that shapes you into a unique designer. So yeah, I gotta go out there and do other things besides designing in front of a screen. Forget emulating, forget copying, forget all that stuff. Just go out there, do stuff. Like myself, since I got 2 minutes, yeah, I could talk. All right, since I'm at the end of my slide here. So for myself, I never really cared about the drawing process at all. I didn't even call myself an artist, even though I used the tools of an artist to express my designs. My entire life is about just experiencing doing cool stuff out there, going traveling around the world, doing whatever that interests me. You can see these photos are just, I got some time to tell you stories, right? There's New Zealand down there. We went down to the group photo there. Went down to Weta and got to watch them shoot Lord of the Rings and go eat dinner with the Eurocry works, right? And the Rohan warriors and all the horses. That kind of stuff, it's like, man, this job is freaking fun. Where else can you go eat lunch with the Rohan warriors in full costume, in full armor, right? Well, this is the stuff that makes a designer great. And when you have this kind of background, you walk into the art department, there's James Cameron, where there's Ridley Scott and these big directors, they right away know that we're the same people. In fact, the first day I was at Cameron's studio, I was very nervous because I grew up with his films, like Terminator 2 and all these movies that inspire me. So they're like, hey, today Cameron's coming to meet you. I was really nervous, even though I worked with some other great directors, but he's like, he's really top, right? He walks in and goes, Feng, don't be nervous, right? You're here because you could do things I cannot do. We're all peers here, you see? And that immediately dropped my fear. I go, that's right. I'm doing something that he cannot do. He's doing something I cannot do. We work with each other because they know your background. Because in Hollywood, they vet designers like crazy. They're not going to let just anyone walk into these elite studios. They research your background, what you know, what you've designed. So to get to that point, you're already highly respected by these directors. So anyways, that's my presentation today. I hope you guys found it inspiring. And thank you. All right.
That was animated, yeah. Well, I hope you enjoyed Feng's talk because as a designer, I'm super inspired by his works so far. Next, we're going to have another panel discussion. We're going to have a superstar panel discussion by our own, moderated by our own PM, Mihika, with product and design leaders who will tell us more about their vision in building great products. So, the first speaker or panelist that we're going to have is Joshua Orr. He's the head of design at Safety Culture, a platform on a mission to change the lives of 2 billion frontline workers worldwide. And next, we also have Hongyi Li, who is the director of Open Government Products, and he also leads a team focused on building technology for public good. And last but not least, we have Crystal Widjaja, who has led some of the fastest growing companies in Asia. She was previously an SVP of Growth and Data at Gojek, and now is a partner at Reforge while advising multiple companies. Without further ado, let's welcome our panelists and our moderator.
All right, welcome everyone to our panel on building products. We are joined here by 3 phenomenal leaders, Josh, Hongyi, and Crystal. And to kick us off, would love for each of you to speak about what teams and processes you overlook, as well as what is the first product that made you inspired to get into this industry.
Love it.
Josh, why don't you kick it off?
Yeah, so I'm Josh. I'm the head of design at Safety Culture. So my team, thank you, Young. My team looks after research, product design, creative brand. Basically for us, it's every pixel you'll ever see. Our team takes a hell of a lot of time caring about that, which is really exciting. And I think product for me, I mean, I grew up in that era of enjoying the wonders of MSN, you know, feeling like you're a hacker when you got to like, you know, put music on your MySpace page, getting to play a real deep cut if you were kind of back then with like Mac Paint and kind of getting to play, like paint patterns on things. But actually I think the moment for me that kind of changed my opinion of what this world could look like was probably something like Final Cut Pro. When I got to experience this piece of software that was hugely complex, like solving this really complicated problem. It was more than just like that MSN kind of tool, but this really powerful tool that started to like unlock new functionality for businesses, for industries. That's when I thought there was something really exciting there, and how they had to try and do that simply with a set of really powerful tools. That was kind of where my journey, I think, began with it.
I like that hacking strategy. I'd have to say, well, first I'll answer the first question. My name is Crystal. In case I haven't met you, hello. I live in Singapore now. Please say hi. I was previously at Gojek, spent 5 years there as the first data hire, and then went on to build out the growth team, ran performance marketing, and a whole host of other things. But my favorite partner was always the design team and branding teams. But today I'm an advisor. I run product analytics and data for PMs on Reforge. Feel free to check that out. My next cohort actually starts in like 2 weeks, so it's been a little crazy. What I do remember from what got me into product was my first time trying to edit a Zanga CSS HTML layout and learning that control copy and control paste was a thing because I was on the phone, a flip like landline phone with a friend at the time, and they were like, why are you taking so long to copy my code? And I was doing it the hard way, I was just like typing line by line. And I was like, wow, this is so hard. But I learned a lot. I think Zanga and AOL and just like all the old school messengers that gave you the freedom to code and hack around with like small bits of hex code, or if you know how to use brackets, like it was just really cool to invent stuff. I think Zanga would probably be my piece.
So hey everyone, my name's Hong. I'm the director of Open Government Products. We're an in-house development team in the Singapore government. We're made of engineers, designers, PMs, and all that. And we basically go around the government trying to identify things that should be built and build them and get people to use it. So stuff we build include like sort of the go.gov links you might have seen everywhere in Singapore. We built the vaccination portal, the vaccination scheduling website during COVID. We built like a sort of voucher distribution system for the government and various other things like that. So we've got like 20 to 40 different products depending on how you slice it. What got me into product? I would have to say it was my when I was interning as a PM on the Android team. This was like a long time ago. And I was working on what would later become Google Keep. So at the time, you know, iOS had a Notes app, and you're like, hey, Android should have a Notes app too. And like, me being still in school, I was like, sure, you're the intern, go figure out how to do this Notes app thing. And so I, not knowing anything about note-taking, just went to download like 50 different note-taking apps from the App Store and just like try every single one. And like you sort of discover how even for something as simple as like, let's just do a simple Notes app, there's like literally dozens and dozens of different ways and interpretations of how to do that. And that's what really like got me thinking about like different products and like product that's sort of like an art form.
Okay, building off that, we're going to do a speed round. And each of you is going to say your favorite note-taking app today.
Ooh.
That's polarizing.
It's a very polarizing and revealing.
We're here for all the spicy questions.
I'm going to go for Notability, I think. It's got to
Okay.
be my top contender.
I'm going to say Apple Notes.
You've converted.
Classic, yeah.
To the dark side.
Whoa.
I recently moved from Obsidian, it was just too hard, to OneNote, and I'm still not sure.
Okay, amazing. Well, I know note-taking apps can be polarizing, but there's a nice, healthy, diverse array on stage.
It is
Safe
interesting
space.
that none of us use the exact same note-taking app.
I do use Apple Notes as well.
We'll have to trade thoughts.
I'm gonna +1 for Apple Notes.
I walked all around the world and I tried Evernote, OneNote, and like went all the way around. And finally, I got back. I was like, actually, that wasn't much better. And I just like got back to home base.
Maybe you guys are just I'm on a shorter trajectory because I have yet to circle back to Apple Notes, but I'm feeling like that's probably where it's going to end up.
Crystal's gonna walk off stage and open Apple Notes, and it's gonna.
This will be the moment.
This
trigger.
is the moment
Yeah.
we were waiting for.
Realize eventually.
Alrighty, switching gears just a little bit, we're gonna hop into thinking about how you lead various product teams. And in particular, there are sort of two large things that you can use to motivate a product team and to help with decision making, and that's vision and data. And curious to hear from all of you how you think about the role that vision versus data plays in leading a team.
I have a strong opinion here in that I run data for PMs, but also a lot of designers are taking this class. And I like to tell them and remind people that the intuition that you have, it's coming from a certain vision, it's coming from something that you intuitively have sensed and feel like is needed in the product or in the world. But to make that case, you need data to be able to look up how am I wrong and how am I right? To what extent is this intuition or this vision true? I think that you can't have both. Or you can't only have one or the other. Yes, I think one of the most common mental fallacies is this either or mindset, whereas I like to say, why not both?
For me, I think actually, you need both obviously as a sort of optimal process, but empirically I found there's usually more of a lack of vision than there is a lack of data. So what I mean by that is that as product people, right, as people are trying to build products, there is firstly a question of what are you trying to do in the world? And I think most often the reason why most of the products I see fail are because the person just has a concept of, I want to make a successful product. And that is kind of like saying I want to be rich and not knowing what you want to do. Or it's like, I want to make a really viral app, or I want to make a really good movie, but you have no concept. Because I think good product requires some concept of what state you want the world to be in if you are successful. And so, if you want to build a good, let's say, ride-hailing app, it's not just oh, I want it to be a viral ride-hailing app. You want it to help coordinate and solve the problem of people having to flag taxis on the road or something like that. And I think that's often missing because people say things I'll meet with different government agencies and they'll tell me, almost all of them will tell me they want a killer app. I want an app for the Land Transport Authority. I want an app for the Ministry of Health. I want the app for the Ministry of Education. It's what does it do? It's I know, just give me an app. And as a result, and you can see this, right? Because as a result of that, what happens is they end up doing this kind of product flailing, where they just shove every single feature in there, and every single feature you shove into the box has some degree of traction, and therefore they get into the mindset that if every individual feature has some traction, therefore the sum of the features must be better than the individual. And you often don't get to a good state. So you need to identify what is the product that you're trying to create, and then use data to help you converge towards that solution. But if you don't have that concept, then you get stuck in sort of data hell, where you get because every button you put is going to get clicked a little bit, and you therefore get into this feature hoarding mentality. Yeah. So the example I like to use for this is Pinterest. So I know Pinterest isn't as hot nowadays, but when it first came out, it obviously had strictly fewer features than Facebook. Strictly fewer features. And literally everything you want to do on Pinterest, you could do on Facebook. You could collect photos, you could put in albums, things like that. The difference wasn't whether or not they had more features or anything. The difference was that they had much clearer idea of what the app is trying to do. And once you have a clear idea of what it's trying to do, you can use the data to do the tuning and see where it's converging there, but you must have this concept of what is this form of something that should exist that does not exist yet? And I think that more often than not is the gap.
There's a lack of the ability to define a good objective function, I think, with this. In your mind what a good vision or a great product would look like, but your ability to define a proxy metric to create some objective function to work towards and see whether or not you are right, I do think is a harder task.
Yeah, I think it can be really hard to get good data right and get good vision right. You know, I think we can fall so easily into the trap. I know me as a designer, I do this a lot where it can be really easy to fall into the trap at looking at the data to like validate a decision you've already made. And even if you had all of the right intent to make a good decision and absolutely be driven by what the data is, like there's that cognitive bias that can kind of sit in you that even if the data told me something, am I going to change my mind? I think it's really easy for us to fall into that trap when we talk about looking at that data and helping that really drive our decisions. And I think it's the same with good vision. When it's vision without purpose, it tends to be meaningless. And I found more than ever when we're trying to define that vision, when we're trying to really look at that world and see what that would look like, that's the kind of superpower that every designer is bringing to their team, which is that ability to turn what you're thinking about, what you're talking about, everyone that kind of walks out of this meeting having had this conversation feeling like we're really aligned. And then all of a sudden, like you see a screen a few weeks later and you're like, oh no, we were talking about something totally different. That ability for designers to kind of help shape and show that way is really critical. But I think when you're trying to define really good vision, good vision feels like something that's almost unachievable. Something that feels so big, so exciting, so much bigger than what you kind of thought it could be, that everyone gets a little bit nervous about, are we going to be able to make that real? Like, that feels really hard to do. And I think that's what creates enough room for teams to innovate, to get really excited about stuff, and then to let themselves be driven by the data to make that come real.
Yeah, so let's double click a little bit on that big vision and also on what Hong said in terms of more often than not, you find teams lacking in great vision versus enough data. And so what is your advice for teams that are sort of in search of that North Star and that vision?
The way I would put it is that you need to make sure you don't mistake ambition for vision. And this is like, I think, a very common thing, because people, when they say visionary, they're like, yes, we shall have a big app, and this app shall have chat and social and payments and a wallet and like a calendar and a scheduling, and like you see
and
like
notes.
Exactly, and notes, and like and it's a very common failure mode, and I think it's a very common failure mode that people who don't work on product don't understand. Like, once you work on product, it's the analogy I give, it's a bit like opening a restaurant, right? Like, if you open a restaurant, and your friend told you I was opening a restaurant, and it's like, what food are you going to serve? It's like, oh, we're going to do everything. We're going to do Italian, we're going to do Indian, we're going to do French food, we're going to do Russian food, we're going to do like whatever. Like, you know that's going to fail. You know that. There's no way you can run the logistics. There's no way you can maintain the quality. But the argument for that is like, no, but isn't it better if there's one restaurant you could go to that had everything you wanted? And I see this as a product pitch like almost all the time. And what they have is they don't have vision, they just have ambitions. Like, I want to be the big super app that everyone in the world uses, and then I'll be a billionaire, and I can control the world and save it somehow. But that's not vision, that's just, you watch too many Saturday morning cartoons. A vision is more of a clarity of what is the structure of the machine, of how the world operates, and therefore what is the difference in this structure that you can create that is a sustainable change to how it works. So, I mean, taking something like Figma, right? Like, the vision for Figma is not like we want to be the super app that everyone uses on their computer. The vision for Figma is like we want to make tools that designers can use better. We want to make it much easier for you to express the concept in your mind onto the page. The concept for Uber is like, it's not like we want to take over the world. The concept is we want to solve rides, hopefully. And I think that tends to be the issue, which is that you cannot have vision independent of the substrate of the world that you are working in. You have to have a concept of how the world operates, and therefore have a concept of how it could operate differently, and your vision is how to drive it along that path. Not this idea of like, hey, I'm going to one day be a billionaire and I'm going to do a crypto thing and the world's going to use my stuff. Why is your stuff better? I don't know, but people are going to use it. And that, I think, is usually the biggest mistake. Yeah.
I think one of the things that's been really important to us as a company, our customers are not the normal customers sitting in offices that we all kind of feel really familiar with. Our customers are those real frontline workers that are out there in incredible environments, really complex and often hostile working environments trying to deal with technology. And so it's the plumbers, it's the electricians, it's the miners, it's these people that are climbing up wind turbines and keeping our energy going. And so designing technology for them is a really interesting problem space. And I think something that's been integral to how we look at the vision, how we kind of find purpose for our teams, is making sure all of our teams, and that's not just exclusive to the designers, but they all get to go out there and meet those customers and actually spend time in that world. Because what we've found is that no amount of data that says, this button isn't clicked well enough, or the kind of acquisition rates aren't quite where we wanted them, or even just beautiful designs, is kind of what bonds that team together, that motivates that team to work on something that they care deeply about. Like that thing that gets them out of bed in the morning is often the people that they actually met. When you got to meet them, know them personally, like understand what they did in their day and realize the impact of what their world looks like. When you're up a wind turbine and it's 100-kilometer-an-hour winds and it's like negative temperatures and you're trying to do your job well, that's the kind of stuff that I think motivates a team. And I think making sure not just design or product get to kind of go and do that research, but you actually get to take your engineers out there. That context that you get to build as a team, that shared context that kind of carries with you now throughout the rest of that project, is almost invaluable. Because you don't have to sit there and kind of internally pitch to each other, like, this is why we're doing it, and this is the purpose of it, and you kind of constantly have to answer those questions of the why, and what are we doing this for, and why do we do it that way? When everyone got to see that, and got to see Jason 100 meters up in the air, hanging onto this thing by like a thread, you're like, yeah, we know why. Let's just make that better. And I think finding that purpose for us has really been spending time with our customers face to face in those environments has been one of the most invaluable things that's a part of our rhythms as a team.
So let's say, you've gone out there and you've done the research, you rallied your team behind vision, not ambition. How do you then, in the face of new data and new information, retain the ability to innovate and to perhaps deviate from that path that you once charted out for yourself?
Well, when you have clarity and you know that you've done the math correctly, the physics don't change when you encounter new data, right? The physics of the world, the business model that you understood, the vision that you had in your mind of the world that you operate in, those are the physics. And usually I'll have a founder come to me and be like, I just launched this test for this experiment, and I expected great conversion, but actually it's very bad. I just have to shut down my startup. And I'm like, you tried once, and I don't know, maybe the experiment wasn't run very well. Maybe the copy was bad. Have you tried again? And for me to kind of provide that guidance is really pushing this Bayesian mindset of, okay, you have a stack of data, all of this experience that you've had for many weeks, months, years working on this product. You encounter a new data point. What do? You don't just inception your way through your physics model. You just add on top of what you already understand your business to do and for how your customers react. And that iteration, I think, helps it requires us to be calmer, more calm, and present about, okay, to what extent does this data change my reality? Can I appropriately and proportionally adjust my strategy in relation to that? And if you consistently see the same effect, I like to play, in terms of casino games, I guess it would be win, stay, lose, shift. If you win and you continue winning, you can stay at that slot machine or that product problem. But if you start to lose and you're losing continuously, you should probably shift to another problem, iterate again.
For me, I think the way I think about it is that you have to realize that we're really dumb.
Yes.
Yes. Humans' ability to basically the way I think about it is that you have to identify the difference between things that sound like they work and things which actually do work in that Venn diagram. And as complexity increases, things that sound like they work expands, and things that actually do work shrinks. And so from a pure geometric argument, if you imagine two circles similar size, as complexity, let's say, doubles, and the sounds like they work expands, and the things that work and actually work shrinks, you end up seeing that a very, very small percentage of things that sound like they work actually do work. For our team, what we do, our primary product discovery process is, at the start of every year, we do a month-long hackathon. And at the start of hackathon, there's probably 100 different ideas people are throwing around. At the end of hackathon, in terms of final presentations, you're looking at 20 to 30 different products. If you're looking about mid-year, after that, what products have actually made it to production? Probably about 5. like less than that. So even for a team of professional engineers, designers, and PMs all working who have done this for years, you're looking at like a 5%-ish yield for good ideas. And so this is where your vision combines with your data, where you start out, you just have to span a whole bunch of things. And when you know that number, if you're thinking that like, oh, I need to work really hard, but there's a 70% chance I'll succeed, then you double down a lot. Whereas when you realize there's a 5% chance of succeeding, you know how to fail fast. Like you have a whole bunch at the end of like people explore a bunch of stuff, but at the end of hackathon, a whole bunch of ideas that sounded good but like didn't actually work out. Like you have about 20 left, and when you actually try to bring it to production, you realize like, yeah, there's a traction problem or there's a communication problem or something, and you can revisit them later, but you realize that it is an exploratory rather than an intellectual process. You are not, like, no amount of sitting and thinking and like hard braining it is going to get you to understand. You have to use the real world to help you simulate outcomes, and your ability to do good product is your ability to simulate at lowest cost with highest information as possible. So yeah, I don't know if that like is assuring to anyone, but like you just have to accept that you're dumb and you're going to have, and it's exploratory and you are going to make a bunch of mistakes and going to have to try a bunch of things that don't work out.
And I think on that, for every designer that's in the room, and I think you guys live by this mantra as well, so much around show, don't tell. You know, the quicker you can show that thing you were talking about, the quicker that like little idea, like when I finished climbing this wind turbine and it was a crazy day, the first thing I did when I got back into the car as we're going back to the hotel is I flicked open Figma and I started designing a page because it was fresh in my mind, because getting that down onto paper, getting that down into screens, getting that into something we could all look at was so much more powerful. You know, you always see that the moment you start to show screens, it changes the conversation. And so I think that ability to iterate, to try, to explore, and to do it while it's fresh. Like not wait to like write that down in notes. We'll go through a few meetings. We'll figure out like whether the data says this is something, like just turn it into a screen straight away so we can look at it, see. It doesn't have to be a perfect screen. It doesn't have to be all of the things answered in one go. But as you do that more and more and more, you find that like 5% that's going to be the sweet spot of where you'll find traction.
And it's almost like an internal hackathon for yourself.
Yeah.
Like you are doing the show, I mean, literally I was doing this just earlier today, just poring over how could this look like? What could this be? And then you are disproving to yourself like, oh, the thing that I thought would be really simple actually turns out to be really hard to do visually or hard to design for. And I really like this hackathon mentality and this mindset of showing yourself, but also to show other people, the 5% that worked.
Yeah, because it's really easy to have that like list of things we need to do on the page, or even that wireframe that kind of has all of the functions we need to perform. But the moment you go and like put some real UI on there and put some real buttons in there, you're like, oh, that's now feeling a fair bit different to what we thought, and you start to change the conversation really quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And so, Josh, earlier you were sort of alluding to how in order to get people to truly feel, in order to do the research, to kind of build a conviction in these various directions, you need not only maybe the designer there, the researcher there, but the engineers there, the product folks there. You need everyone there in order to really internalize the problems that they're solving. And so curious to hear from all of you, as leaders in your organization, how you set the tone for cross-functional product development.
I've actually taken a lot of the design team's practices. Designers are amazing at being self-critical and criticizing each other in design crit. Like I learned when I was running Kumu, that the product team there, that this is an actual thing. A bunch of designers will get around and tell each other what's wrong with their designs. And I was like, we don't really do that as product managers. Engineers kind of do it with code review and code pairing, but it's not really a holistic thing. One of the processes there that we did was to record all of our design crits, so there's kind of a stake in everyone participating, and then also just rolling it out across product as well. So if we have a whole PRD, it's not just the product documentation and designs that get critiqued, it's kind of what is this overall user experience and where do we think it'll go wrong? If it does fail, kind of like a pre-mortem. If this fails, if this product flops, what do we think would have caused it to flop? And anyone can contribute here. And the question being forced is, it's going to fail, and so no one has to feel bad about being like, hey, I don't think this thing will work. It's, oh, I was asked, and so I'm prompted to give an answer to this. And then the last question I really like is, what is the elephant in the room that we are not talking about when it comes to this product or this design or this hypothesis? What assumptions have we made that it feels like no one wants to talk about? And then suddenly you hear everyone's like crazier thoughts around, we know that this service will take 3 months to build because we're on microservices, not monoliths, unfortunately. Just a whole host of all of the things that you wouldn't have known cross-functionally, you get to learn in these experiences and see what makes it hard in engineering versus what makes it hard in design.
I think little rhythms for us that have become really important. I mean, I think we encourage our teams to really build together, right? It's kind of everyone is in Figma in that ideation stage. We're playing around with stuff in FigJam. We already have converted half of our stuff to Figma Slides as well, which we're super excited about. But for us, it's 80% of our organization is kind of in Figma building together. And I think that's a really important part of that kind of collaboration process for us. But that design isn't kind of handing over to engineers is a really critical part of it. And I think one of the things we really encourage in our teams is that there isn't a set set of responsibilities in that triad of what that should look like. We want all of our teams to kind of have that autonomy to find the rhythms and the processes that work for them, because there's huge overlap between where kind of design and product and engineering all kind of add value to this. And we have some incredible designers that are really good with code and really good with that technical understanding. We have designers that are amazing kind of visual explorers and product people that are some of the best, researchers in the world. And so for finding that balance of what works for their team, how they can kind of use their best skills, their own strengths to not only build an incredible team, but kind of further all of their own careers, all of their own work that they're doing and learn from each other. Making sure our teams have autonomy to kind of find those ways of working is really critical, I think, for them to be able to kind of have that space to innovate, to explore, and to kind of define what that future should look like for them.
I do find that the most collaborative teams, you can tell a lot by their Slack channels, how collaborative they are. The proportion of private channels versus open public channels tells you a lot.
Ooh. You can guess which is which. And so kind of looking forward and thinking about how teams operate, especially cross-functionally, as we move into a world of more AI, amongst other things, increased efficiency gains, how do you envision cross-functional collaboration changing looking into the future?
It's a good one. I mean, I think one of the things that is on the horizon for us when we think about what this future landscape looks like is that the bar just keeps getting higher. With every great product out there, now if you wanted to release a phone to market, you don't get to release like the thing that can make calls and like browse the web. You have to meet all of the standards of all of the flagship products that exist. And so that first product to market, every single time that bar just gets higher and higher and higher. And so that's kind of the reality that we deal with as far as the future of product development is the bar is really, really high. You have to meet that kind of industry standard almost out the gate. And I think that's one of the biggest things that'll kind of challenge us more and more is we have this right now we're hoping to release a document management kind of feature, a kind of Google Drive inside of our platform. And so you kind of don't get to just do that with like the first little feature and think that'll be good enough. You kind of have to do it with the expectations of there's Drive and SharePoint and all of these other things that we kind of have to have on day one for this to be really functional. But for us to go and do this compared to others to use Drive, it's this combination of when you become a product that turns into a platform, it's how all of these things add together that kind of changes the game for you. That every new feature that you're adding, every new thing that, yes, there's a lot of other products out there, when you add them into your product, it's not just 1 + 1 = 2, it's that value kind of compounds with everything that you build. The really practical example for us with Drive and a document management system was we have companies that'll manage all of their assets, they'll do massive inspections, they kind of monitor things in real time with sensors and like telematics and all this kind of stuff. And so just a standalone document management feature wasn't particularly exciting. But what we found was that they'll often have 150 forklifts in there, and trying to manage the service manual on 150 forklifts is a horrendous process. You have to upload it 150 times, and then all of a sudden, if the service manual changes, now you've got to do it all over again. And so now all of a sudden, having an internal document management system that can populate that across every single feature, all in real, the value for a customer is kind of compounded. And I think that's where we'll see more and more of these products that evolve into platforms, and platforms really finding that value is that kind of compound of those things combined. It's really tricky to nail, and it's really hard because our attention to detail needs to be better than ever. Experience is always kind of king with that stuff, and the bar is kind of higher than ever. And so I don't think we're running out of jobs anytime soon with AI. I think there's so much work to do there, but it's incredibly exciting.
I think we're all learning to do each other's jobs a little bit these days. So anyone who has tried to make an image or tried to design their app using generative AI, or tried to see what the engineering code would look like if they only had access to it and could generate this code. And everyone is learning that it's actually much harder, and our teammates are much smarter than we gave them credit for, perhaps. But I think that the floor, to Josh's point, has gotten much higher, that for me to come up with a vision and then generate some image to help represent that will be fairly easy. And so design will need to become increasingly differentiated and polished and opinionated, I think, because a lot of AI is less opinionated than I think we give it credit for. It is the summation of average, which frankly is pretty meh. If you look at the median design quality, it's not great, it's not opinionated, it doesn't have personality or character. And that's something that I like to look at and look for in my products, is it had empathy to work with engineers, work with designers, product managers. They came together with all of these talents in a very opinionated way, and what they produced was something actually interesting and new. And I don't think that AI will help with the innovation part. It will help with generation, and I think that helps generate better innovative ideas. But I still believe that anyone who has tried to ask generative AI to make some design or tweak a design knows that it completely fails at the details, and the details are what matter in a great product.
All right, and leading into our final question for today, what are the emerging trends that you think will change the way your teams are working in the next 1 year and even 5 years?
Beyond remote work. Seems like that was I feel like there's so many trends now, I can't keep up.
For my team at least, I think the major shift, and maybe not so relevant here, is that I think more governments are recognizing the importance of technology in what they do. So when I first started working on this about 10 years ago, I came back from working at Google, and when I talk to people about we should modernize this and modernize that, people are like, why? This is just how government works. That's the way it is. But now I think the Singapore government at the very least is quite sort of decided that you must have technology in order to build a better government. And happily enough, I think that also is simultaneously happening in the region for Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. We're working with the Vietnamese as well, and that everyone is realizing that in order to improve how government works, you must use technology. And I think that is something that has not been assumed before, because I think we've been doing this sort of modern democratic kind of paradigm for quite a few decades now, and you can talk about taxing this more, subsidizing this a bit more, and shifting some programs here and there, but fundamentally, you can't have government operate very much differently from what it does today without fundamentally automating and using data and to do a lot of things that we weren't doing before. And that is going to dramatically shift, I think, how we operate. So the idea here is that your public policy space dramatically shifts because of the advent of new technology. So for example, one of the things that we're building is a sort of voucher distribution system for the government to give out grants. I don't know if people know this, but when the government gives out money, it turns out to be a huge logistics exercise. It takes months and months to plan, it takes months and months to do. And because of that, it can only perform fiscal policy at these sort of macro steps. But if you have a turnkey solution where the government can send out vouchers with the same efficacy, companies can send out like coupon codes or something like that, then suddenly the way you conduct fiscal policy converges from this macro structure to this micro fiscal policy thing, where you can do like a big, broad sort of distribution, identify what groups are missing, and then like catch up with there. Similarly, if you're talking about like enforcement, right? For a lot of the teams, the regulatory regime, for example, around like banking and like various other things, was designed in the situation where we assumed that all government had to be like big reams of paper and people noting things down, and therefore some things were just not doable. But now that you sort of embrace that, like actually you can do this differently, this opens up not just the technology space to like fill in your forms online, but it opens up a whole bunch of new policy space as well. So for example, when we were doing the COVID vaccinations for Singapore, one of the big things that we did was we did it based on an invite model. So rather than just like opening up the appointments and then everyone rushing to like try and sign up and doing that frantic fastest finger first, what we did was we like looked at how much supply of vaccines we had, and then we sent out that many invites to the people who were most vulnerable first, and then as the invites got taken up, like you adjust and you send out more. In the private sector, this is extremely well known. Like this is obviously how you control demand in private sector and like in the public sector, this was like a novel way of doing things, but it allowed you to conduct a far more even vaccination program than if you didn't. And that, I think, is the biggest trend, at least for me.
Yeah. I think as I look to the future, I think there is probably one thing that I think will always remain true that will be in our kind of future no matter what, and I think there's one thing that's probably going to be new for us. I think when I look at probably the next 5 to 10 years, I think we're going to enter this era of the aggregators. I mean, we've already started to see this so much with all of the AI tools that are out there. Like, there's AI tools out the wazoo now. There's so many of them, and what you're starting to see is actually people don't care about having 150 different AI tools. What they want to do is see how all of those come together to just, I don't have to interface with 150 different tools. And I think as we see more and more companies produce more and more similar tech, similar problems, kind of niche solving, all of this kind of stuff, what we'll start to see over the next 5 to 10 years is that kind of aggregators will start to become king in a lot of these spaces. But I think one of the things that will always be true for us is that design has a lifespan and it's pretty short. Like you probably get about 18 months out of something that feels like great design before it starts to feel like old design. All it takes is, the next iOS update or Android update for your app to kind of now feel a little bit kind of old school and a little bit out of date. And so I think what was always true, and I think will continue to be true for us, is that experience is king. And it's not something you get to stop investing in. It's something that changes constantly, that kind of starting to predict those changes, foresee those changes, build for those changes, gets harder and harder as businesses go, because it's harder for you to make reactive changes within a month or two for a new design element, because all of a sudden shadows are out and we want to now have stitching back around our buttons and things like that. Those trends will always change and they always kind of go in cycles, and I think that will always be true for us. And so I don't think you ever get to stop designing, which will be really powerful.
Incredible. Well, on that note, Josh, Hong, Crystal, thank you so much for that very insightful and inspirational panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Mihika, Josh, Hongyi, and Crystal. Well, we'll now take a short break for 10 minutes, and we'll be back here for more great sessions. So please be back here by 3:35 p.m. And that's all from me, folks, as your host today. And if you're around, come and say hi. If not, it's okay too. And passing this on to Corey after this break. Thank you so much, and see you.
Banks. I run my own company called Baseline Design, and I'm working as a design system consultant. There are 2 AI features in Figma that I'm most excited about. And the first one, maybe to no one's surprise, but it's naming layers and the ability to just design really quick and iterate very fast and then go back and have Figma rename your layers for you. It seems like us going in and naming them manually is kind of a thing of the past. And That's one I'm particularly excited for. The second feature in Figma that I'm really excited for as it relates to AI is the ability to populate your designs with content. I can't even begin to tell you how much time in my career I spent trying to think up phone numbers or addresses or names. It's actually pretty hard, and so the ability to have AI help with this is amazing, and I'm so happy this feature is here. So I didn't think that the new design would have actually a really big impact on how I design or how I felt about the flow of designing, but after using it for a little bit, it's kind of surprising that it really does. I had never previously chosen to hide the layer panel on the left-hand side, and now when I'm designing, oftentimes I actually do have that panel hidden just to see more of the design or more of the canvas. It's a small thing, but it makes a big difference. But all in all, it feels like a fresh take on this tool that many of us have known for so long, and that's the part I'm most excited about, to see all of the new areas that begin to develop from the new UI that's there.
I don't name my layers. I do not name my layers.
I'm not one of the people that's gonna go through and just name every single layer in my file.
Gun to my head, don't name them.
What we have here is the ability to automatically rename layers.
How would you feel if the robots could do that for us?
Oh, that would be really nice. Click rename layers.
And we can watch the layers going. Oh my gosh. Wow, that's really neat.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's amazing.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that is beautiful.
How does it know?
Magic.
I'm convinced there's someone sitting behind and just typing really fast.
Anything that AI can do that's like grunt work, please let it do it.
When I opened the alpha, I literally laughed because 5 minutes earlier I was working with the prototyping tool that I had created a slide deck in, and I was like, oh, immediate solution has been given to me.
It's a giant pain in the butt. In terms of challenges, a very laborious, painful process to get things out of Figma into other products. We've got a set of Figma files, they're live. Let's freeze this moment in time, export everything out, bring it into this other tool. And, you know, sometimes those other tools would compress things in a funky way, or maybe not render everything perfectly or do its own thing.
It was more difficult to use, and there was a lot of communication happening outside of the tool in order to get the work done.
Sometimes we're using slide presentations and a bunch of us are collaborating together and just tagging each other. I need this artifact, or I need this, you know, a link to this prototype. Requires a lot of hands on deck to get to that finish line. So we get access to this new tool, open it up. Wow, this looks familiar. I know this interface. Everything just makes perfect sense. And then looking at the templates and the variety of templates that there are, like, oh, there's a RACI chart, there's a project plan. It feels like a tool that designers built for designers.
The biggest advantage of this tool is probably around collaboration and being able to quickly send someone a link and get them to start interacting with me. We can start to divide up the work and keeping it organized.
In inserting prototypes into the slide tool, piece of cake. We can send clients slides instead of sending them a prototype or sending them a design artifact. It's a space that they're more comfortable working in. It's going to be easier for them to add comments as well.
Being able to have a single system onto which I am presenting a lot of these ideas and concepts, they all work together, and therefore I am going to be more effective in getting things done.
I can see a world where we're going to be using this slide tool to be able to tell stories about the work that we're doing, to articulate our design decisions, to make it easier for our clients to digest the work that we're presenting. It's going to make our process so much faster, easier, smoother.
For the first time ever, I felt like the slides were working with me, not against me. I'm Charmaine. I'm a product manager at Snapchat. So today I typically work with usually our design lead and eng lead together to come up with a presentation. The process can often feel very disjoint because we're all having to take it offline and kind of work on our own little slide scratch pad and then bring it back to the master deck. But in addition to that, it often feels a chore to bring it over the finish line because there are so many visual details that we need to add in order for it to be leadership presentation ready. All the features I tried just made sense. I love being able to visually arrange a deck in a way that I haven't been able to before. I felt like I had full control over the slide tool. Being able to directly create slides in Figma means that there is one less tool that I have to use during the process, and so I can directly take all of our assets, designs, and prototypes and bring them directly into our slides. And on top of that, they're actually playable within the slides as well. I think the interactivity of being able to pull something directly on the spot and have everyone vote and see the results in real time, it can reshape how presentations occur. It allows everyone on the team, whether you're a designer, an engineer, a product manager, or any other role in the team, you can create awesomely effective presentations or pitches.
I actually had a work computer that didn't have the Figma redesign. So during the day, I would go to this computer, and at night, I would come back to my freelance computer, and I would find myself really missing the redesign experience. And I started getting really used to using the Command K shortcut. I was like, okay, let's just press Command K and type in what I need and it'll be there. It did feel like a little bit more freedom in the way I was working. And plus, like, I really just liked the UI because the new UI is really fun.
So we get access to this new tool, open it up. Wow, this looks familiar. Everything just makes perfect sense. And then looking at the variety of templates that there are, like, oh, there's a RACI chart, there's a project plan. Feels like a tool that designers built for designers. Using this new way of building presentations means we don't have to export out lots and lots of frames and images and assets and components and things. You can just copy a frame out of a design file and paste it in, and there it is. Looks exactly as it's supposed to look. That was a total game changer for us too. Inserting prototypes into the slide tool, piece of cake. Beautiful.
So with these new AI features, at first I was really worried, maybe it's going to start automating my job. What I found was that they're designed in a way almost where it augments what you do as a designer. The very first project I did without naming layers, just having it name everything at the end is one of the best feelings I've had in a long time. I was free from naming my layers as I move on, and it just made the design process a little bit more fun for me. The rewriting copy feature was really useful. You drag the handlebar down and it'll repopulate that same component, change the icon for you, and change the copy in a way that's relevant. Just kind of felt like magic and such a huge time saver. You can kind of get a glimpse of how it's gonna augment my creativity as a designer.
The biggest misconception that I see developers having with dev mode is that they associate that too much with inspecting the design, which they had before in Figma, but they're missing the biggest benefits of dev mode.
When there is a foundation in place for developers to start, as well as for designers to start, it accelerates deliverables that we are creating. Design is one part, development is another. Like, it's not separated, but it is a workflow. And having a foundation for them both to start, it does accelerate the building of products.
So we have a huge website with documentation about each component, how they look, all the properties. We even have code snippets in there. But developers will have to read all of that. With Code Connect, you just click in that component and then you can translate exactly what you have with all properties, text on it. I think the most exciting part of this connection is the connection with your code, with your design system. And I think that's what Code Connect stands out. That accelerates so much the development, especially when they are using that on VS Code. So HP ran a survey with around 400 people around dev mode, but the majority was developers. And the biggest outcome of the survey was the efficiency that they gained by using it. It was around 70-80%. Mentioned that they got big gain on efficiency on their daily work. They saved a lot of hours while they are trying to connect the code with the design.
As a new tool, DevMode has been trying to solve this connection between design and development. I think that's one of the biggest mindset changes for DevMode, and how it's really making people think on improving the process and removing this handoff and starting talking about design to development workflow.
Welcome back. So my name is Corey. I'll be your final host for today. And I am coming here today from Tokyo, Japan. Anybody from Japan in the audience here today? Yeah, not too bad. So in this next section, we're going to talk about typography. More specifically, we're going to hear from Gumpita from Tokotype, and he's going to tell us about how context and culture and medium influence the way we use type. So if you're a designer here in the audience and you don't like type, are you even a designer? Yeah, I'm kidding, but maybe not. So yeah, so we're going to have Gumpita come to the stage, and please welcome him. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's so good to be here today in Singapore. I'm Gumpita Rahayu. I'm a type designer at Tokotype. At Tokotype, we build the fonts either for commercial or for the company. And today, let's talk about typography, especially how the typeface works in user interface and what kind of approach do I usually use in my daily work. Let's go. So, over 70% information we see on screen comes from text, right? This means when you see text, you see typography. And this highlights how important typography is. You can find it everywhere, from websites, apps, even in social media posts or something. Typography plays a significant role influencing user perception and interaction with a product. I had the opportunity designing the typeface for a major tech company in Indonesia like Traveloka, GoPay, Ticket, GoTo, Bukalapak, and many more. And from my experience of what I learned in the past 10 years as a type designer, each project has taught me a lot about how impactful typography is. It can be influencing people and creating a seamless user experience while also build a brand recognition. And designing a typeface is quite a challenging task. You need to know what kind of typeface do you want to use and what the features of the typeface itself. And after all, you can shape your design and create design system perfectly using the typeface. That is important, the typeface in user interface design. So once, wise man told me, you need to master the basic and you will learn the rest. So let's start with the basic. Let's start with legibility. This is a key element for readability. For example, you need to see the white space within a letters like E, C, and O. From that characters, you can find the harmony in the text space to make it easier to read. You may notice how the contour shape and aperture like E, C, and O can affect legibility. Close contours can make letters harder to read, while open contours can improve clarity, especially at a small size. Moving on to readability, it extends beyond legibility. It's about ensuring the overall text structure is clear, so the readers should easily see the details within the text, which is important. And here are some paragraph samples with different headline styles and text structure. You may notice how variation on the contours, like aperture, like close, open, and slight open, and even the contrast can affect the readability. It is essential to choose the right setting to make the text comfortable to read. So, how typefaces are really designed? Designing a typeface may involve creating the master design. Example, from the end, from the thinnest one into the darkest one on extra bold. From that, we can generate the middle weight, such as regular or medium, to compensate the interpolation process. From each weight, It needs to be crafted carefully to maintain consistency across different size and use. A closer look at the detail part that I usually draw of the end shows the precision involved in typeface design. And this part can ensure that the typeface remain consistent no matter the weight. So I used to design the typeface for prints while the technology keep evolve through the years. And for that, I need to adapt with the new requirements, new media, especially when I started designing the fonts for bigger clients. Sometimes the challenge is the brand team already has its own typeface, but it's not optimized for screen. So does the product team already have its own typeface, but it doesn't express the brand. And from that, I always consider how the typeface can fulfill both clients' and teams' needs, and how to differentiate the design by creating a unique typography. One of possible approach is using different versions of the same type family, such as creating the display typeface for marketing teams and text typeface for the product designer. And this can enhance both user interface and experience, while display versions are great for large types font size treatments in printed design, while text versions are optimized for small screen or smaller font size. By having two kinds of font family, you can start organizing your typography team usage in your team. And this will make sure that everyone has the right tools from their specific needs. For example, the product teams can use the text version, and the marketing teams can use the display version, while the developers need to access them both in the right formats. So what's the difference between the display and the text? It's all about the typographic size on screen. This is not a font size, but it's the actual size of the typeface. Let's take a look at the Traveloka Goodwin typeface that I recently designed. The display version has a wider character in design, making it very ideal for large type treatments, and adding like a rounded corners to add stylistic touch, and it will give the distinct look. That's because the design at the first time prioritizing the unique and eye-catching style. While the text version has a larger X height, making lowercase letters more prominent, and this enhanced clarity at smaller font size with looser spacing and compact design, which can allow text more fit in small space and improving readability in the dense text block. And the X height is about 70% from the cap height. And here is side-by-side comparison of the display and text version. You may notice how the display version has a wider body, while the text version is more compact and taller, and each version serves a specific purpose in design. And sometimes we forget to check the numbers when we choose the typeface. To identify the number look balance, we need to start comparing the uppercase letters with the numbers. It is a similar forms between the uppercase and the numbers, which can make the text more space efficient on the screen. And different scenarios require different typeface treatments. Display versions are perfect for out-of-home printed media or something, while the text version is much better for use as on-screen apps or websites. And yeah, sometimes as designer, we really like to edit the letter spacing because which can be more tight or loose. As a type designer, that sometimes hurt myself. Yeah, because Our job is to design the typeface properly with the spacing that is more adjusted and look on the typeface so that the designer doesn't have to adjust letter spacing manually. But sometimes everybody has different kind of own setting about the letter spacing. And spacing significantly impacts readability across your design. And different spacing from loose, medium, or tight can affect overall design structure. And proper spacing keeps user engaged and improves the overall reading experience. And in some cases, a loose spacing is much more better on a small font size, right? While a tighter spacing, it looks solid on the large font size. Yeah, before we're moving on, this is Pick Me in 2020. I had a privilege to designing the typeface for a city branding program back in 2020 for Kota Jakarta, a city of collaboration. So at the first time, this typeface was never meant to use on screen. It's basically designed for brand asset, mostly on prints, because it's for the city program. But when it began, published on Google Fonts, it's become quite popular until now, because maybe the typeface has a shape that is clean and modern kind of feeling. Well, use it on screen, maybe when you use as apps or websites. But here's the things. The typeface was not optimized for use as on screen. Because at the first time, this is just designed for prints. Have you ever encountered this problem when creating the components? When the upper part of the ascender and the lower part of the ascender doesn't look balanced? That's because equally spaced vertical spacing between the bottom part, the descender, and the upper part on the ascender is key when using the typeface for components. By choosing the typeface that centers within its default line height, will ensure remain centered regardless of the line height used. And this helps create a consistent vertical rhythm in your text. Like I said before, the Plus Jakarta Sun wasn't optimized for screen. But when using it as a component, this leading creates unbalanced rhythm within the text box. And this disrupts the design harmony and its accessibility, and of course, it will make the developer work harder to determine the font line height issue. As you can see, the upper part of it creates an extra line height at the top of the part on the text box. Even when you use the equal padding on your design, it still looks unbalanced within the text box. It's not a software problem, it's the typeface problem. And another example of vertical spacing issue is in component cards. You may notice how the text box add extra line height, disrupting everything, and this highlights of the importance of optimizing your fonts for screen and maintain consistent vertical spacing. And to address this, I developed a calculation tool by using Google Spreadsheets. I'm not a software, I can't build a software yet, but I developed a calculation tool that measures the font's text box height. By adjusting the vertical matrix, it can calculate the height based on the cap height, ascender, the sender value, so technical. And this will ensure consistent vertical spacing. Now let me show you a quick demo on how I make them. Here is the Plus Jakarta Sans. Basically the typeface will render the highest value and then the lowest value, and then we switch to this, or the cap height should be around. Then I just edit the vertical matrix manager, just leave it here, and we change the OS to typometrics to, oops, sorry, 972, 972, and then the descender is, then I need to apply. Boom. Let's export. And then going back to Figma, this is the default one that published on Google Fonts. Yeah, the line height is still auto. And then this is the new one, edit one. So, yeah, I think by calculate that, maybe we can design the typeface properly to use as a component. Yeah, even with my another typefaces, it still looks balanced between the upper part and the bottom part. Okay, let's get back to my presentation. And you can check if your text box is optically centered by default. Back in the day when Figma doesn't have a vertical trims, all type designer do is to finding the right numbers, how it can be balanced between the upper part and the bottom part. But here's the method that you really wanted to know about your typeface has equal spacing between the upper part of ascenders and the bottom part of descenders. We're editing this line height and observing the positioning of characters like in H and FG, and you can ensure the text remain equal within the text box. So there is another method that you can check your web fonts or your font choice works properly in different platforms. And yeah, it's called vertical metrics, and this will help verify your typeface to maintain their intended appearance across different platforms. Okay, here is the exciting part. So, what about the future of typography? For user interface, of course. Yeah. Well, I think variable fonts are very emerging and potential as a game changer, while offering a new possibilities for design and its development. With variable fonts, they can adapt in real time, providing more flexibility and efficiency in creating responsive and dynamic UI. Variable fonts let you deliver multiple styles in a single font file, making website more sustainable, smaller, and faster, and giving the designer maybe more expressive control of their design. Another example, it will become space safer for the website when installing multiple static font files can increase the load size, but with variable fonts you can store everything in one file. So what's next for me at Tokotype? At Tokotype, we committed to exploring and experimenting with variable fonts. And I personally will never stop designing a new typography, even there is thousands out there. So yeah, from this, we as a designer, maybe we can explore exciting and new creative possibilities. We're also trying to educate the people to learn about typography by creating a content on Instagram called Toko Guides, where everyone can learn new things about typography from a type foundry perspective. Give it a follow if you visit. So for the exciting part and for the product, I'm working on a new typeface called Plano, and this will release as an open source project for the community so they can create more flexible design in their projects. Yeah, from this, you can change the mood of the typeface even where it's compact or wide, when you use as a print or maybe using as a apps or something. And Plano offers many features like adjustable variable axis, like you can change the terminal from closed one into the open one, your optical size to change the mood of the typeface, and also typographic color. And from this, we intended to provide the designer and its community with a flexible typeface to play with. And this might release in Q4 this year. I hope so. Thank you all for joining me today. I hope this helped.
All right, thank you, Gumpita. As a designer who mainly just uses type, I take for granted all the details and all the thought process that goes into actually creating it. So it was really refreshing to see all those details and the behind the scenes on that. Right, so next up, we actually have a panel discussion from a diverse group of innovators. And we have 3 different panelists. If you can get that up on the slides here. I think the first panelist we have here is Katja Forbes, who is the Global Head of Client Experience at Standard Chartered, where she leads teams that design products, and promoting the financial inclusion as well as net zero carbon future. As well, Katja serves on various advisory boards, such as the Global Board of Interaction Design, and has also been recognized multiple times as one of the top women disruptors in Australia. And then second, we have Daisuke Sakai, who is the co-founder of TeamLab. TeamLab is an art collective who is exploring the convergence of art, science, and technology. And they have exhibitions in around over 27 countries around the world, and their own museums, and they're a kind of a pioneer in global art and digital content creation. And finally, we have Isha Hening, who is a visual artist based in Jakarta, Indonesia, who specializes in motion graphics and animation. So her work actually has a really psychedelic aspect to it, and it includes stage visuals, video mapping, projection mapping, for art installations, festivals, clubs, stores, and even music concerts. And yeah, so let's give it up for our panelists on stage. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome, everyone. I'm Jordan Singer, a product designer at Figma, and I'm so lucky to be joined by Katja, Daisuke, and Isha to have a conversation about design and innovation. And I know there's been this theme around durian today, and I wanted to break the ice a little bit by trying to get a perspective from each of you on your thoughts.
Okay, so has everybody seen the GIF where the cat smells a durian and then goes? That's how I feel about durian.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So in Japan, there's a food called natto. It's like fermented beans. And the east side of Japan loves natto. The west side of Japan hates natto. So there must be like a hater and a lover of durian. So it's like, yeah, I'm not a lover. So, I'm not a lover, but I can eat durian.
Got it. And Isha?
Well, durian is really big in my country, in Indonesia. I mean, I think most of the people there love durian, but I don't love it. I cannot stand the smell. I feel like a traitor, you know.
I'm still on the fence, but if anyone wants to convince me later, I'm all ears. So it would be amazing if, for all of you, you could introduce yourselves briefly with some of your background and how you got started, starting with you, Katja.
Okay, so I've been working in digital and design since 1995.
Wow.
Which means that I'm coming up to nearly my 30-year anniversary.
Wow.
Woo!
That's the year I was born.
Shut up. Oh, God, man, know how to break my heart. Anyway, so I've worked in digital and design for a really, really long time. I've run and built, run and sold my own agency. I've worked for banks. I've worked for other large organizations, consultancies. And where I am at the moment at Standard Chartered, I am the head of client experience, which is a title that kind of encompasses the design team, the digital content team, the research and insights team, people and culture, learning and development, innovation funnel, design operations, events, and I think internal comms as well is in my portfolio these days.
That's everything.
I have a lot.
Yeah.
And I have an amazing team who helps me deliver on that.
Great. Daisuke.
So I'm Daisuke Sakai. I'm the co-founder of TeamLab. So we found TeamLab in 2001. So it was quite a long time ago for me too. So it's 23 years ago.
I don't feel so bad now.
Okay. So I was a grad student then. So we started as a student with 5 of my friends. And it's been a long journey, but been doing like that. So TeamLab is doing like maybe some. Do you know TeamLab?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. So we do a lot of these kind of immersive digital arts, and that's one side. Actually, we do have another side that we call the TeamLab Solutions. So like we actually do a lot of integration of apps and web services. So this is where we go to Figma. So, and actually, there's in Japan alone, it's about like 140 million downloads just in use right now. So there's a lot. We've been doing a lot. So I think we are one of the top integrators in Japan. So I run that side. So yeah, that's what I do.
Great. And Isha.
Hi, I'm Isha. I'm a motion graphics designer. I do animation and I also VJ. So I make visuals mostly for concert, live shows, theater, and those kind of stuff. I also do some installation, not as much as TeamLab. Yeah, but yeah, that's basically what I do. So I'm a motion graphic designer.
Cool. That's great. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks for your introductions. So, for each of you, I'm so curious to know how you got into what you do now and how you ended up where you are. I'd love to know for each of you, again, starting with you, Katja, are there any individuals, moments, or experiences that inspired your start into your creative journey, and what did that look like for you?
Well, let's keep going on that Katja's really old angle. So, as you can tell, I'm from Australia originally. I did Rip Curl's first website.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my God. Okay.
What year was that?
1997.
You were
I was
2
years
old.
Yeah, okay, you were 2. All right. But why that was super pivotal for me was, Rip Curl is an amazing brand and really creative in itself as a brand. And working with that team on what their website needed to look like and do was really amazing. So if you, like half of you probably weren't even alive, but there wasn't heaps that you could do in the 90s with animation and stuff like that unless you got plugins and did Flash. And we came up with some stuff that we thought was pretty creative for the Rip Curl guys. We took it into their office in Torquay, which has a big surfboard as a boardroom table, and said, here's what we've got. And they went, oh, it looks pretty good. Then they went away, came back the next day and said it needs to be more creative. More creative. Also, no plugins and completely interactive. I was in my 20s at that time. I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea of scope, budget. We were a digital agency that had, we'd run around with our no shoes, blue hair, and tell all the old people that this is how the internet was now. And so I started to make stuff up on the spot about what we could do. Oh, we can have an interactive wetsuit selector. Oh, we can make a database tide watch so that everybody can see the tide all around the world. Oh, we'll make a game where you can surf on these waves. This is the 90s, okay? And yeah, we'll do it all in DHTML. And I did this in front of my developers, in front of the client, and made all of these creative, wonderful promises, which then proceeded to cost our agency a lot of money to deliver on. And we had a bug list the size of a telephone book, if anybody even knows what a telephone book is. But I think that's where I kind of started my whole, like, what can we do with this? How far can we push it?
Awesome. Daisuke?
Okay, so as I say, we started Team Lab in 2001. I was, as I said, was a student, and actually my major was humanoid robotics. So I was an engineer completely.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was in the Config 2020. I mean, in San Francisco. I was showing my young image with robots on it. So actually, yeah. So my background doesn't have anything with the design or art, actually. And at the same time, I was the head of this social study students club dedicated to do this traditional Japanese folk dance called awa odori. Well, actually, it's well, if you ever have to go in summer and go to there's a prefecture called Tokushima, you should go there. It's like a carnival in Rio. So it's everyone's like. Anyways, so actually I loved that when I was there, and that was where I met my other founder, Ko Inoko, the co-founder. So when we was in the same team, so it was this vibe that we trust each other in this extreme moment, and we both know that each other that we want our team to be more excited, more happier. So we had this trust, and that's how we met. And so that went on for like 4 years, 5 years, and we were at the same grad school, and we were talking about that. So we want that vibe to continue. We don't want it to go to like big companies and everything. So we wanted it to, and we loved making things. Now I was an engineer, he was an engineer. All the other guys were engineers. So we loved like to play around with robots or like projection or coding and everything. So that was the time that, well, that was just fun. So we just keep on, and that was the first moment that we loved, and that's why we got in, and we just wanted to maintain this environment forever. And it has been like so long, 26 years. Now we started like 5. We have more than hundreds of specialists right now, so it's happier than ever. So that's how we get in, and that's how I ended up here.
Amazing. And Isha?
Well, I started doing animation in college. Before that, in my family, actually, there's a lot of artists in my family, so it was the norm in my family to pursue art instead of other field. So, and then I attend a design school, art school in Indonesia, and then around 6 months in, I realized that I cannot really draw. And it was like, oh, my friends were so talented, and I cannot really draw that well. But then I like computers, and I started to, get around it, and then starting to learn animation because, hey, I can do art without having to actually draw something. So yeah, that's how I get into animation.
Amazing. Thank you all for sharing. So, Isha, back to you. You specialize in motion graphics animation, and I want to share a quote from an interview you did, I think recently. You said, "In truth, I rarely look at references for inspiration. It's a process where a lot of it is pulled from my imagination and everything is in my head." Could you expand on how that works for you and what techniques or processes you use to get this inspiration out of your head and into reality?
Okay, so in my field of work, we spend probably 10, 12 hours a day in front of computer. So when I'm not working, I try to avoid screen as much as possible. So usually I get my inspiration because I daydream a lot. I love staring into the void and staring at people, at things. So that's how I get my inspiration from. So mostly I like looking at stuff around me, and I like looking how how certain lights hit certain materials. It creates different effects, and I think right now we have so many visuals information around us, and I think, I don't know, it doesn't work for me to see a lot of visual reference, so usually I look for reference in a different form, like music or books, even food, and basically just normal everyday things around us. So yeah, that's how I do it. And then how I turn it into my artwork, I usually write down my ideas, and then I try to recreate it in my computer. So how I use my software is not like what can I do with the software, but it's like what the software can do for me. So usually I explore what software has what feature, and then I try to like reverse engineer it, and then so I can use this tool for this. So it's not, so it's like a reverse process. Not like I want to make this and what kind of tool that I need, but it's the opposite.
Cool, thank you. So Daisuke, I want to transition to you and around the topic of learning from failure.
Okay.
Now, fun fact, Daisuke actually gave a talk last week at Config in San Francisco, and it was called Creating the Unexpected and Making It Transformative. There's this quote, "The master has failed more times than the beginner has even tried." And I'd very much consider you a master. So innovation frequently involves taking risks with new ideas, but sometimes those ideas don't quite pan out as expected. Can you perhaps think of an example or share a moment where you experienced a lesson of failure and learned from it, even as it relates to your work at Team Lab and physical experiences?
Okay, so of course we actually, so we are actually in Team Lab. There's many makers. So we are a maker, not like we actually make things and physically in software anyway. But of course we make a lot of not like failures. We learn from failure, but we try. Actually, but we don't think as a failure, actually. So failure is something that you give up, that's failure, right? So even if you go on and on and solve, even if at the end it's not what you expected. So it could be something like unexpected. But at the end, so that process is very important. And if you go to this place, unexpected place, but looking back, I think that was a success. So it doesn't have, well, so it was a lot of failures here, but if you go on and on doing like that, so, and it ended up to a place that you like think, okay, this is something we are good at, and then it's like not like it's a success there. So you don't, but of course we are learning from failure. But yes, so that's kind of thing that we always think about failure.
Yeah, I love the way you reframe that. So Katja, I want to move to you, and so you're at the Standard Chartered Bank, and we were just chatting a little bit earlier. I'm so curious how you keep moving the needle in terms of innovation and keeping up with the latest trends, especially from a design perspective for an institution that I think you said is over 100 years old.
It's 170 years old.
170?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's old.
Yeah, finally, something older than me. Yeah, it is a very challenging environment, complex environment to create innovation and change in. So for context, the part of Standard Chartered that me and my team work in, it's the corporate and institutional part. So it's less about, oh, hey, Jordan, would you like to have a credit card? And more, hey, government of country, would you like us to help you move your money around to different places? So we work with large multinationals, governments, other banks, those kinds of people. Those are the clients for whom I'm creating and my team are creating experience. We are doing it with some incredibly complicated financial services products. And the way that I like to think about it, innovation for us isn't necessarily about making a new product or a shiny new thing. It's about finding new value. Where can we find new value for our clients, new value for the organization, and how might we do that? A lot of what my team is doing is compressing complexity. So you can imagine the type of financial products that help, say, a Bangladeshi t-shirt manufacturer participate in global trade with a UK retailer is a complicated product to take on board. And we are doing things like taking a flow like that was across 3 different work streams and 15 different screens, and figuring out how we can bring that into one work stream across 5 screens for our clients. And by doing that, we create a less frictionful path for our clients to participate in these products, and therefore create that new value. We have a lot of internal conversations about, how might we really push on the thing that perhaps in the organization has been there for so long that everybody thinks that this is the way it's always been done, this is the way we always have to do it. And sometimes you push on that and you find out it's habit. And then you can say, well, this is habit, we can not do that. And if we didn't do that, then how might we do this differently? So a lot of the work that my team is doing is really pushing and disrupting us internally to figure out better ways of delivering for our clients and delivering outcomes for our clients through our digital platforms and our data analytics.
And do you think some of that simplification for these really complex financial products happens more top down or bottoms up from the grassroots of your design team who are thinking about fresh perspectives on how to change finance as a whole?
I think what it is, the beauty of design in any large corporate organization like this is that we connect the dots across the horizontals of the organization, because we're working on all of the work streams. We see the whole picture, which puts us in a very unique perspective to say to one product team and to another product team, hey, did you know you're both trying to achieve X for your products? Totally different products, we get it. But we can actually do that once now. And that will serve both of you. So that's part of how that happens in the organization. But the other part of it as well is that we work in very close partnership with our engineering teams and our product teams. We call it the 3-legged stool. And you have to have equal and even legs on the stool for you to be able to balance the product on top of it. And that's something that is also a contributor for us to be able to create that new value and create those new ways of trying to get things done in such a big and complex environment.
So there's this through line throughout all of today about AI. And I would love each of your perspectives on how you're starting to think about incorporating in so many different contexts, whether in the physical space, with digital art, with banking, what AI means for what you do, and if you're using tools and things to push and create new experiences, and how you're weaving it into your creative process. Whoever would like to start.
Okay. Maybe I'll start.
Yeah.
So in Team Lab, even in art or solutions, we do use AI a lot, but not in like a generative way, but because we think the technology in digital is a tool, right? It is something that what we are making is the experience itself. So, of course, I really understand that the AI is emerging, and it's been because I was learning robotics. I was learning AI 30 years ago, so there were AI there. Okay, so but now the computing power and everything is enormous and it's emerging, and it is very fun to use those things to as a tool, as a partner to make things much much more easier and doable. But at the same time, for design and AI, design or art, anything that we create needs a philosophy, right? So even design, even art, everything that we create, I think we need a philosophy but AI cannot have that one, right? Of course, they can input it, but they have, so you have your opinion, you have your own philosophy, designer have an opinion, designer have a philosophy. I think that's the reason, that will separate AI and human. So I think that's one thing that will remain in humanity compared to AI.
Isha? Yeah, in my team, we also use a lot of AI, but mostly we use it as design tools. So it's not for the final output, but for more like a helper tool for us. Let's say I work a lot with big screens, like sometimes it can go to 50K, 60K in resolution, and it's just not possible to render out something that big. It's gonna take too long or too expensive because render farm is expensive and it's gonna cost a lot. And then AI really help us. There's tool to blow up images and stuff like that, and it's been really helping us doing the boring stuff. So in my team, I think we try to let AI do the boring stuff, but we still get to do the fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And Katja, even for you, I'm curious if there's, in a financial and banking context,
Oh,
what ways you're
there's
using AI.
so many places that AI and machine learning can create great client outcomes in financial services. I can't speak about specific projects that Standard Chartered is doing, but there's also two facets to it. There's the how do we use AI to deliver great client outcomes? What are those sorts of interventions? And how do we use AI internally to automate and make more efficient our own workflows and processes? So on the client side of things, there's we're a heavily regulated industry, which always makes it slower for us to be able to uptake the fancy new thing that's like right there. So we're very intentional, and what I like about in the industry trends at the moment is I quite like Apple's intentionality around their AI. They're not just sort of stuffing it into everything for no good reason. They're being very intentional about how they put it in their ecosystem. And I would say that as a bank, we're also very intentional about what we do and when we do it. I'm on the data ethics working group, and I work with the head of responsible AI at Standard Chartered. Now, anything that anybody wants to do or has a use case for that they think machine learning or AI can achieve for them must go in front of our responsible AI group. And that use case will be assessed against our framework of ethical and insightful use of artificial intelligence, and nothing will go out until it actually passes the checks that we put in place to ensure that we are being fair and supportive to our clients in the use of it, and that we're treating everybody in our organization as well ethically.
So we're just about out of time, but I do have one final question. Now, it's so fascinating to think about the younger generation and kids growing up in a world where everything is AI native. And I was curious if there might be any words of advice to those who are these young creatives of tomorrow and how they might be able to prepare themselves for this future where AI is starting to, make its way into these creative processes. It's a deep one.
Okay. Okay, then I'll start maybe. Okay. So, so before coming to Singapore, I was in San Francisco. San Francisco. Before that, I was in Denmark. That I had a chance to go to, the restaurant Noma, the #1, and I have this very chance to have a time to have a time with the forger of the Noma. So she is. We went to this forest. I don't know, nowhere in Denmark, and we forged like mushrooms together. So, if you go into nature, so there are so many informations. Even everything is changing. So AI is like, because you need a object or like goal to do AIs, but there are a lot of things that there isn't an answer. Nature doesn't have an answer, right? So it's so nice to be there, just to be inside it and like feel there's so many inputs, so many things going on. So to feel that is very important. I think to have those kind of experience will be very nice to I have children, so maybe children's and everyone to want to create something. Yeah.
Well, Katja, Daisuke, Isha, it's been so great to have the chance to chat with you. Thank you for coming to Config APAC. And thank you so much, everyone. That's all the time we have.
Thank you again, Katja, Daisuke, Isha, and Jordan for that great session. Lots of inspiring stories and interesting lessons there. A lot of lessons about like maybe what not to do as well. But yeah, so we're entering our final session now. So next up, we have a really exciting session. So I hope you're all here and ready to engage and ready to, take in the final session. Our last session, we're going to bring on Kunal Shah, who will bring us through his journey in building communities and great products. And then moderating this session, we also have Nairi Hourdajian, Figma's VP of Communications, Content, and Community Marketing. So please join me and welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Config APAC. What a day, what a day. I am thrilled to be here with Kunal Shah, the founder and CEO of CRED. If you don't know CRED, it is a financial community platform for the top 1% in India that incentivizes strong financial behavior. He can talk to us a little bit more about that. He's a second or third time founder? Second time founder, third time founder.
It doesn't matter after the first one.
Sold his previous company, lose track. Sold his previous company to Axis Bank in 2017. In addition to being a repeat founder, he's also a prolific angel investor, and I've heard from his friends and colleagues that I think he has invested in every successful Indian startup that exists. He can tell us if that's true or not. I'm thrilled to be in conversation with Kunal. He is not only a CEO and founder, he is a philosopher, a product thinker, and a podcaster. So, welcome to Config.
Thank you so much for having me.
The group gathered here today spans disciplines across product building. And so where I thought we could start is one of the things I was most fascinated to learn about you, which is your Delta 4 framework for product building. So tell the audience a little bit about it.
First of all, thank you so much for having me, and it's great to be here. It's great to see this large of a community focused on product design and all things that we love creating. Delta 4 framework was something that I came up with somewhere in 2017, more as a realization that I was the only non-tech founder in the tech ecosystem with the largest exit. So nothing was making sense to me that how could I be successful and a lot of smart people are not successful. So I thought about this framework, and between my startups I was thinking about reading more physics and evolutionary biology, and I was trying to mix all these concepts in my head. So Delta 4 framework was a simple framework on predicting how to know if your startup is going to be successful or not. And it's simplistic, but it kind of eliminates at least 90% of failures of doing that. So the right way to think about it is, if I asked folks that can you think about any product or service that was more efficient 10 years ago? Can you come up with an answer? I'm curious to know if anybody has an answer. Any product or service that was more efficient 10 years ago than it is today? Any answers?
No.
It's easier when you contrast it for, say, 50 years and say, was there anything more efficient in the 50 years? And we'll not find it. So we have to assume that all the efficiency exists in the future, right? When we experience magic, when we experience AI, when we experience a great product, what we are experiencing is something become dramatically more efficient. So if you think about that, and if you compare products, for example, you worked at Uber, and if I compare, let's say, taking taxis in San Francisco in a regular way that existed before, and taking an Uber, and you compare score of efficiency on 10, what would you score taking that versus Uber? Like, give me a score on 10. What would it be?
Taxi versus Uber, or Uber versus taxi?
Both. Give me a score on efficiency for taxi and efficiency score on 10 for Uber.
Very low on taxi. Can't get one. Can't pay credit card. I'll give it a 3.
3, okay. And Uber would be?
10 out of 10, of course.
Okay. So whenever you notice that the delta between the two is greater than or equal to 4, you see 3 things happen. One is it is usually an irreversible behavior. When we experience delta for products, we cannot go back. That's basically how humanity functions. When we discover delta 4, we just stay there. Number 2, we have very high tolerance for it. Just because your Uber is late, you're not like, shit, I'm canceling and just taking a regular taxi. You will not do that. And the third thing is that it usually causes UBP, which is unique brag-worthy proposition, which means when humans discover a Delta 4 product, they can't stop bragging about it, right? So Uber, how many of you got to, let's say, a Grab or an Uber back in the day in respective countries that you come from through watching an ad? Please raise your hand. Yeah, 2. And how many of you got onto the app because some friend told you, oh my God, look at this app and there's a demo. How many of you got to that? Yeah, most of you. So I think that's what is unique brag-worthy proposition, and I'm sure every one of you also bragged about it further. But it's not always Delta 4. For example, if I told you, can you give me a rating of buying a top offline and buying a top online on a score of 10, what would you give the scores on both of them?
Offline, I don't know, they're close. Depends
Yeah.
on when you can get in your hand right away. It's a tough one.
So
What would you say?
it depends. If it was someone like me with all the fluctuating weight that I have, it's very hard. So I would say it's actually reverse. Sometimes offline is better than online.
Yeah, can be.
And therefore, when the delta is not great, sometimes it's negative. Even if it's a tech product, it doesn't make things more efficient. And therefore, a lot of startups fail because they take an idea that just works fine and try to put tech into it, but it's not made things efficient. It actually made it inefficient, right? And therefore, a lot of times when delta is not greater than or equal to 4, we have zero tolerance. Like we'll go back to the old behavior, like, oh my God, they shipped something terrible. I'll go back and buy it from the shop. And it's not like offline retail shops have not gone away, but the offline taxis have gone away quite a bit in most cities. So I think it's like evolution of species in some ways. So if you create a Delta 4 product, it usually takes over the previous species and creates a new species out of it. So that's like a gist of what it is, but it's a longer concept, maybe for some other day.
Love it. I will say the taxis are very efficient here in Singapore. Thank you, Singapore. You talked at the beginning of your framework about how you came to it, because you said, I was a non-tech founder. You did study humanities, you studied philosophy. How has that informed your journey and piped into your philosophy for product building? And I know you've talked about how it's certainly, as part of your identity, something that made you feel different
Yeah.
from the others in the founder and CEO community?
I think what philosophy does is teaches you two things. One is it makes you see things from many, many lenses, right? Which unfortunately let's say our current education system or more STEM-based education system kind of tries to deduce everything logically in a very, let's say, one-dimensional lens. But human behavior is complex. To just be able to say, oh, why did this person do this? You cannot just give one answer to it, right? And usually that answer may not be right for most people. So it's important to be able to give multiple lenses to it, and I think philosophy just gives you that discipline to do that, and not feel the need to jump to conclusions, which is a sort of in the world that we live in right now, like everybody is watching a short video on TikTok and have great knowledge about everything, which is this shallow. Philosophy teaches you to kind of go deeper. The second thing it makes you become better at is just be very curious about wide range of topics, right? Where the word philosophy comes from philo plus sophy, which means love for knowledge. And I think if you just are widely curious, it allows you to connect dots that most people cannot connect. And which is almost a superpower in the world that we live in right now, where most people are like addicted to systems that they are part of and kind of getting limited in their worldview in general.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's a good segue into talking about your design philosophy at CRED and the way people feel those constraints. So I had the chance to meet the head of design for CRED at Config in San Francisco, and we were chatting a little bit. We started talking about design constraints, which is something I know everyone in this room thinks about as part of your practice. And he shared that you don't believe in constraints at the outset of design. Talk a little bit about that and how it informs the design discipline within CRED.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, especially in a country like India or generally Southeast Asia or South Asia, is we have a natural reluctance for being audacious. It's a society that is a lot more compliant and a lot more, let's say, disciplined in general. So what happens is that our thinking is rarely with some very radical ideas. You rarely see extraordinarily original ideas come from this part of the world going to the West. You will see many startups that have copied the ideas from the West and then put it in our nation. I think that part, and design to me is this great place to absolutely, you have the blank canvas to kind of really go think big. And the reason we tell our team to think without constraints right now and say, imagine if this was to be designed and you had to put it on stage and really feel proud of demoing it, what would you build, right? And then obviously constraints come in everything in life. And you put the constraints later versus constraints first. But I think one of the principles that we've done is actually many of our key leaders at CRED, not just design, actually have a background in performance art.
Really?
The reason is that...
performance art.
Yeah, the reason is that so many of them are singers, DJs, musicians, poets, all sorts of people. The reason is, or stand-up comedians, because they are naturally wired to build products for the applause of the audience versus applause of the boss. So I think it's an interesting thing that if you hire people like that, they're naturally wired to know what will cause an applause, and therefore they have a very different dimension and lens to look at things.
There may be some in this audience who are pushed to work for the applause of their boss. What advice do you have for them, for these product builders, for designers, to manifest and channel that bigger thinking, even if it's potentially not as present in their specific work culture right now?
One tactical advice is start with logo being small and then eventually make it big when they tell you. Just kidding. But I would say that you have to understand that not everybody is gifted to appreciate beauty. And it is almost an obligation that all of you have to make people feel and realize that. It is not something that is innate to most people. And some things that is innate to you guys, for example, I have a natural OCD to see symmetry and not see symmetry, and I can have like heated debates on knowing that something is not well aligned, and I win those things because I'm just naturally inclined to see it. Most people can't see anything wrong in absolutely misaligned stuff, and they just see it's perfect. And I think it is, design is an obligation. It's an obligation towards your team, your craft, to your customers, to people who are going to see it. And the pride should come from here on what you are building. And the good thing is that when people see that craft and pride, we all appreciate it, no matter who we are, what our designations are. It means many of you have seen great artists perform live. There is something mesmerizing about great art. We all watch it. Same thing for great sport. When you see it live, you will see that this is absolutely some work of art being going on over here. So I would say that you should raise your standards to the level that people feel excellence around you, and automatically you'll be able to shape the world around you in that way. And just know that not everybody has the luxury to know things the way you see it, and therefore you have to just be persistent sometimes. But best is to always demonstrate, and people, when they experience something better, they always want something better. It's just that sometimes many of us are not great at explaining our viewpoint and kind of storytell what we are seeing. And I can tell you that world we are living in right now, where nobody has any attention span left, unless you have extraordinary storytelling skills, nobody's got time for that. So they're going to move on.
We have a new product to help you all with that, Figma Slides, for your storytelling. Let's push on that a little bit, because you talk about in your public discourse the difference between learning by doing and learning by training. What do you see as the difference in the muscles that get developed between those two? Which are you, first, to start? And do you think it's possible for people to go back and forth? Is one better than the other for the discipline that this audience is in?
I think a ratio of both needs to exist for getting anything big done in general. I think learning by doing is great if you have great feedback loops, or you have extraordinary ability to take feedback from somebody who's better than you. Most people, unfortunately, what I see, at least in the younger audience, is that their ability to take feedback has dramatically gone down. And that comes from them assuming that they have a lot of reputation before they have built any substance in life. And I think if we can change that mindset to be not a feedback repeller, but a feedback attractor, our iteration cycles will improve, and our product will, and our craft will show that, right? And sometimes that phase of zooming in, zooming out is what creates extraordinary outcomes. But if you notice, people who are excellent, they're usually having very fast iteration cycles, and they have extraordinary ability to seek and get feedback from people who are dramatically better than them. And it's interesting, people who are actually better than you also like to give feedback to people who they see potential in. Otherwise, people are like, oh, you do you, and move on, right? They don't want to bother you and change your thinking too much. So I think the right way to think about life is appreciate presence of these folks and look forward to critical feedback, and then do stuff. Because if you do stuff and do not take critical feedback and seek it, you're unlikely to learn anything from doing.
Mm-hmm. How does that inform how you structure your product building teams at CRED or in your prior startups? Does it?
Yeah, I think what we've done. Yeah, what we've done is like not try to have too many strict rules around who does what, but we have a strict rule on when it comes to when we are ready for a demo for a larger team to see, we should be extremely proud of what we have shipped or what we have built. And I think that allows multiple people to shine in different ways, right? There's a role for marketing team in it, there's a role for product team in it, there's a role for engineering team in it, there's a role for a design team in it. And if you have built a product that is likely to make people take notice, give you an applause, then it doesn't matter who did what. And I think therefore what we structure for is, let's say applause backwards, or let's say magic backwards, and keep it loose otherwise. Because if we say, oh, design has to listen to product and product has to listen to design and all these rules, just eventually you get to a point where it doesn't work. But if you say that, oh my God, when we do a demo, it should feel great. When we take it out for people, will they appreciate it? What will people talk about? What do we want people to talk about? If you think about those things more than how the teams are structured, I think the outcomes get better. And usually smaller teams work better. All this nonsense of team structuring, all that comes in when you have large teams. Always optimize for having smaller teams because they usually figure it out. You can send them on a vacation for a week and they'll solve it and come back.
That's good advice too. I've been lucky to work with two amazing founders in my career, tech founders. We're getting a feel for it through this conversation, but talk a little bit about what you're like as a founder, because it's so much of an imprint on a company's heartbeat, identity, culture. How do you think about the founder inside you and how that manifests at CRED and your other companies?
It's hard for me to really answer this question. I think probably people who worked with me can probably answer this better, but I think we do have a concept of believing in values that we have. For example, we have set of values that we interview people basis values, we do appraisal, we do promotion basis values, and not just performance. Performance actually matters less compared to values that we have. And I think if you think about values, values are what makes us become more long-term in life, right? Otherwise, there's no difference between us and animals in some ways, right? Only through values we become more long-term. And I believe that we like to make choices that are more long-term than others. Let's think about a simple example. All of us can tweet, but what if we had a framework that let's only tweet stuff that will be relevant even if you read 5 years later? Suddenly you will not tweet 90% of stuff that you're tweeting. A lot of people like to be topical and chase things and be capturing the moment and try to be relevant, and it creates more anxious behavior versus long-term behavior. And I think if you just operate with more long-term principles, so I would say I just operate with more long-term thinking around choices, people, design principles, product choices, how do we monetize, all of these are thought from a much more long-term perspective. And ideally try to think that why do only some companies become an institution? Most companies don't. And if you think about those properties, suddenly you will make very, very different choices.
Being a founder also takes a tremendous amount of resilience, especially when you've done it more than once. Talk a little bit about how you have found resilience now in this chapter of your life as a founder, but also earlier in your personal life, if you're open to doing that.
I didn't have much privilege to start with, right? I started my journey, the family went through a financial crisis when I was 13, 14, 15. I was doing a full-time job of a delivery boy and a data entry operator when I was 15, 16. So life has been constantly about trying to survive and solve problems. A founder is basically somebody who absorbs all the uncertainty and provides certainty to employees, to investors, to customers. So being a founder is very hard because you're almost the single person who's absorbing all the uncertainty. So I think the concept of resilience around is almost a given. You will not survive this. How many of you are founders over here? Curious? Okay.
Uncertainty absorbers.
Yeah, so a lot of people have this exciting thing about, oh, this is a founder, I would like to be a founder someday. It only looks sexy from outside. It is extremely painful.
Yes.
Because imagine you might be going through a rough time and you have a bad quarter or a bad product shipping, but the employees will expect their salary. Nobody's going to say, oh shit, we had a terrible quarter, we could not ship the product well, so this week, this month, this quarter will not take our salary. It's not going to happen. Neither will investors will say, oh my God, like, oh, you had a rough time, you were injured, so I understand this quarter was not great. Nobody's going to care about that. So I think that makes it hard. And I think being resilient is all about, irrespective of the circumstances, you're coming out stronger every time. In fact, coming out stronger when there is more chaos is what you will see in extraordinary founders or generally highly resilient people. But resilience has an important component, which is sometimes you have to manifest crisis to build the muscle of resilience. Unfortunately, many of us are in environments where we've never been gifted crisis, especially if you've had successful parents. They ensured that you didn't meet many of the crises at all in your life, which creates a unique problem that when they really come in your life, you're not well prepared to handle it, or it's easy to dodge them. And worst case scenario, your parents will still take care of you. But many people in the world have not had this luxury. Like if they don't survive, they don't survive.
Yep.
So I think a lot of times we forget that, like a lot of the privileges that we have today in our world, where a lot of the basics have been taken care of, deprives the hunger that is required to create extraordinary outcomes.
Has that informed your work now at CRED in particular, in terms of, you talked about the financial crisis in your family, your platform today rewards, strong financial choices and behavior?
Sort of, yes.
Yeah.
It was something that I always wanted to do, and this startup was a good place to do that, because a lot of times people assume that we all are naturally good at understanding what good financial behavior is, but we always have some misbehavior that kind of causes disruption. And in our case, like early bankruptcy in the family obviously made me realize that the value of good financial behavior is important, not just for you, for your entire family. And I think it is very common to be punished for a bad behavior. For example, if you miss a few credit card bills, you know what's going to happen, right? But we wanted to create the positive reinforcement of demonstrating good financial behavior. If you paid consistently for last 10 years your credit card bill on time, nobody's even told you, great job. Forget about giving a reward on top of that. So I think we wanted to recognize that so that more people wish for that, desire that, and ultimately there are lots of second order effects that come from that. For example, in the US, it's very common that people are, you would not be able to rent an apartment if you do not have a good credit score. Most parts of Asia, this is not tested. Most people don't even know what their credit score is. So I think we are slowly learning that, and I think we wanted to just incentivize. We are not in the business of punishing people, but incentivizing them.
And how did you do that through design with CRED? Or did you test different solutions to see what would work? I know that you love to think about the user psyche as you build products and design them.
So we are slightly different about this. We don't really do too much of A/B testing into what we want to do in life, including what we launch as CRED. But we take a long time to build conviction about something and then really go with it. So our design philosophy is not be anxious A/B tester, but really think through something and really go with it, and have a very high judgment, right? So, and it easy to say. It's taken a lot of years of failing to get to this point in life. But we like to bring people who demonstrate good judgment versus, oh, I'm going to launch this and launch these 3 versions and 5 versions and 6 versions and see what works. Nothing life-changing in the world has happened through A/B experiments. And therefore, I think that culture doesn't create strong gut feelings in people.
Intuition.
And it almost makes you feel that always there's an escape path to things, right? But plan B is always a distraction, right? And you have to just operate with that mindset. When it comes to our way of shipping stuff, we obsess about design. We have found that great design creates trust. A well-crafted experience feels like it is stable and solid. And a lot of times people just take the shortcuts and say, oh, let's just call it an MVP and ship it. But I don't think the customers really care what were your constraints, especially when it comes to financial transactions. Nobody wants to put their credit card and do a large value transaction on something that looks like an MVP.
No.
So I think a lot of times we take a lot of these things for granted. And we also overestimate that just making a product better is going to take sometimes just a few more days versus trying to find an escape into let's do something hacky. I think if you want to create trust, you can't be shipping hacky products.
Yeah. Plan B, no plan Bs. I like that. I think you can apply that to a lot in life. Okay, we're going to take it to philosophy now. You, I understand, are quite obsessed with the idea of entropy and order and disorder. How does that inform your product design and development work? And talk a little bit about why that's so top of mind for you.
It's a long topic. I don't think this forum is the right thing to discuss physics over here.
7 seconds. No. So last question, but we'll just go an extra couple minutes.
But I think, let me just park it this way. I think design and art has this amazing ability to create order out of extraordinary disorder that we live otherwise. And it's almost an obligation to make everybody who experiences our product to feel the order from the disorder that we are living in right now. And the disorder is going to be permanent. Everything will break. But it is the obligation through art and design to create order in everything that we do.
Beautifully said. Thank you. Kunal Shah, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Nairi and Kunal Shah there. I could listen to them for hours. That was amazing. And one of the things that really stood out to me, and whenever I hear Kunal speak, there's always so many snippets I can take away with me. But the one talking about hiring comedians, I love that, because they're so focused on delighting their audience. She's not focused on delighting her boss. It's a beautiful one. Really like it. So our goal for Config APAC was really about curating exclusive content from the Asia-Pacific region that truly showcases the level of quality and the level of craft that comes out of this region. And I hope you have all truly experienced that today. There's been really insightful discussions, there's been creative presentations, and quite honestly, the energy in this room has been palpable. I hope you've all felt it. I was in San Francisco last week, and whilst that was incredible, I'm truly feeling the energy from the Singapore and the Asia audience. And I really do hope, and it makes me think like it's moments like these that make me realize, well, we like to bring people together to really learn from each other and honestly like enable you all to push the boundaries of what each and every one of you are capable of. So it has been truly energizing, and we've had people come from all across the region. We've had from India, from Australia, from Japan, and it honestly shows us the dedication from this community what it takes to build amazing products by coming here today. And so, as we wrap up today's event, we remind you that we've got a happy hour where the dinner or the lunch was served earlier today. And so we encourage all of you to continue the discussions and to network with your peers, maybe even forge new collaborations. Now's the time to relax, reflect, and celebrate all the amazing work that each and every one of you does. So, a big thank you for everyone here in this room, each and every one of you. You are the reason we brought Config here to Asia Pacific and here in Singapore. Yes, you, it's each and every one of you. And quite honestly, it's your passion and commitment and from this vibrant community that makes it so dynamic. And so look, please continue honing your craft and inspiring each and everyone around you. Thank you.